It's also green.
Hello.
Cultural heritage, bridging the past, present, and future.
Good morning to all dignitaries and participants. It's with a great joy and immense exultation I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to all being present here for the NILIS Research Symposium 2021. Let's start the event with a sign of Sri Lankan culture. Ms. Manatunga will invite all our dignitaries to light the oil lamp.
Ramanan. Lighting the oil lamp is both representing cultural heritage and sign of wisdom. With that note, may I humbly invite our distinguished invitees to light the oil lamp. Senior Professor Chandrika N. Vijayaratne, Vice Chancellor, University of Colombo. Senior Professor Premakumara De Silva, Chairman, National Institute of Library and Information Sciences, University of Colombo. Senior Professor Raj Somadeva, Postgraduate Institute of Archaeology, University of Kelaniya. Professor Pratibha Manamaheva, Rector, Sri Pali Campus, University of Colombo. Dr. Kapila Bandara, Dean, Faculty of Education and member of the NILIS Board of Management representing all the deans. Professor K.P. Hewagamage, Director, University of Colombo School of Computing and member of the NILIS Board of Management representing all the directors. Mr. K.S. Edward, Registrar, University of Colombo. Dr. Mrs. D.C. Kurupu, Acting Librarian, University of Colombo. Mrs. K.S.T.S. Jayasurya, Bursa, University of Colombo. Dr. Pradeepa Vijayatunga, Director, NILIS, University of Colombo. Senior Professor M.K. Veerasinghe, Head, Department of Library and Information Science, University of Kelaniya. Mr. W. Sunil, Director General, National Library of Sri Lanka. Mrs. Sanuja Kasturi Arachi, Director General, Sri Lanka National Museum. Dr. Malini Dias, President, Royal Asiatic Society of Sri Lanka. Dr. Naresh Agarwal, President, Association for Information Science and Technology. Dr. Anand Tissa, President, Sri Lanka Library Association. Dr. W.J. Jayaraj, President, University Librarians Association of Sri Lanka. Mr. Udita Alahakon, representing all the presenters. Mr. Janaka Vipularatne, Senior Assistant Registrar, NILIS, University of Colombo. Mrs. Sajivani Jayasekara, Senior Assistant Bursa, NILIS, University of Colombo. Mr. S. Ketheeswaran, PhD candidate, representing all the students. And Dr. Ruwan Gammage, Chair, NILIS Research Symposium 2021.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Keeping to the political tradition and displaying our sovereignty, let us give a tribute to Mother Sri Lanka with national anthem.
Namo, namo, namo. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Now I'm profusely elated to take this opportunity to call upon Dr. Pradipa Vijayatunga, the Director NILIS, to deliver the welcome speech. Over to you, Madam.
A very good morning to all of you. It is my great pleasure to welcome all of you to this NILIS Research Symposium 2021. Although we have scheduled to have it in December, due to reasons beyond our control, we had to reschedule it to be held in January 2022. However, let me extend a very warm welcome to Senior Professor Chandrika N. Vijayaratne, the Vice Chancellor, University of Colombo, who is our respected chief guest today. And also, let me welcome warmly Senior Professor Premakumara De Silva, who is the Chairman of the Board of Management NILIS, and also the chief guest today, and Professor Raj Somadeva, who is delivering the keynote address in this symposium. Thank you so much, Madam and sirs, for accepting our invitation and gracing this annual significant occasion of NILIS. I would also like to extend my warmest welcome to Professor Pratibha Mahanamaheva, Rector Sri Pali Campus, all deans, directors, and heads of departments of University of Colombo, and all members of the Board of Management and Academic Committee of NILIS, Mr. K.S. Edward, Registrar of University of Colombo, and Dr. Mrs. D.C. Kurupu, Acting Librarian, Mrs. K.S.T.S. Jayasurya, Bursa, University of Colombo, all staff of the University of Colombo, and not forgetting Dr. Ruan Gamage, the co-chair of this symposium. And let me also cordially welcome Senior Professor M.K. Veerasinghe from the Department of Library and Information Science, head of the department from University of Kelaniya, and all university librarians and acting librarians. I would also like to extend my warmest welcome to the members of the collaborative organizations, Mr. W. Sunil, Director General, National Library of Sri Lanka, Dr. Nadira Rupasinghe, Director General, Sri Lanka National Archives, Mrs. Sanuja Kasturi Arachi, Director General, Sri Lanka National Museum, Dr. Malini Dias, President, Royal Asiatic Society, Dr. Naresh Agarwal, President, Association for Information Science and Technology, Dr. Bhakti Gala, immediate past chair, South Asian chapter of the Association for Information Science and Technology, Dr. R.D. Anandatissa, President, Sri Lanka Library Association, Dr. W.J. Jairaj, President, University Librarians Association of Sri Lanka. I would like to express my warmest greetings and welcome to all of you, sirs and madams. And also all national and international paper presenters, as well as anonymous reviewers, all visiting staff members and students of NILIS, Mr. Janaka Vipularatne, Senior Assistant Registrar, and Mrs. Sajivani Jayasekara, Senior Assistant Bursa, and all the staff of NILIS, all participants, friends, and my colleagues from the library fraternity. I warmly welcome all of you to this NILIS Research Symposium of 2021 and express my sincere gratitude for joining us in making this event a success. Without your enthusiastic cooperation, this event would not have been possible. And my appreciation and thanks goes to all of you. And I do not want to take much longer. But I wish to thank you again and wish a very happy, productive, and healthy 2022, as well as a successful conference symposium throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam, for a warm welcome. Cultures become national treasures only when we cherish our heritage, keep them closer to our hearts, and feel proud about having one. May I humbly invite our chief guest, Senior Professor Chandrika N. Vijayaratne, the Vice Chancellor of University of Colombo. Madam, over to you.
Thank you. A very good morning to you. Can I be seen and heard? Ayubowan and
good morning, madam.
Morning, yes. So Ayubowan to all our respected guest speakers, particularly our keynote speaker, the chairman and member of the board of management of NILIS, our librarian who is the current director of the NILIS, Dr. Vijayatunga, acting librarian, and all the members of the fraternity of library information sciences, as well as the leaders in the field of culture and heritage from across the globe, not only in Sri Lanka, but from across the globe. So, as well as all the delegates who have registered for the National Information Library Research Symposium of 2021, and which is the tail end of our entire University of Colombo's annual research symposium. So as stated by the director, this event was postponed by approximately 1 month or maybe 2 months, that since every faculty, every institute, school and campus also had their own standalone annual research symposia, which marks the end of the annual research year. So in this context, our apologies from the central administration if you are inconvenienced, but I must say that the maturation of this program into such a rich thematic area of cultural heritage, of bridging and recalling the past, the present, and the future of library sciences, as well as museums and archives, is very commendable. At this juncture, I would also like to highlight that our annual research symposium theme was multidisciplinary research and also addressing impactful research, where we were going to take the main recommendations from all research findings to be compiled, aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals, and also taken further forward to our policymakers, particularly the Parliament of Sri Lanka. So in that context, I would like to highlight that over the past 2 years, with the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, all forms of school, secondary school and primary school, as much as university education, had to react with resilience and appropriately, and that was through digitalization, as well as encouraging self-reliant student-centered learning. In this context, I would like to pay a tribute to all the library staff, including the 2 librarians, for giving the maximum support in terms of coping with the digitization, as much as addressing the important aspects of similarity checks, supporting assessments of online assessments, as much as also addressing important issues such as predatory journals and digital connectivity. In that context, the fact that you chose the theme of cultural heritage, particularly in the art of learning, in the basis of education, value-added education, as much as preserving our culture and realizing that much of what we do is based on socio-cultural values, is something very remarkable, and I wish to congratulate you. As much as when I perused through all the topics submitted by researchers, I realized what a rich area and what a vast area of study, as well as translation into practice we could take on from here. And I really wish you would be able to support the university as much as the other universities in taking this aspect further forward, where it gets translated into student learning. I know that our library staff plays a huge role when addressing the inputs, the new entrants of the university, in teaching them the art of library information, as much as through NILIS, all the schools and those out in the society as to how to value their own libraries. So I don't want to be the barrier between you and the keynote speaker. Thank you for inviting me. I wish you all the very best, and I hope that the contributions made herein and the recommendations can also be incorporated, Dr. Vijayatunga, into our recommendation that is going up to the higher authorities. Thank you. Stay safe and have a great day.
Thank you very much, madam, for your kind words. Our culture is our strength, be it music, dance, poetry, or anything, and they are very precious. As said by Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India, let us watch our strength in the form of a cultural dance. The video courtesy goes to the Sri Lanka Rupahani Corporation Library.
Sri Lanka's major dance forms all have their roots in ritual. It was in fact because of their ritualistic nature that they survived the ravages of history. The ritual of the hill country is the Kohumbakankarya, which is believed to date back to the time of King Pandu Vasudeva of the 4th century BC. It's a highly complex ritual involving everything from cures for simple illnesses to remedies for social calamities, and it embodies some of the finest and most creative forms of Kandyan dancing. The rituals of the Low Country are primarily exorcistic in nature. They include the Sanniyakuma, the Deol Madua, and the Ratayakuma. What you're seeing here is the Sanniyakuma. There are 18 Sannis, each of them dealing with specific melodies. The Sanni dancer, often dressed in black and masked, is believed to have a hypnotic effect on the patient. The South is also well known for masked dancers, and the tradition of mask making is a separate art form in itself. This is the Nagaraksha dance, the dance of the snake demon.
Once again, we record our sincere thanks to the Library Sri Lanka Rupavahini Corporation for granting us a wonderful cultural dance video clip. Thank you. Cultures makes us standing unique in the ocean of cosmopolitan. It's our inevitable identity, pride, and treasure. In this regard, may I call upon our guest of honor, Senior Professor Premakumara De Silva, Chairman, NILIS Board of Management, University of Colombo. Sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I hope you all can hear me.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Religious dignitaries, Vice Chancellor, keynote speaker today, Senior Professor Raj Somadeva, Deans, Director NILIS, librarians, directors of partner institutions, Bursa, Registrar, session chairs, paper presenters, academics, NILIS staff, distinguished invitees, and ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for me to be with you today as the guest of honor at this very important annual event of National Institute of Library and Information Science. As the chairman of NILIS, let me warmly welcome you once again for being with us today in this important event. This year's theme is cultural heritage, bridging the past. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sorry about that. Bit of an interruption. So the theme is cultural heritage, bridging the past, present, and future through libraries, museum, and archives. Basically organized by NILIS in partnership with South Asian chapter of the Association for Information Science and Technology, the Library, National Library of Sri Lanka, the Sri Lankan National Archives, and Royal Ascetic Society of Sri Lanka. For me, without doubt, these institutions are very important centers of preserving and safeguarding our cultural heritage. I was trained both in sociology and anthropology. Sociology studies the human society, and anthropology studies the human culture. So I have a bit of disciplinary knowledge about these two broader categories. Therefore, I thought of saying a few words on the conceptual definition of society, culture, and heritage that would give a basis to today's discussions on the conference theme. If you take society and culture, there are not much differences between these two broader concepts, but it is true that the culture is made by society. Society is referred to as a group of people who share common areas, culture, and behavioral patterns. Society is made of varied multitude of individuals with social and economic infrastructure. One of the major benefits of a society is that it serves the individual in the time of crisis. Societies are also organized depending upon their political structure. Interestingly, many different cultures can be found within the society. You can find several differences within the country or region. For example, Vedda culture or youth culture or culture related to various ethnic groups, let's say Sinhala Buddhist culture. Culture can be described as a sum total of collective human belief with a structured systems that is specified to a nation or a time period. It is the shared social characteristics and behavior, belief, religion, cuisines, music and arts, language, and so on, for a particular group of people that set them apart. Heritage, on the other hand, is an expression of ways of living passed on from generation to generation by a particular group of people or a society. It refers to the things that you inherit both materially and non-materially, or tangible and intangible, while culture is the characteristics feature that describe a society. Culture is the distinctiveness of a group of people based on several elements such as law, attire, architecture, language, festivals, ceremonies, food, social standard, and so on. All these examples signify shared symbols and belief in that culture. Then what is heritage? It refers to the things that are being passed on from generation to generation and which include customs, traditions, belief, values, culture, performing arts, rituals, and social behavior. Heritage is the full range of our inherited traditions, monuments, objects, and culture. Most importantly, it is the range of contemporary activities, meanings, and behavior that we draw from them. Heritage includes, but is much more than the preserving, excavating, displaying, or restoring a collection of old things through our museums, archives, and libraries, etc. Apart from that, socio-cultural heritage is passed from generation to generation by our parents, religion, education, friends, books, radio, television, movies, and internet, among others. Cultural heritage implies a shared bond or belongs to a community. Sri Lanka, our country, is a land of great cultural diversity. For example, religious pervades many aspects of our life and constitute the basic elements of this diversity. Buddhist and Hindu temples, as well as mosques and churches with their own colorful rituals and practices, are the most readily visible features of our cultural landscape. So have we done enough to preserve our cultural heritage? That's a question we must ask ourselves. This should be one of the key questions we should actually find answers for. As a researcher who is interested in Sri Lankan culture and society, I can only say preserving of our cultural heritage has not given due attention. Let me give you one example. In my childhood, it was unthinkable for Buddhists to plunder temples and archaeological reserves for artifacts. But now, prompted by the international antique market, such activities have become a minor industry. And the periodic newspaper accounts suggested treasure hunters, as they are popularly called, freely exploiting national assets even during a raging of pandemic. In 2020 alone, there were more than 200 cases of excavations for treasures or damage to archaeological sites were reported. A newspaper reported that since 2018, there has been an average of 325 cases a year. This figure shows that the serious attention must be paid to crack down of further losing of our national heritage. Some argue that public ignorance is the heart of these crimes. It cannot be prevented being strengthening the prevailing laws and ordinance alone. Unfortunately, our children are not taught the value of heritage, nor are society interested in the fate of the precious artifacts. They let it slip through their fingers for others to profit from. It is in this context that organizing a conference like this must be highly appreciated and encouraged. I hope during this course of this conference, some of conceptual and practical issues that I have touched in my brief intervention will be useful for the discussion. With that note, let me thank everyone for joining with us virtually to make this event an academically exciting one. As I am aware, the organization of this webinar was a team effort, and many persons in NILIS contributed towards the success of this event. I would like to thank Dr. Pradeepa Vijayatunga, Director NILIS, the organizing committee of the conference, and the editorial committee who were responsible for the conference programs and the publication of abstracts for their tremendous effort to bring this important event a reality. Finally, I would also like to thank everyone who submitted an abstract for the webinar. I offer my congratulations to the presenters and wish them the very best in their future endeavors. I am sure you will enjoy today's proceedings productively. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your intriguing speech. Now it's time to officially launch the NRS 2021 Symposium proceedings.
Thank you. If people cannot acknowledge the wisdom of indigenous cultures, then it's their loss, said by J. Griffiths. May I invite our keynote speaker, Professor Raj Somadeva, Professor of Archaeology, University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka. Sir, it's our privilege to invite you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, Raj.
Right. The Vice Chancellor of the Colombo University, Deans, Heads of the Departments, Director of the National Institute of Library and Information Science, Directors, dear colleagues and friends. It is a great pleasure for me to be here to address this academic meeting today. Despite the pressure and the social anxiety created by the global pandemic on an unprecedented scale and uncontrollable intensity, organizing this kind of academic gathering is really appreciable. There is no doubt that this meeting is an achievement of a highly optimistic wish by the National Institute of Library and Information Science, if I am right. The theme of this interactive meeting, Cultural Heritage, Bridging the Past Through Libraries, Museums and Archives, seems to cover a broad range of several academic pursuits. Despite the comprehensiveness, the theme focuses on a particularly important issue, which is the cultural heritage. I trust that the scholars, researchers, and students who are waiting to share their vivid experiences and knowledge during the meeting are hoping to discuss the participatory role of three specific public institutions in working with the dissemination of knowledge pertaining to the subject of cultural heritage. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, right. Okay. The entire spectrum of contents of the papers that are scheduled to be presented at this meeting would focus on the libraries, museums, and archives. If I may speak the reality, the role currently being played by most of the public institutions that carry the responsibility of managing the cultural heritage in Sri Lanka are operating in a different orbit than that of completely unrelated to the theme of this symposium. Except for the libraries that are functioning within the university framework, the other two institutions in Sri Lanka are administered by the government ministries under the sway of changing policies and sometimes by the desolately disoriented bureaucrats. Most crucial and unavoidable tragedy is museums and archives in our country have still breathed through the inspiration of the age-old passion that their colonial masters had planted. In practice, we feel that museums think they are being as mere custodians of antiquities, and more or less similar conditions are prevailing in archives as well. The atmosphere that exists in most of the state-governed libraries in Sri Lanka cannot be distinguished from the same in the other two institutions mentioned. I believe, therefore, the theme of the symposium has timely significance, and we all must appreciate the organizers' attempt to think on this line of perspective. As we all know, libraries and archives are curating documented records that cover an extensive arena of disciplines. Documents carry fabricated information of different periods that could be intelligibly communicated from one person to another. Museums are a bit different than two previous institutions because the museums deal with artifacts. The meaning of them are coded and not readily expressive. This difference leads to having a clear divide among the knowledge possessed by libraries, museums, and archives. It becomes particular when it comes to the dissemination of knowledge of cultural heritage. Cultural heritage is an expression of the ways of living developed by the community and passed on from generation to generation, including customs, practices, places, objects, artistic expressions, and values, as said by Professor Prem Kumar. Cultural heritage is often expressed as either intangible or tangible cultural heritage. As part of human activity, cultural heritage produces tangible representations of the value systems, beliefs, traditions, and lifestyles. As an essential part of culture as a whole, cultural heritage contains these visible and tangible traces from antiquity to the recent past. Whether tangible or intangible, cultural heritage brings forward various dimensions of knowledge constructed by past societies. This knowledge transmits from the past to the present in diverse forms, like those of artifacts, humanly induced landscapes, and semiotic expressions, like some of the intricate symbols engraved on rock surfaces, inscriptions, folk memories, all forms of written documents. Whatever the form of knowledge, the heritage carries from generation to generation. Indeed, it would be a social capital that could be invested in the present. That is the most precious applied significance of heritage for us all. The post-pandemic era to become will be pathetic time for people anywhere in the world. The problem of sustenance might challenge us openly and crucially. Specifically, this will be a nightmare for us in Sri Lanka because of the economic crisis we are being currently facing. We are in a position now to reconsider the value of our traditional knowledge that comes through ages in the past to overcome the socio-economic difficulties that we are being currently consuming, and hope this nature further deteriorates in future. If the history of Sri Lanka is to be the concern, we are the highest of a great civilization based on irrigation and water management. Wet rice cultivation and slash and burn cultivation have been practiced uninterruptedly for nearly 2 millennia by us. Our social norms and value systems were based on this agrarian lifestyle. That strong and identical cultural mode was continuously being interacted with the neighboring cultures of the Indian Ocean and had gained a tremendous impact to be nourished. Despite this, we maintain a resilient social immune to be stable in the case of an influx of any strange ideals to the internal society. As we all know, the grandeur of our historical existence was being gradually become deteriorated from the 13th century onwards. During the period stemmed from the early 16th century until the middle part of the 20th century, three European nations, that are Portuguese, Dutch, and British, had exploited us to gain their global capitalist expectations. While making social political chaos, the nation felt uneasy at that time. Now I'm again turning to libraries, museums, and archives. All those three institutions are the responsible authorities that are keeping, preserving, and conserving the evidence of that unfolding historical trajectory. From the old book of Sikkavalanda Venisa and Sikkavalanda and Dampya Atwa Gatapade written in the medieval period to a modern novel or a parliamentary Hansard of the 21st century, the documentary records maintained by the libraries and the archives are the reflection of what historical trajectory. From a lithic implement of the Mesolithic culture that prevailed since the late Pleistocene to the national flag rose at the national independence ceremony held in 1948, museums oversee the material repositories of that evolutionary story. This says us that the legacy of knowledge by the nation is curated by those institutions. The expectation in front of us is to form a common platform to work together to find the most suitable strategy of using the knowledge repositories for the sake of the nation's well-being. To do so, the priority consideration might be our clear understanding of what sort of knowledge the current society demands and the ways of conveying it to the wider public domain. At this juncture, I believe that as professionals in the respective fields, we must initiate a continuous discussion on the management of heritage knowledge for a better future for our society. To meet this objective, it needs to have an act of courage to surpass the existing limitations imposed by the bureaucracy and the horror of neo-feudal egocentrism that row around all of us. Knowledge embedded in the cultural heritage could be divided into two categories, such as explicit knowledge and tacit knowledge. Explicit knowledge can be documented or archived, easily accessible, and searchable. In brief, explicit knowledge can be easily disseminated to others in the forms of books, manuscripts, reports, databases, search engines, and automated catalogs. Tacit knowledge can be described as experiences, skills, attitudes, and so on. Museums are able to create access and reuse knowledge by capturing explicit and tacit knowledge to archive their goal, to achieve their goals. Especially in times of global knowledge explosion, museums ought to fulfill the task of educating society. This can be achieved by serving as a discussion platform for the information society. It is clear that museums are playing a major role in the society by serving as an educational institute. In this context, museums act as knowledge centers. Museum professionals such as curators, conservators, researchers, and administrators are knowledge carriers. In this knowledge system in museums, knowledge carriers create knowledge products and services by processing knowledge objects and sources. Knowledge objects and sources are objects, field research, literature, documentations, documentary units, and knowledge products and services are exhibitions, discussions, presentations, visitor guidance, workshops, conferences, etc. Research has to be carried out constantly to develop audiences and modernize cultural heritage programs to expand more participation. These researchers are different from museums to museum according to the way they have carried out it. For example, the research framework followed by the National History Museum in Colombo will have essentially differed from the same developed by the Science and Technology Museum in Polonnaruwa. This difference may depend on timing of research, type of questions, type of visitors, etc. Research can be carried out various topics such as socio-demographics, comments on displays, prices, facilities, opening hours, support given by the staff, quality of presentations. This helps to increase the audience to a large extent. They should know their audience truly to provide effective service to them. Without knowing their audience, any heritage or conservation institute, museum, or archive cannot develop on their own. Creating more meaningful events help to encourage repeated visits of the audiences. Museums and archival professionals should be concerned on why people visit to their institutions. What is the purpose of their visits and what they are seeking in the museums, archives, or heritage institutions. Staff can interview the visitors and learn from them what exactly they need. These visitors' requirement can be varied from visitor to visitor. It improves quality of repository services and be able to provide exactly what their audience need. This helps to increase more and more people day by day, and such museums, archives, libraries, conservation institutes get public recognition and will lead to the global recognition too, while generating more income. Libraries hold an integral position in preserving knowledge, ideas, facts, and innovations useful for the development of a society and the nation at large. The library provides a platform where information can be accessible to users of such information. The major problem affecting the cultural heritage knowledge is a failure of libraries and other institutions, centers, other institutions and the information centers to identify it as an essential and vital source of information for national development. Libraries have a role in managing heritage knowledge. In that, it serves as repositories, collectors, organizers, mediators, and distributors. The library makes such knowledge and information available for the users. The library should be ICT compliant so as to ease preservation, organization, accessibility, and visibility of cultural heritage knowledge. As well organized and preserved knowledge would be available for use for generations to come. Digitizing information makes it easier to preserve, access, and share so as to protect the community's collective memory. A digitized document would be available for all users anywhere in the country instead of having to be physically present in a particular community where such information is kept. Cultural heritage resources would become extinct and unavailable in future if such resources are not digitally stored. Through the use of ICT, there would be a proper accessibility and dissemination of heritage knowledge to people, which would bring about a paradigm shift of local people from being consumers of information and knowledge to producers. As a result, it improves the standard of living of such people and on a large scale, the economy of the nation. Even though we all have a genuine interest to do things that I highlighted, discouragement may arise owing to several constraints meet in the reality against such endeavors. The major problem associated with preserving heritage knowledge in libraries is inadequate funding. Our common experience is that the information centers generally are lowly funded because it is given low priority by the government and not regarded as a money generating organizations for a nation. Another problem is the issue of illiteracy on heritage assets by the local people. Most of the people in local communities are not concerned about their cultural legacy. They are always eager to acquire urban culture, which is beyond their living domains. This is a common problem because they don't interest to document and recording inventions, discoveries, and way of doing things. Many local communities are always reluctant to disclose information about knowledge, practices, and ideas such as medical practices, agricultural practices, and so on. Not everyone feels a connection with their cultural heritage, but many people do. What is it about cultural heritage that draws these people to it? Some may think traditions are archaic and no longer relevant, and that they are unnecessary during these modern times. Perhaps for some, they are not. But for others, exploring cultural heritage offers a robust variety of benefits. In such a circumstance, libraries, museums, and archives have a decisive role to play in order to popularize heritage knowledge among the majority in the society. Let me conclude the presentation of my ideas to this academic gathering. Cultural heritage knowledge is one of the key phenomena that have to be properly and efficiently exploited to overcome the common socio-economic problems we are experiencing. I hope and wish that this meeting will be an important step taken to objectify such an achievement. Thank you very much for the National Institute of Library and Information Sciences, University of Colombo, and the great support extended by the Vice Chancellor of the Colombo University. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senior Professor Raj Somadeva, for an eye-opening keynote speech. And we have a brief announcement for all the dignitaries and participants. May I ask you all to switch on your cameras so that we can have a group photograph. Thank you. Yeah, if you all could switch on your cameras, that would be nice to have all of your faces. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your patience and cooperation. Let me pass the microphone to Ms. Manatunga.
Yes, Ramanan. Dana is simply the morality of superior culture. In this regard, we would like to present mementos to our chief guest, guest of honor, and keynote speaker.
Yes, thank you for accepting our mementos, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, now it's time for us to acknowledge all those who have contributed. May I invite our conference chair, Dr. Ruan Gamage, senior lecturer from NILIS. Sir, over to you.
Thank you. Madam Vice Chancellor, Senior Professor Chandrika N. Vijayaratne, Chairman, NILIS Board of Management, Senior Professor Premakumara De Silva, Keynote Speaker, Senior Professor Raj Somadeva, our most valued invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks at the close of this inaugural session of the NILIS Research Symposium 2021. On behalf of NILIS, the collaborators, and the program committee, let me call it an alliance of information professionals here together, and on my behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to the chief guest, Madam Vice Chancellor, Senior Professor Chandrika Vijayaratne. And thank you very much, sir, Professor Premakumara De Silva, for joining us and delivering a thought-provoking speech, an analytical speech on conceptual definition of society, culture, and heritage. It was very much appropriate to the current occasion. Senior Professor Raj Somadeva, the keynote speaker of the occasion, thank you for giving us an excellent coverage of the state of cultural heritage knowledge and the role of cultural heritage institutions. We are all inspired by your great words. I should thank our collaborators, National Library of Sri Lanka, Sri Lanka National Archives, National Museum of Sri Lanka, Royal Asiatic Society of Sri Lanka, and the Association for Information Science and Technology. And all invitees representing various organizations in librarianship, information studies, and cultural studies. Special thanks go to the chairman of Sri Lanka Rupawahini Corporation, Mr. Sunala Gunawardena, and the chief librarian, Mrs. Ranjini Herath, for allowing us to use a video on dances in Sri Lanka at this function. And I should thank all the paper presenters who contributed at their best. We are still waiting to listen to their presentations, but the book of abstracts is now available online. I should thank the session chairs and all the collaborators or the contributors who worked hard to make this a reality. Without the support of the NILIS Board of Management, Academic Committee, NILIS administration, staff, and students, this would not be possible. My special thanks goes to Dr. Pradeepa Vijayatunga, who supported in all the aspects of this symposium. I also extend my thanks to the peers, Mr. T. Ramanan and Ms. Kalpana Manatunga, the program committee, the co-editor, Dr. Champa Alhakon, of the co-editor of the proceedings, the University of Colombo School of Computing, including the director, Professor Hevagamage and Dr. Samantha Mathararachi, and the team who provided us the logistical support. And Sugatadasa Bandar and Sons Limited for preparation of plaques. Finally, I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to all who have supported. I may have missed some of you, but thank you very much once again. And thank you all those who have participated in this inaugural ceremony, and we expect you to join. We thank you for being with us in the morning, but we have the technical sessions that will start at 11 a.m. in 40 minutes time. Stay with us after having a nice cup of tea from wherever you are. And with the same link, you can continue. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ruan, and thank you all again. So let us break for tea and resume at 11 to our technical sessions.
We have another brief announcement here. There will be awards for best presenters, best students presenter, and best NILIS Symposium presenter. There will be issues of certificates based on the criteria given out by the committee. Please stay tuned after having your break, tea break. Thank you.
So, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
पूर्ण सवय गेली तुमच्या दिवसापासून हा मेकॅनिकल नाही या गाडी हवा मारायचा दुपारच्या हो ते पाईप लावून टाकतो त्याची हवा एक 8 दिवसाला उतरतेच हवा काय तो पंक्चर आहे सापडत नाही
Recording stopped. This is part 6 for gossip. We have started digging now. If the water is too hot, add cold water to it.
නෑටක් ගලනවනේ.
Hi. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
You can, okay.
Yes, yes.
I'm ready if you are.
Recording in progress.
Dr. Jayraj, shall we open the session?
Yeah, we can open Dr. Nayan Vijayasundara. Yeah, she's there.
Yes, I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready.
Okay, let's start.
Dr. Nayan join with us. She will join with us. Okay, thank you, madam.
Good morning to all of you. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah.
Audible enough?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Good morning to all of you. So,
Good morning.
We are in the first technical session. It is about cultural knowledge and awareness. I'm Naina Vijayasundara. I'm the librarian, University of Sri Javadanapura. At the moment, I'm doing a sabbatical assignment at the Gampaha Wickramaarachchi University of Indigenous Medicine. So with that, I would like to give the podium to Dr. Jayraj.
Yeah, thank you, madam. Good morning, everybody. I'm so glad to be among you all. And first of all, I would like to congratulate the director, Dr. Pradeepa Vijayatunga, NILIS director, and the conference chair, Dr. Ruwan Gamagi, in organizing this virtual conference on such a timely topic, cultural heritage. Actually, cultural heritage is the heritage we have inherited, our legacy, our memories, physical places, objects, and intangible beliefs and practices, and so much more. So I'm so happy, and also I noticed that there are 73 participants. It's good. I would like to thank for giving me this opportunity to chair this session along with Dr. Nayana Vijayasundara. So we have 7 presentations, and Madam Nayana Vijayasundara will introduce the first presenter. Over to you, madam.
Yes, as you said, our cultural or indigenous knowledge is stored in various forms. As we know, through palm leaf manuscripts and wall paintings, especially in temples. And also, a part of our indigenous knowledge is not documented. So we have to think of preparing mechanisms to tap that knowledge. I'm very sure that our presenters will have their views, research outcomes to make aware us about these things. Without further ado, I invite the first speaker of this session, Vidya Jyoti Ashley DeVos. He is a chartered architect, landscape architect, conservator, and a heritage management consultant. He will enlighten us with the temple wall paintings of Sri Lanka, a permanent visual record of a vibrant society. Yes, of a vibrant society. So I would like to invite Vidya Jyoti Ashley DeVos to present his views. Over to you, Vidya Jyoti Ashley DeVos.
Sorry, you can hear me, right?
Yes, yeah. You are audible.
Oh, good. Can I also share my screen with you?
Zoom master, hope that yes, he has given the facility.
Yeah,
yes, sir, you can. You may share.
Okay.
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, that's fine. Now, basically, I would like to take you through a few things that maybe you all are aware of, but also not aware of. Sri Lanka was referred to by the Persians as the land at the other end, Lankawa. You know, so if you look at this old map, for example, this is Lanka, and that's the Persian Empire and so on, and that is going into China on that side. So it's an incredible country because it was right in the center of this trade route between the Mediterranean and also the other end on China. So there were lots of influences that came in and left and so on. In fact, Sri Lankans, say for example, the island consists of many villages, about 30,000 scattered around, and each of them had some access to a temple somewhere. Then the old villages, for example, belong to the Puranagamas, the most ancient hamlets, usually laid out as pokurugammanas, as clusters, and they were traditionally established in the jungles by an individual or a group of friends, and so on. And what I find as a researcher into architecture is that these villages, in fact, influenced everything we have done since. That is, even what we are doing today have been influenced. Now, there are colonial writers who talk about the veranda. I mean, this is the veranda, the pillar. So the veranda was never introduced by the Portuguese. It was here in our traditional architecture. Now, say for example, I won't go into too much detail because now again, this is again the veranda in one of the villages. Because you needed, in our climate, you needed protection for the mud walls. And the only way you could protect the mud walls was to have overhangs that came fairly low down to protect the walls. And this is basically what was being done by all of them. Now, the dane was given by the village. So the village was very closely attached to the temples. Now, I won't go into details of the construction of the temples and so on, but something that I would like to mention is that the Vavar and the temple and the village had very close relationship. Now, for example, the village was given a name. The tank was given a name because of something that was close by, like say Palugas Vavar. There were palu trees on the bank of the Vavar, and then the village got the name of Palugas Vavar. So that was a relationship which was very close and so on. Now, The temples are mostly, this again giving you an idea of what the attitude was. Village tanks were very important because it supplied the water, it supplied everything for the village. And then this is the type of sort of this thing that happened. Then now, for example, I'll give you some examples of temple types. This is Ambekka Vihara, and this is actually a photograph taken very early in the 1890s from this end to the entrance to the temple. Now, the people who lived on either side of the Vidya were actually people who worked in the temple. Now, it has changed today, but this is a very early photograph and it's very interesting because if you look at the buildings, they are very representative of the period. Now, the paintings to me have been something that's very exciting. There was no need to look at these temples as something very different. They were like little sculptures in the round, and that's how they were observed, that's how they were accessed, and so on. And there was no concept of facade, you know. So in other words, you could look at this building from all sides and still enjoy what it was, and so on. The only thing that it had, again, this is a Ambalama. These are Tampita Viharas raised on column. Now, why were they raised on column? They were raised on column because the rain that was falling, the flooding, and so on. And that is the only way they could protect the temples themselves. Now, if you look at this temple, for example, it was influenced by the Bissa, which was in the village, you know. So that's why I said there was a very close relationship of the development of architectural styles from the very early period, from the Purana Gamas up to what we have today. Even the later Valavas were influenced heavily by the Purana Gamas. Now, this, for example, what did they do? The only thing that they had was some sort of the two Dorotopalas on either side and entrance into the temple. The rest was very simple, the raised columns and so on. But of course, today's priests don't seem to understand the value of these buildings, and a lot of the temples, for example, if you look at the left-hand side bottom, a lot of the temples have been neglected, they have been demolished, and horrible new buildings have been put up by the temples, supported by the Dayaka Sabha, who has got some other idea of what it should all be about. Now, the paintings on the inner walls of temples were pictorial records related to the life of the Buddha, as all of you know, the Jataka stories and so on, and other records of the life. The stories were painted on the walls of the earliest monasteries, is also seen in the cave temples that are found across the country. Now, what is very interesting is that the rules of the Sangha, that is the Vinaya, permitted the temple to be painted in certain ways. That is, it had to have a background which was of a certain color. The color was said to reduce the harshness of the glare created by the bright sunlight in the surrounding environment, and successfully to generate a more pleasant inner environment. And you can see how that concept of a color background eventually converted to the background color for most temple paintings that were to follow. So it's very, very important that we remember that there was an evolution even in the temple paintings, which, for example, the painters, the original painters were all resident monks, but of course later as it went on, it changed. To me, these paintings should maybe recognized as the most accurate visual history books of the time. Now, this is Sigiriya and this is Dambulla. The styles are different because of the periodic differences, but the concepts are all the same. Now, so for example, it shows the details in architecture, the people, their clothes, the minute printed design motifs in the fabrics worn, the fashion, stylistic differences in the social strata, the food they consumed and their preparation, the animals resident in the vicinity, the common modes of transport, the trees, the plants, and even the ships, for example. This is again an earlier shot where you see everything is very simple. This is the only sort of design elements in the outside of the temple. The rest was the same. Now these are some inside shots of the Galdhoro, which is of a much later period, the Kandy period. But if you notice, they record everything in such detail, you know, the carts that were used, the way the people were dressed, the way the trees and so on. And actually, if you go into it much deeper, you see the architecture of the time, everything very, very carefully detailed. So the painters were actually documenting in great detail the history of the period, you know. So actually, if you study the paintings carefully, you can actually almost periodize the temple itself to which period it came from. So I think, to me, they are the best libraries we have, you know, of the culture of this country. It's so much in detail, which is very, very important. Now, of course, during troubled times, there were problems, right? This is a Petikada, which again is a story. And then this is a portable temple. So especially during the invasions from the colonial period, the temples are shifting around because temples have been destroyed. The priest carried this portable temple with him. He went and sat under a tree, hung the Petikada from the tree, and then created the temple. So, I mean, as far as recording is concerned, these are extremely important and so fantastic. And the closer you look at it, the more excited you get, because it is absolutely unique. I don't see that in any other culture, in fact, which to me is very, very great and sort of very interesting. Of course, now this is, for example, from Subhadarame in Karagampitiya, the top drawing shows, in fact, the first steamship that passed in the sea there. So, I mean, the painter saw that and he put it on the temple wall, you know. So, as a record, to me, it's so important that these are recording things that we normally don't consider as very important, because we just think of it as being, okay, it's just a drawing. No, that's not the point. The point is that they were observant. Now, this is from, for example, the left-hand side, the carving is from a temple near Kurunegala. It shows Portuguese soldiers, one even smoking a pipe, you know, and then their guns. So, I mean, they recorded everything they saw. So that's why I feel that these are very, very important. They're more important than the normal books that we have in our libraries. These are, in fact, records, permanent records. And this is why we also have to look after them, to make sure that they are not lost in time. Because now, say, for example, when the Cholas came to Sri Lanka, they were only interested in pillaging, collecting material and taking it back, and they were melting it down. And I'm absolutely sure that the Chola bronzes that everybody makes a lot of noise about is made up of, say even Buddha statues that are broken up, remelted, and cast into the statue. So the Shiva Nataraja may have the details of a Buddha statue inside him, because that was broken, melted, and taken up. The same thing happened with the arrival of the Portuguese. They destroyed the temples. They were not collecting materials for museums. They were collecting material, economic material. They were just breaking it up, turning it into coins and so on, for paying salaries to their soldiers. When they did not have money, they in fact even encouraged the soldiers to pillage the temples. So you have this huge thing that was taking place all the time. Then, for example, during the Portuguese period, we have a situation where churches were being built, and the building of the churches and the craftsmen that lived on the coast who were actually forced to be converted into Christianity started building church, helping the building of the churches. Then, for example, in the British period, when, for example, especially in, say, after 1870, when they decided that churches could be, temples could be built, because during the Portuguese period, the temples were destroyed. During the Dutch period, the temples were destroyed. Halfway through the British period, they permitted some temple buildings. So when the temple buildings were done, and if you look at the, if you follow the temples, especially on the West Coast, I mean, they are almost like churches. Now, for example, this is down south, you have the coat of arms, the British coat of arms over the entrance door. And this looks more like a church than a temple, you know. So this is the influence that came in and so on. Now, this effect of this hybridization, for example, is interesting, but it only happened on the coast. The Kandy area, this did not happen because the craftsmen in the Kandy area were not exposed to this sort of changes, you know, and they kept on building in the traditional style. So the buildings that you have in the Kandy period actually is the same style as when they started in Anuradhapura period. You know, it just came through. It evolved but did not change. It came right through. And you see the same thing in the paintings. The bands are the same. The width of the bands where they painted the wall paintings are the same. Whereas when you come to the West Coast, the bands change because the whole attitude is a little different. So I think that's an important point to remember. Then, for example, the other thing that you might, I might say about the church buildings, if you look at the traditional temple, they were very small. They were not huge buildings. Whereas if you come to the West Coast, the temples are actually trying to almost compete with the churches. They are getting bigger and bigger, and the roof shapes are changing. And instead of the traditional timber columns, you have masonry columns because the roof loads are different and so on. And this change, of course, is also seen in the paintings, because the paintings now are not being advised by the monk painters, but by the new donor Dayaka Sabhas, who are saying that, you know, I want this to be done like this. And a lot of them were influenced by the painted backdrops used by the new dance theaters that were made in Colombo from Bombay, and also by church paintings. So you have a change that was taking place even in the painting styles, but you can actually follow it very carefully. If you look at it in some systematic manner, you can see how it changed right through the time, how it evolved with the influences coming in. Kandy period, no influences. They stayed the same right up to the Kandy period, right? But the coastal areas, the changes were related to Christianity and the conversion of these craftsmen into Christianity, building of churches. The temples also start looking like churches and so on. And basically, for example, is the entrance to a temple in Berola. I mean, it has nothing to do with Sri Lanka. You know, it's something else. This is actually another entrance to a
I'm sorry to disturb you. To keep the time schedule, can you wrap up within another 2 minutes time, please?
Yeah, I'll do that. So this is again, you can see the crest of the British coat of arms here, and then this Torana, for example, is more like a church than a temple, right? But what is interesting is that I'll give my last one here. This is again the doorway temple. This is actually Dambulla, on the left hand side. It has nothing to do with a temple, right? And this is actually Katalua, the Torana at Katalua, for example, with the British coat of arms and so on. And you find that temples are changing, the colors are changing, perspective is now coming in. Earlier you had flat backgrounds, even the temples are changing, the shapes are changing. On the right hand top is one of the Dayaka Sabha people also being sculpted into the temple itself. I said the colors were changing. Can you see the colors? Earlier the colors are very subdued and so on. This is now changing completely because they're buying, for example, now this is Berola Banamado, which actually was a church, which was converted because some of the people are reconverting back into Buddhism. People who were converted into Christianity were coming back, and they were sort of getting back to the thing. Now, this is a very important thing that happened here in during the Victoria Jubilee. Some Sri Lankans went to London and met Queen Victoria and told her, look, because the beating of the tom-tom was banned in the temple because the drum was also used as a call to war. So the British banned it. So they went and told the Queen, Madam, we need the drums because that is actually part of our rituals. And we can't do it without that. It's nothing to do with a war, but that is the ritual in the temple. So she said, okay, you can go and beat the tom-tom. So what happened was an interesting thing that happened, and you see it in a couple of temples in the south, especially in, for example, Totagamu and so on, where the Mahikanta, which was normally a goddess which was placed above the entrance to the temple, is now replaced by a portrait of Queen Victoria. So you can see the huge colonial influence that has come in here, and so on, and it becomes something totally different. So to me, these temples should be preserved, the paintings should be preserved as the best historical history books of the time, right? They are actually recording they are library recordings of what happened continuously during the period, and you can actually look at the whole evolution of social structure during these periods recorded on the temple walls. And to me, this is why they should be preserved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Presenter. With you, the Ashley D. Moss, ADB Consultants of Sri Lanka, for presenting in a comprehensive manner. Since we are behind the schedule, we can move on to the next presentation.
I'm sorry about that. It's just that my paper is much longer. I'll send you a copy of the paper. So that
yeah, that's good.
We looked at differently. Okay,
thank you. Thank you. So the second paper will be on traditional methods of knowledge transfer and acquisition with a special reference to indigenous knowledge of indigenous medicine in Sri Lanka. This presentation will be presented by Dr. G.R. Padmasri, University of the Visual and Performing Arts, Sri Lanka. Dr. Padmasri, you can start your presentation.
Ladies and gentlemen, in this session, my presentation is based on indigenous knowledge. Indigenous knowledge is a widespread knowledge system. Therefore, it is limited to indigenous medicine in Sri Lanka. It is again limited to knowledge transfer and acquisition. In this study, I have employed qualitative approach as the method. Registered and unregistered indigenous medical practitioners were selected as the study population. Indigenous knowledge is a survival knowledge system which is based on experience, often tested over centuries of use, adapted to local culture and environment. Indigenous medicine as a part of indigenous knowledge also based on theories, beliefs, and experiences. In general, IK can be found in two different forms. The first one is tacit form. That means it is not recorded in any media. Therefore, it is in danger because some of the knowledge may be disappeared with the death of such knowledge holders. The second form is implicit. Oral leaf manuscript is the main media used to record indigenous medicine. In addition to oral leaf manuscripts, papers also used to record indigenous medicine. Indigenous medical system of Sri Lanka is called as Desiya Chikitsa, Sinhala Vedakama, or Hela Vedakama, but not the Ayurveda. Indigenous medicine is a multidisciplinary knowledge system. It is closely related to religion, astrology, demonology, spiritual power, etc. In addition to medicine, people trust on yantra, mantra, bali, tovil, kema, etc. They use rituals as the remedial measures for illnesses. Around 20,000 indigenous medical practitioners are engaged in the system. 26% of them traditional indigenous medical practitioners. Around 8,000 unregistered medical practitioners are also engaged in the system. Some of the registered indigenous medical practitioners and unregistered indigenous medical practitioners did not have institutional training. They trained as apprentices under the supervision of their close relatives or masters. However, both parties who have institutional knowledge or not should inculcate 5 habits to be a learned practitioners. They are habit of hearing, habit of observation, habit of knowing, habit of practice, with altogether experience. According to the study, IK can be only transferred to family members. Some knowledge can be transferred to reliable non-relatives, that means outside apprentice. Some knowledge cannot be transferred at all, such as spiritual power. In conclusion, IK cannot be fully transferred. There should be a mutual agreement between IK holders and the receiver to transfer and acquire indigenous knowledge. Younger generation reluctant to acquire indigenous knowledge on indigenous medicine due to socio-economic and cultural barriers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Padmasiri. So we'll move on to the third presentation. This will be presented by Adarin Sola E. Kayode, Faculty of Management Science, Durban University of Technology, South Africa, and Department of Educational Management, Faculty of Education, University of Ibadan, Nigeria, and Fulo Hello or G. Netswera, Department of Educational Management, Faculty of Education, University of Ibadan, Nigeria. They will talk on personal naming systems amongst the Igbo and Yoruba culture in Nigeria, a review analysis. Over to you, presenters.
You all to the Symposium 2021. My name is Dr. Adarin Sola Eunice Kayode. The title of my presentation is Naming Systems Among the Yoruba and Igbo Culture in Nigeria Review. Outline will be listed. Introduction. Personal naming is an essential component and practice among diverse communities across the world. personal naming aspects among the Igbos and Yoruba tribes in Nigeria serve diverse cultural aspects and have important implication on someone's life. Then in Nigeria culture, a child naming ceremony takes place when the newborn is 8 years old. And Yoruba people, like Igbo people tribe, are united by language, customs, beliefs, and behaviors. This study carried out review on the impact of culture on naming ceremonies among Igbo and Yoruba society in Nigeria context. Nigeria is a country that blending many indigenous cultures that were dominated by many tribes. The Igbo and Yoruba dressing code for the child during naming ceremony are indifferent. We can see that of Yoruba is this first child, while the second one is Igbo tradition. And naming ceremony is a widely observed culture among these two tribes. The arrival of newborn baby is a thing of joy. Related work were being cited. Then the review was on the naming system and cultural contents of naming among the Igbo and Yoruba. It calls Sewa Ye Ibanye Nuwa. That's the meaning of stepping into the world. Then Yoruba people like Igbo are culturally linked together in their naming ceremony. And the ceremony always conducted in the morning of the 8th day after the arrival of the new baby boy. Naming based on the context in Yoruba culture, and the Yoruba language for naming is Isomoloruko, meaning giving a name to a child. And the three major types are including national giving and pet name for the child. Naming based on context of the Igbo aspect is that Igbo believe that the naming of their child should be after the market days, which they are into 4 categories: Eke, Orie, Afo, and Uko. A child born on Eke, for example, named after Okeke for male and for female Igbeke. So now, naming also, Igbo also believe in culture and words in naming their child. For example, Anune mean word of mother. And the previous among these two tribes are such like Ade, Ola, Akwabata, Akwede. These are the purpose of implying crown, honor, royalty. So this name will be named after this position in the families. So Christian influence also the name of the new child born in the tribe of Yoruba and Igbo, and they believe that the name of the child should go after the name of the Lord. For example, Similoluwa in Yoruba means rest on the Lord, while Shiku, the great God. So the conclusion for this study is that majority of scholars believe that naming is not just a signpost, they reflect the name giving such like social, political, cultural ideas, and also there should be after the gender, social, religious, national identities. So in conclusion, naming and among the Yoruba people are being examined. The recommendation from this study is that the Igbo tradition and Yoruba is slowly fading away due to modernization and globalization. Thus, the need to remind and retain the community on these traditions. So the reorientation of this naming process should be benefit from adequate documentation for future reference. Some cited authors were referenced. Many thanks for your listening.
Yeah, we hope that all participants would have got the substance, because some recordings were not done in a proper way. So I think participants were able to get the idea. No, anyway, we can move on to the next presentation on bridging the past, present, and future of a Cape Slaves Notebook by Archie L. Dick, Department of Information Science, University of Pretoria, Republic of South Africa. Archie L. Dick, you can start your presentation.
Just over a decade ago, I transcribed and translated the text of a notebook kept by the Dutch East India Company slave Johannes Smissing. The text, written in Dutch, consists of personal information, examples of writing, reading, and arithmetic, as well as a morning hymn. Across 2 pages, there is also a fascinating list of medical remedies written in the Tamil language. Johannes was born in the old slave lodge in Cape Town in 1697 to a company employee and a slave mother. He attended the slave lodge school, and at 17 he became a teacher there and a healer, or a kind of doctor as well. His name and that of his mother, Manda Gracia, are hardly visible in the baptismal record of the Dutch Reformed Church. But as Jan Smissing, it appears to be burned into the bright red front cover of his notebook. And on the first or title page, it transforms him in fancy lettering into Johannes Smissing, writing and reading master in service of the Honorable East India Company. This formulation confers on him a powerful identity and connects him with a global corporation. Mentioned elsewhere in the text of the notebook as schoolmaster reinforces Johannes's self-identity as a master instead of a slave. When he gained his freedom around 1719, the notebook moved out of the lodge with him, then as a so-called free black. Johannes's notebook and its intriguing text transformed him in the eyes of his community. He was publicly acknowledged as Meester or Master Jan until his death in November 1734. An inventory of his belongings lists books and 3 Bibles, but does not specify details of this special notebook. A recent Facebook post by a distant relative of Johannes Smissing reveals his discovery of our work. Patrick Millet, who established family connections on his mother's side, also happens to be a member of the Council of the South African Heritage Resources Agency and co-founder of the very recently established Camissa Museum that reveals the rich and complex history of Camissa Africans, or those classified as colored. This primarily online museum and African Center for Restorative Memory also features Smissing and his notebook. It now gives its text the best chance to move others and to travel from the global south to the global everywhere. The Tamil language list of medical recipes and remedies derived from the traditional Ayurvedic medicine of South India may help connect time and space. These had been written into Johannes's notebook in the original Tamil by Nicholas Undaiki, who was exiled as a convict from Colombo in Ceylon, or Sri Lanka today. Family members shipped medical books as well as roots and pills to Nicholas, along with several letters. With the permission of South Africa's Department of Arts and Culture, Johannes's notebook was included too in a Rijksmuseum exhibition in Amsterdam in 2017. Under the title Good Hope, the exhibition aimed to explore the complex history of relations between the Netherlands and South Africa. Intriguingly, on one of the pages in his notebook, Johannes had actually described himself as a Cape of Good Hope schoolmaster. This notebook will continue to advance our understanding of moving texts and traveling tales from the global south.
Thank you, Dick, for the interesting presentation. And now we are moving on to Indonesia. The next presenter will be from Indonesia. The presenter will speak on identification of gender equality archives as World Documentary Heritage in Indonesia. Presenter is Endang Esa Rahaya, National Research and Innovation Agency, Indonesia. Rahaya, over to you.
Hello everyone, good morning and good afternoon. It is great pleasure to join you in this symposium. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to present the work of our research on identification of gender equality archives as World Documentary Heritage in Indonesia. Before presentation, I would like to start by acknowledging to UNESCO and National Archives for our collaboration and support. Among the assessment of the current 155 items of memory of the World Documentary Heritage in the Asia-Pacific region, only 4 out of these items have any discernible links to gender or could be deemed to contribute to gender equality. Indonesia holds an enormous number of archival documentary heritage that records the memory about the role of women in the country. These archives narrate the activities of women leaders, female heroes, and other women activists whose activities deserve to be documented as the memory of the world. The objective of the research are to identify the archives holdings in the custody of the National Archives of the Republic of Indonesia that being categorized as one of the gender equality marker of UNESCO, in which they could also potentially be nominated for the inscription of the UNESCO Memory of the World Register. Another objectives are to increase the awareness of the public on gender-related archival documentary heritage in Indonesia, which are categorized according to gender equality marker, and also to enhance the international collaboration on the nomination of gender-related archival documentary heritage for the inscription on the International Memory of the World Register in UNESCO. Scope of the research is archival documents since 20th century from early 1900s to Indonesian independence, and the output of the research is listing of potentially gender-sensitive archives, GEM 1 to 3. The process of archives identification was carried out through the archives tracing by using a historical and gender approach. The team traced the documents that were related to the subject. The research emphasized on completeness and depth of archive information and not the quantity of records. The more complete the historical information is, the more significant the markers of the gender equality will be. The finding results are then verified and mapped on the basis of gender equality marker and criteria of the inscription on memory of the World Register of UNESCO. One of the criteria taken for the memory of the World inscription of this research is word significance. This is the timeline observation from October 2020 to February 2021 by doing focus group discussion, archival searching, workshop to classify gender equality marker, then archival selection and doing mini seminar for finalized archival documents. The output of the research consists of 31 folders, 620 pages, and 3 volumes of textual archives, and 337 photographs, 1 video, 1 DVD, and 18 cassettes of sound recording. 2 collections among these archives are potentially nominated as Memory of the World Program, namely First Indonesian Women Congress Archives for category of Gender Equality Marker 2 or Gender Responsive, and Kartini Letters for category of Gender Equality Marker 3 or Gender Transformative. First Indonesian Women Congress documents have were significant in address based political rights and universal value and resulted in universal suffrage for women. Kartini letters becomes the sources of knowledge or discussion worldwide on the woman emancipation in the Dutch East Indies, which was translated in Dutch, Malay, English, and French. And universal and transformative value in education for girls and women to create education for all, action, school at home, and empowers the development of Kartini School or other school for women. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will give a space for participants to ask any questions at the end of the session. So let's wait till the session is over. The next presentation is on a study on the emblems in Harris-Pattua and Tumbane areas by JLGVMSS, the long initials, Jayasinger, Department of Archaeology, University of Kelaniya, Sri Lanka, and HW Nipuna Tatsara, Department of Sinhala, University of Ruhuna, Sri Lanka. So they will present on a study on the emblems. Yeah.
Good evening, all of you. You are welcome to our presentation. My name is HW Nipunathatsara. I am a final year student in the Department of Sinhala, University of Ruhuna. My assistant author's name is JLGVMSS Jayasinghe. He is a final year student in the Department of Archaeology, University of Kelaniya. First, I would like to present the research topic. Our research topic was a study on the emblems in Harris-Pattua and Tumpane areas. Turn to the introduction because there is not enough time. It is done thematically. Emblem can be described as a cultural element used to play an important role in the ancient village society. Several emblems have been constructed in the Harris-Pattua and Tumpane areas of the Kandy district connecting the old Kurunegala and Trincomalee roads. Many of these emblems have now been destroyed, and the purpose of this research is to study them. In focusing on research methodology, this study was primarily based on prior research. Data were collected from observation and interviews on selected emblems from library studies and map studies focusing on emblems in those areas.
As a result of this research, many of the emblems built in this area during the Kandian period have been restored in such a way that their original appearance is indistinguishable. However, parts of the old emblems in the Konakalagala and Atharagama areas still remain. Panthalia is for the thirsty passengers of Atharagama Ambalam. There is also one moonstone. Also important is the roof architecture found in these emblems. There are the wood carvings of the emblems in this area. This is the list of emblems in Harris-Pattua and Tumpane. As the conclusion of the research, it was revealed that the seat are divided according to different levels of the society. Most of the ambulams were restrooms, and some ambulams served as dhamma halls, meeting rooms, court as well as checkpoints or tax collection. According to the location of ambalam, information about the all village roads between Harispattu and Tumpani was revealed. Some ambalams are named after the scholars who built them. Example, Kumburegama Ambalam. As the bibliography and discussion of the research. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to the last presentation of this session. A study on Indian mythologies contained in the Low Country Sindhu Vannam by K.C. Sampath Silva, University of the Visual and Performing Arts, Sri Lanka. Over to you, Mr. Silva.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I am Chamra Sampath from University of the Visual and Performing Arts, Colombo, Sri Lanka. My research topic is a study of Indian mythologies contained in the Low Country Sindhu Vannam. The Sindhu Vannam, originating from the Sri Upulwan Vishnu Devalaya in Devinuwara, can be described as a traditional dance form in the Low Country dance tradition of Sri Lanka. This reflects a belief system about the concept of Lord Vishnu, a popular belief among the lowlanders of Sri Lanka. Sindhu Vannam is a 32-verse poem. According to the Oxford English Dictionary, mythology is a traditional story, especially one concerning the early history of a people or explaining some natural or social phenomenon, typically involving supernatural beings or events. The purpose of this research was to study the Indian mythologies contained in Low Country Sindhu Vannam. As the research problem of this study, does the Low Country Sindhu Vannam contain Indian mythologies of Lord Vishnu, and they also include communication elements that influence the establishment of social morality was studied. In this study, qualitative research methodology was used as the research methodology to collect research-related data. Accordingly, our study revealed some mythologies about the Dashavatar of Lord Vishnu and other Indian myths about Lord Vishnu in the content of the Sindhu Vannam poetry. We analyzed 6 mythologies from this presentation. The mythology of Rama Ravana war and destroy evil forces by Rama, contained in 3rd poem of Sindhu Vannam, and it communicates moral principles of defeating injustice and suppression of evil. The mythology of Lord Vishnu incarnates as Mohini, defeats Brahmasura and gives refuge to Lord Shiva, contained in 18th Sindhu Vannam poem, and it communicates moral principles of friendliness, defeating injustice, self-sacrifice, suppression of evil. The mythology of Lord Vishnu incarnates Narasimha and destroy evil forces, contained in 12th Sindhu Vannam poem. It communicates moral principles of suppression of evil and defeating injustice. The mythology of Lord Vishnu rescues an elephant from the clutches of a crocodile, contained in 12th Sindhu Vannam poem, and it communicates moral principles of righteousness, non-violence, compassion, and benevolence. The mythology of destruction of Putana Demonas by Krishna contains in 6th Sindhu Vannam poem, and it communicates moral principles of suppression of evil and defeating injustice. The mythology of the Lord Vishnu incarnates as Rama giving arms of life to an Asura who was hidden under the water, contained in 23rd Sindhu Vannam poem, and it communicates moral principles of righteousness, non-violence, compassion, and benevolence. The moral qualities embodied in the mythologies associated with the Lord Vishnu are grasped by the devotees through the Sindhu Vannam. Through it, the person develops spiritually and behaves morally. The socialization of internally developed individuals minimizes social problems and leads to social development. This can be analyzed by using Hegelian dialectical theory. Hegelian dialectical theory states that a new truth is formed when a certain truth collides with its opposite. The Sindhvanam is the process by which God and man work together to build a better society. Devotees pray to God, and God communicates how a person should behave morally, and through it builds a moral society. The conclusion of this study is that Lokantri Sindhvanam contains a number of Indian mythologies associated with the Lord Vishnu, which contribute to the development of personalities and the morality of society. The research suggests that instead of dismissing mythology as a myth that is an intangible cultural heritage, it should be used creatively for personal and social development, as well as for achieving Sustainable Development Goal 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. The references used for this research can be summarized as follows. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sampath. And with that, we have come to the end of this session. So since we are running behind the time, we can give exactly 15 minutes to the question and answer session, the discussion. So the forum is open to all the audience. We were talking about wall paintings and indigenous medicine, naming of children in certain tribes, and gender equity, and ambalam, and many more things. So you can start the discussion. Dr. Jairaj. You are on mute, Dr. Jairaj.
Extremely sorry. Yeah, the thing is, I have a question related to the fifth presentation on identification of gender equality. I would like to know whether Endang Rahaya is online. Are you online?
Yes.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, sure.
Yeah. The thing is, you have found two collections from UNESCO's gender equality marker, isn't it? One is Indonesian Women Congress. The second one is Cartini's letter of related document, you said. Okay. These are related to gender responsive and gender transformative. What about that first gender equality marker, gender sensitive? You couldn't find any collections for that criteria? First one? Because you have identified three markers, no? One is gender sensitivity, and gender responsive, and gender transformative. So what about the first one? Nothing is there in your slide, I saw. You couldn't find any collections for that? Can you go to the ninth slide for you? Because I saw in your ninth slide. Okay, you are unable to understand, right?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Mr.
Yeah.
According to our research, there is no gender sensitive in our result.
So
it's only two criteria.
Only two criteria.
Yeah.
Gender responsive and gender transformative.
Yeah. We don't have gender sensitive in this.
Do you think that there are any other criteria to proven that gender equality marker other than these three: sensitive, responsive, and transformative? Do you have any ideas? Because you have done a thorough research, no? Okay, we can move on to the
Yes.
next question. Yeah.
Yes.
Anyway.
Any of the participants would like to ask any questions or suggest something? If not, I would like to get views from Mr. Ashley DeVos. As a conservator, what do you suggest to conserve this? I hope Mr. DeVos is with us. Yes, as a conservator, what do you think what do you propose to conserve this Mbeke wood carving? Because when we visit about 3 years back, 4 years back, nothing, no any measures were taken to conserve those. Do you propose anything as a conservator?
Well, actually, the Department of Archaeology has conserved it over a period of time. They have in fact replaced parts of column. They don't take the whole column out. They only take parts of the column and fit the one part into the other. So that's there. But there are other issues at Mbeke which maybe should be addressed. That is, I personally feel that the roof structure is not very correctly done. Because if you look at it carefully, you will find that the roof is carried not on a beam on the column, but on a beam on the extended pekade. So that has not been done. So that to me is a bigger problem.
Is it the Kanimadala thing?
Yeah. Say for example, you have that pekade extension.
Yeah.
So the beam should be at the end of that, not on top of the column. You know?
Okay.
Next time you go take a look. That is something that somebody has missed, and I don't know how they can correct it, because you have to take the whole roof off to correct that. You know? So that's a major issue. But of course, the columns, one of the problems that you face with carvings is that if you look at the quality of carvings, is very different. You know, today we are looking at something that is absolutely perfect, whereas when they did it at that time, it was perfect, but it has a slightly different attitude, no, towards carving. So these are issues that is very difficult to copy original works and so on. So what you do in conservation, you try to preserve the old as long as possible.
Okay.
Rather than trying to change it or redo it, you know, because redoing, you'll lose the essence of the old quality, which is a problem. So it's true of all things, even old buildings. You have to be careful about the spirit of the building. Temples more problematic than anything else, because today's craftsmen really don't understand why certain things were done. You know, because the whole education system has broken down. You know, earlier there was the apprentice system, so where you had say for example a young man worked with an older person till he sort of really got good, and then he became, say, carpenter, for example, would just only keep the timber ready for the older person to work on. But today what is happening is that he goes to the state trading or something, buys a saw and a chisel, and he thinks he's a carpenter. So that's the issue.
Right.
So the training systems have been destroyed.
Yeah, that's
training system. So I don't know how we can rebuild that, but that is to me the major issue in conserving old buildings. You know,
right.
If you want to see a good conservation,
Yeah.
there is the Ambalama on the Kandy Road. Mapalagala, I think. Mapalagama, Ambalama. To me, that is the gold standard in conservation. So done by the archaeology department in the I think 50s, where when it had destroyed itself or destroyed due to climate and so on, the neighbors collected pieces of the ambulama. And when the archaeology department came to restore it, they gave them all the pieces so they could actually understand the whole building, you know, and get to it. So to me, that is to me the real gold standard of conserving Kandy architecture. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Madam
So,
Chair, I have an addition.
Yeah. Please go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, yes, it's a common addition to the presentation, especially focusing to Mr. Vidyajyothi Devos. He was talking about destruction of bronze artifacts. These days, it's a personal observation. I have seen these pawnbrokers, I don't know how to call them in local languages, who collect all these old bronze materials. So in my city, they would be announcing for collecting all those old materials and giving the replacement in the form of plastic containers or something like that. So people were drawn to those announcements and got attracted, and they just gave out all those valuable vintage or Victorian or even Buddhist, Hindu statues and lamps, everything for those fancy plastic materials, and they have been again melted and made into new but not so quality products. And I have seen lamps, especially Buddhist and Hindu lamps, with less quality, less weight, and they don't stand much of the weathering and stuff like that. So these should be embedded in the minds of people who are dwelling, mostly due to globalization, like one of the presenters from Nigeria stated. So urbanization, modernization, globalization, everything is eroding our cultural polarization. So it's a kind of a tug of war between modernization, globalization, digital education, and the cultural affiliation. So I would like to learn more from.
Actually, I think the points you made was very correct. I would go a little further because a lot of the collections are made, broken up, and they turned it into hinges and all, that is for doors and windows and so on and so forth. So in fact, it has been a complete destruction of a cultural heritage, and also a lot of them have been sold and taken abroad and so on, which is also an issue. The worst is actually all leaf books, manuscripts are being broken, taken apart, and each leaf is sold separately to tourism. So that is a dangerous thing that tourism has done, because it has destroyed, the whole book. For example, you have Pansiya Panas Jataka or something like that, but each leaf is sold separately.
Sometimes they say that it is Buddha's handwriting.
Yeah, they say it's Buddha's writing. So it's a major issue actually, and I think tourism is also responsible for that.
Yes, thank you, sir, for your insight.
Thank you very much. And are there any other questions? Otherwise,
can I ask one question to Dr. Padmasri?
Yes, please.
Dr. Padmasri, are you there?
Yes, I am available.
Yeah. The thing is, you have mentioned that different types of knowledge on indigenous medicine were being passed through generations. Which ones of these actually, are you audible?
Yes,
I'm audible.
Sure. Yeah. Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah. Which ones of these were actually being documented or kept for record by others outside the family? Because you said that everything has been transferred from generation to other generation. But the thing is,
yes.
Yeah.
Most of the family-based knowledge not recorded. It is memorized. Only the way is memorized because they don't like to record it, because some other people may misuse them. That is why they don't record it.
So that will be vanished after.
So, yes, that is why I said with the death of such a knowledge people, the knowledge also may die.
That's the thing. Yeah.
Yeah. It is very true to last couple of weeks, my mother is dead. She also has had some indigenous knowledge, not only medicine, some sort of handcraft, and so many, but not even myself don't know such knowledge. The death of with the death of her, that the vast knowledge
that will come to an end.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
If I'm audible, can I ask one question from Mr. Ashley DeVos?
Yes, we will take this as the final question because of the time limitation, please. Yes, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I'm
also ask your question in a precise manner, please. Yeah.
Yeah, I will. I will try my best to ask. I'm Kanchana Dehigama from the University of Peradeniya. Thank you, Mr. DeVos, for an eye-opening this presentation. As you told that there's information value as well as artifactual value in all the paintings and artifacts. Now, in Peradeniya University Library, we have different collections. When we consider the other libraries, other collection is much different. But always we feel those who are coming to the Peradeniya Library, they always want to see books only. But we have other collections also, palm leaf manuscripts, mask collection, and paintings also. You have any suggestion how to provide access to them? I mean, like how to bridge this gap, because others are not using these collections. So since we have a lot of information value in these collections, can we make a kind of mechanism to access them? You have any idea?
No, basically, I think some time ago, there were a series of books that were done on paintings.
Yeah.
For example, not the Cultural Triangle series, but before that by Jasing and people. I think they got funding from some foreign agents. I think it was Bar and Company that funded the photography of those things. Now, that was one way of getting to it. There was a series of books, I don't know, maybe about 2 or 3 books, maybe about 3 books that came out on the temple painting, but that photograph has a lot more material, So I don't know what's going to happen to that when he's no more, So that's a critical thing which somebody should access. The other thing is, how do you look after negatives and so on in our climate? We have a very corrosive climate. They get fogged up, they get full of all sorts of things happening to it and so on. And the negatives get destroyed. So maybe digitalizing to some extent is an answer. But I don't know whether anybody has the proper wherewithal to look after it. I don't know whether even the archives have. It's a major issue. So it's something that has to be properly researched and done. If you have collections, please look after them, because I have predicted that within the next 10 years, we will lose all the paintings on the temples on the West Coast. I'll tell you why. All the priests are very worried that right? So it's a major issue. So what do? They close the doors up. They close the windows. There is no air movement at all in the temple. So it gets humid. Humidity means it gets damp. So the dampening of the paint surfaces mean that they're all coming off, So very soon, we won't have any paintings on any of those walls because of the damp, we would have lost them. The other thing is that we don't have painters to redo them, whereas there was a tradition earlier where painters would go from temple to temple redoing paintings, not necessarily redoing it new, but at least filling in the blanks and copying various things and adding and so on and so forth. So that doesn't happen anymore, you know. So if you want to go and see the temples on the West Coast, go now. In 10 years, there won't be any painting.
So
Sorry, that's a, maybe that's
recording,
that's a frightening possibility, but to me, that is going to happen, because unless the temples are kept open at least for a couple of hours every day, that air movement won't take place. No, that air movement is very important because that dries the walls and so on and preserves the surface, you know. But if you go to all the temples, the paintings are peeling off. Karagampitiya Subhadrarame, I can remember from the 50s, because I lived in Devala and I used to walk through the temple to St. Thomas's. So I used to be constantly going up and down, and the paintings then were so vibrant, you know. Now certain sections are missing and so on because the temple priests don't open the doors and windows to ventilate the temples, you know. They are so worried about Horu. But some Abhitya could sit there and wait when the windows are open. Nothing they can do. But they're not willing to do that, you know. So I am very worried for them, because that could be the last of our painting. So I think it's important that anybody who has a chance to document this, so that at least for the future, there'll be some photograph somewhere which will show you what it looked like at least. And I think maybe that's something that the library departments of all these universities should do. They should document these temple paintings in their areas, you know, and make a collection, because that to me is the last chance, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes, Dr. Jairaj.
So we can wrap up with this the question and answer session, no?
Yeah. Okay. So yes, Dr. Jairaj, you can do that. Yes.
Yeah. So we have come to an end session number 1, and I do congratulate again Dr. Pradipa Vijayatunga, Director NILIS, and Dr. Ruwan Gamage, the chair for the conference chair, organizing such a wonderful conference. And also I must congratulate all presenters who have presented their papers in a very systematic manner. Subsequently, I should thank Dr. Diana Vijayasundara for chairing this session along with me. Thank you, Dr. Vijayasundara, and thank you.
Yeah, it's a pleasure to chair the session, and I also congratulate all the presenters and the organizers, including the director and Dr. Ruwan Gamage and the other helping hands. So with that, I wish all the deliberations in the other technical sessions that coming up after this session. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nayana Vijayasundara, Dr. Jairaj, and all the presenters, and for the very interesting discussion. And now we move into the second session of the symposium. Mr. Ramanan, it's over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Manatunka. Let's start our technical session number 2 on cultural heritage collections. Going to be chaired by Dr. Chaminda Jayasundara, the librarian of University of Kelaniya, and Dr. Aminath Riaz, assistant professor from the Department of Social Sciences, National University of Maldives. Sir and Madam, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Ramanan. Good afternoon to you all. Welcome you all to the second session of the NRS 2021. We have 2 co-chairs for the conference. One is myself, Dr. Chaminda Jayasundara from University of Kelaniya, and the other co-chair is Dr. Aminath Riaz from the Maldives National University. I think Dr. Riaz is also joining with me now. Dr. Riaz, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yep.
Okay, thank you. The theme of this conference is Cultural Heritage Collection. In fact, cultural heritage collections basically provide rich, untapped research materials such as letters, diaries, manuscripts, cultural plans, architectural plans, particularly rare books and all. The important aspect of this collection is, where possible, material is digitized and made available online. When we talk about sustaining cultural heritage collection, it helps our cultural institutions, including public and national libraries, meet the complex challenge of preserving large and diverse holdings of humanities materials for future generation by supporting sustainable conservation measures that mitigate deterioration and prolong life of collection. Cultural institutions, including libraries, archives, museums, and historical organizations, face a greater challenge to preserve these humanities collection that facilitate research, strengthening teaching, and providing opportunities for lifelong learning. I believe that we need to concentrate on how to decolonize the history of culture. On the other hand, it must have a concrete policy on heritage collection management. In this case, it is needed to create a particularly, participatory atmosphere by asking citizens or people to select artifacts that they personally consider to be an important part of the country's cultural heritage. People in the country should be invited to become collectors of their own cultural heritage by bringing in contributions for the heritage collections. One example is that the place where I work, we started establishing a cultural museum by collecting cultural heritage collections with a special emphasis on the heritage related to Vidyalankara Pirivena and Vidyalankara Vishwavidyalaya. I hope that will create a remarkable place for researchers to do further research studies on cultural humanities. I believe that the decision will also be much beneficial to all potential parties, those who are interested in establishing and managing cultural heritage collection in their respective libraries. I would like to invite Dr. Amitabh Riaz to call upon the presenters for the session. Dr. Riaz.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Jayasundar. First of all, Assalamu alaikum and a very good day to everyone. Thank you, Dr. Jayasundara, for the introductory remarks. That is very enlightening as well. As was introduced, my name is Aminat. I am assistant professor at the Maldives National University, and I lead the library and information management discipline in the country. It is a great pleasure to actually co-chair the session of NILIS Research Symposium with Dr. Jayasundara. I thank Dr. Ruwan Gamagi for the invitation to participate in this virtual symposium, which has enabled me to sit among the esteemed professionals from Sri Lanka and beyond. And it was very interesting to hear the earlier papers as well. It is really a pleasure to be able to join this virtual symposium at a time when there are so many limitations in networking with colleagues overseas. So thank you very much, Dr. Ruwan. We will now begin the session. As was earlier introduced, the session is on cultural heritage collections, and we have 9 papers on our schedule. We will be hearing from all presenters first, and then have a discussion at the end to hear from all the participants. Now, let me welcome presentation from HPS Kalra and Anuradha from Punjab University, Patiala, India. This paper is on the special collections in Punjabi University Library as the cultural heritage of Punjab. So, madam, you may proceed. Do we have the presenters present?
Dr. Kala, can we hear you? Can we hear you?
Yes. Good afternoon. This is Kalra from Punjabi University, Patiala, India. I think I sent my recorded presentation. Are you supposed to play that, or should I start presenting?
I think we can proceed. Yeah, please present.
Okay. Now, our paper is on special collections in Punjabi University Library as cultural heritage of Punjab and exploratory study. This is by me, HPS Kalra, and Anuradha from BKSN Library, Punjabi University, Patiala. I am from the Department of Library and Information Science, Punjabi University, Patiala, from India. Now, to start with, I'd like to say that Punjabi University is the second university in the world and the first in India to be named after a language. That is Punjabi language. First one is Hebrew University, Israel. It was established in 1962 to promote Punjabi language and literature and the history and culture of Punjab. Its main library is named Bhai Singh Nabha Library or BKSN Library after a renowned Punjabi Sikh lexicographer and encyclopedist Bhai Singh Nabha, 1861 to 1938. Within BKSN Library is yet another special library named Dr. Ganda Singh Punjabi Reference Library or PRL. BKSN Library contains 77 special personal collections donated by eminent Punjabi persons or their families. These eminent persons include literateurs and famous writers in Punjabi and other languages, statesmen, for example, former Prime Minister of India Indra Kumar Gujral, and others. These special collections are diverse in their content in both the languages in which the content is available, but also its format. A special collection section was recognized with the first personal collection donated in 1966 by the family of Paimon Singh Vaid, 1881 to 1936, who was an apothecary, writer, collector of books, and social reformer. And his collection is very large, more than 17,000 documents.
Excuse me, Dr. Kara, do you have a presentation you would like to share with the audience?
No, I don't have the presentation ready with me yet. So I'll be speaking only.
Okay, thank you.
In subsequent years, the library received many other personal collections and it decided to keep all these materials at one place. Today, the special collection section has 76 personal collections within the Punjabi Reference Library. In addition to these, Indra Kumar Gujral collection is a part of BKSN Library, but not a part of Punjabi Reference Library. This exploratory study focuses on these 77 special collections, particularly those that are large in number of documents. The study aims to explore the different facets of some of the large collections such as language, format of documents, subject diversity, place, and year of publication. In order to preserve the manuscripts, some of them have been laminated and few of these digitized. The resources available in these collections are some of the finest materials available in the personal collections of the eminent personalities. Thus, these represent the cultural heritage of Punjab from the period of late 19th century to early 21st century, through the whole of 20th century. BKSN Library and the PRL are playing an important role in preserving this cultural heritage as well as providing access to these materials to users, especially research scholars who come from different parts of the country to use these rare materials. The bibliometric study of other special collections as well as a comparative study of these collections available in the library is also to be carried out. Now I will briefly discuss about the collection of Dr. Ganda Singh. Before giving a about the details of the collection, I'll like to say a few words about Professor Dr. Ganda Singh. Dr. Ganda Singh was a famous Punjabi historian born in 1900 in Hoshiarpur district of British Punjab. He devoted his whole life to the study of Punjabi history, specifically Sikh history. He used the modern techniques for historical studies instead of traditional methods. He wrote the most famous and such as Banda Singh Bahadur 1935. He wrote many research papers, books, pamphlets, and in 1984 he was conferred with the Padma Bhushan Award by Government of India and is honored as one of the 5 distinguished historians of India from the Indian History Congress. In 1999, the family of Dr. Ganda Singh donated his whole collection, about 7,000 documents, to Bhai Singh Nabha Library. These include the following type of materials: bibliographies, books, calendars, catalogs, conference proceedings, dictionary encyclopedias, directories, gazettes, journals, maps, manuscripts, pamphlets, research papers, reports, thesis, and other miscellaneous documents, in addition to 980 files, which contain a large number of micro documents. When I was reading out the list of variety of formats, this shows that this is one of the richest collections to be there. 980 files, themselves containing thousands of micro documents. So Punjabi University has 77 such special collection. I have just given the format of one collection. Similarly, other collections are also rich. Paikan Singh Nabha Library, Paimon Singh Vaid collection is rich in 17,000 documents. So through these collections available in Punjabi University Library, we are trying to preserve the cultural heritage of the Punjab from late 19th century to early 20th century. That is the Renaissance period of Punjabi history, art and culture. So in this way, Punjabi University Library is promoting and preserving the cultural heritage of Punjab through these materials which are made available to users on request. And digitization has also been taking place in many of these areas, particularly manuscripts. So with this, I would like to summarize that Punjabi language, literature, culture, and arts are being promoted through preserving these cultural heritage recordings and making accessible these easily to the users. This is the format of the library that is being used. Thank you very much. Ms. Aminat Riaz,
Yes.
I have completed my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Kalra. Thank you for that interesting presentation. We will be taking questions at the end. So now we will be hearing from Sandarsi Priyatama Sudasinghe from Colombo National Museum, presenting on importance of Times of Ceylon Christmas supplement. Please proceed.
Importance of Times of Ceylon Christmas number supplement as a historical evidence. This is my introduction. Times of Ceylon Christmas supplement was published by Times of Ceylon Company from 1990 to 1979, which was established in 1846 and remains until 1985. There are 950 articles in this collection. This objective is to explore the evolution of the newspaper structure and historical data. My methodology is content analysis method as structure and content. The structure is about size, page number, font size, photographic technique, photographic layout, author naming conventions. Content is about significance of articles. This is a very important part of this collection. They have used a special way of pasting photograph on black page. Captions have been printed on a transparent white sheet. Author naming convention by single letter, designation, parent's name, and etc. Single letter, as an example, by D, by XYZ. Name with designation, for example, by Charles Hartley, MA, Principal of Royal College, Colombo. This example is by a planter's daughters. This example is by an old planter. This is a very special for us. They have used musical notation to highlight Walalu Walalu, Paranakot, Masalavade, like that. We can identify various cultural, social, historical, religious, and environmental aspects here. This is all people's photographs. This photographs is giving ideas of contemporary tradition and lifestyles. This is places, some special incidents, railway accident, elephant sinks into the bog, pinnacle of Ruan Valley Stupa. This is a project of, this project is about the Indus-Ceylon Railway. This also printing progress of in that time, cultivation of pearls, elephant carolines in Ceylon. Also studies in this is they did deep studies on ethnic groups, so we can find many information through these articles. It's a Ceylon Gypsies, Veddas and Rodi peoples, like that. That time they have published old advertisements. They have advertised different things like dogs, weapons, whiskey, soaps, cars, wedding cake, hotels, like that. My conclusion is the Times of Ceylon Christmas number annual collection is very important. Also, this collection should be preserved for future generations. This information can be used for various research. This collection can be used as a small scale encyclopedia too. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam, for that interesting insight on historical documents. It really looks really interesting and will be of immense benefit for the current generation and also preservation of history. Now we will be hearing from Nishanti, Premaratna, Kompola, and Kumara from University of Sri Jayawardhanapura, Sri Lanka. The paper is on paintings used for palm leaf manuscripts. Please proceed.
Painting used for palm leaf manuscript, a study based on palm leaf manuscript collection at University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. According to the past, we know people were communicating their feelings from different techniques. After the written records, people were used to use art. It's mean painting, and also they had used those painting as communication purpose. The Sri Lankan ancient temple have several painting patterns from era to era. There were some kind of technique which is displayed as communication tools of paintings. Most of time, temple painting display the Buddhist Jataka Katha, the event of the Buddha's life, and he preaches for transferring the message to society. Problem of this research. The main problem was the palm leaf manuscript used for communication purpose. According to the research problem, our main objective was identify the painting that are used in palm leaf manuscript. Methodology. There are few university libraries are using palm leaf manuscript as a reading material, and also some of them are conducting conservation project with palm leaf manuscript. So we use the palm leaf manuscript collection of University of Sri Jayawardhanapura as the sample, and also data were collected from themselves. Data was gathered from the using observation method. Especially we used content analysis technique for the analyzing data. Now we can turn to the result of this research. According to the collected data analyzing, we identify two main categories of paintings by palm leaf manuscript. First one is cover painting. Second one is inside painting. We can see cover painting on Kamba. Especially some of time, we can see these painting inside of the Kamba. Also, they have drawn these paintings from different purpose. And also, inside painting can see in the folios. There are several types of drawing. It's mean color painting with full body painting, sketch painting and geometric painting. Especially according to the sample, we can see sketch painting and geometric paintings. You know, people are keeping company with together. Therefore, they communicated each other from different technique. Painting also that kind of technique. They try to transfer the message to the society through the painting. Traditional people try to display from secret type of social crime and misconduct. So they have used this technique as the weapon to the future. There are some Kamba which is decorated by simple arts. That kind of paintings are very simple and don't have any special reason to draw its own Kamba. Traditional compiler and artists have drawn these paintings only for the decorative purpose. Cover painting. According to this manuscript collection, we can see some cover paintings. These Kamba have different categories such as Buddhist manuscript and chronicles. There are some Kamba paintings having in the library of the University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Inside painting. In this case, we identify some paintings which were in different categories. Sometimes traditional compiler have tried to display their idea from paintings and also social activities. They try to present what they had to face during the chronicle period in Sri Lanka. And also compiler were used in the traditional medical field in Sri Lanka. It has used to draw painting as sketch paintings. According to the traditional compiler had to transfer the knowledge, even explaining by using a sketch and geometric sketch. And also these are the inside painting which are in palm leaf manuscript of University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. Conclusion. The ancient compiler tried to include the painting in the palm leaf manuscript for decoration as well as to transfer the knowledge. Therefore, those palm leaf manuscripts should protect and conserved for the next generation and for transferring the knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Again, just a reminder, we will be opening the floor for questions at the end of the sessions. We will be now hearing from RAPS Senevi Ratna and UA Lal Panila from University of Ruhuna. The paper is a study on historically valuable Ceylon Blue Book collection. Looking forward to hear from you. You may proceed.
Hi everyone, I am Sakuntala Seniviratna, Senior Assistant Librarian, University of Ruhuna. Co-author of this research, Mr. Lal Pannila, Acting Librarian, University of Ruhuna. Our research topic is a study on historically valuable Ceylon Blue Book collection in the library, University of Ruhuna. This is the content of our presentation. Introduction. The Ceylon Blue Book was published during the early 19th century of the British governing period of Ceylon. This is known as a government publication submitted in the 31st December of each year. It was published to display the progress of the colonial government, and it was an important record of total revenue and expenditure of the government of Sri Lanka for each year. Objectives of this study was to educate the readers on the Ceylon Blue Books, to highlight the importance of the content in the Blue Books for the researchers who are interested in studying them, and to emphasize the necessity of preserving the contents. Methodology used for this research is to the visual observation, and it adapts the content analytical technique using the primary data included in the Ceylon Blue Book collection in the Library of University of Ruhuna. 80 Ceylon Blue Books in the Sri Lanka collection of the main library of University of Ruhuna were used for the study. Results and discussions. The study of the collection revealed that these books were published led by government regulations. This was contributed by the Department of Registrar General, Department of Census and Statistics, Department of Commerce and Industries. The publication from 1876 to 1937 are collected in the Library of University of Ruhuna. This report was produced annually to the British government by the Sri Lankan governor through the Secretary for the Crown Colony. The publication covers areas such as social, political, economic, historical, and includes the statistical data relevant to the different events happen in the country within a particular year. It also includes data related to agriculture, manufacture, transportation, education, population and statistics, military expenditure, government railway, irrigation work, shipping, currency and banking, export and import, publications, production and natural resources, prisons and prisoners, hospital and returns, institution, roads, motor vehicles, port and telegraph statistics, harbors, and etc. The data was depicted according to the provinces, and the content are in English and includes diagrams where necessary. It can be provided accuracy of the detail in various fields compared with this publication. It includes statistical information and general information on Ceylon. Conclusions. We can conclude these have a history running back to more than 150 years and include a collection of information which is beneficial for the scholars. The preserving of the Blue Books are currently challenged. Digitalization of the contents can be given as a possible solution to overcome the challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Seviratna. That was a very interesting to hear about the Blue Book collection. I hope that gets preserved for the future generations. So we will now be hearing from the next presenter, which is kind of a little bit of different from the papers that we have heard so far. So now we are moving to an audio-visual form. This paper is by Suminda Kitsiri Gunaratna from Center for Educational Technology and Media, Open University of Sri Lanka, and Udita Alahakun, National Institute of Library and Information Sciences. The paper is on the importance of non-fiction movies as an information source to study cultural heritage. You may proceed.
Ayubowan,
මානව සංස්කෘතිය වාර්තා කිරීමේදී පෑනට පොතට වඩා වැඩි උපයෝගීතාවයක් නිශ්චල කැමරාව සහ සිනමා කැමරාවෙන් සිදුවන බව දෘශ්‍යාත්මක මානව විද්‍යාඥයන් පෙන්වලා දෙනවා. ඔබ මේ ඡායාරූපයෙන් දකින්නේ ඒ අදහස තහවුරු කරන ඡායාරූපයක් විදිහට. මේ ඡායාරූපය මීගමුවේ මසුන් මරන්නෝ කියන චිත්‍රපටයේ රූගත කරන අවස්ථාවකදී ගත්ත ඡායාරූපයක්. චිත්‍රපටයේ අධ්‍යක්ෂවරයා තොප්පියක් පැළඳගෙන ඉන්නවා, කැමරා ශිල්පියා ඉන්නවා. ඒ වගේම මීගමුවේ මසුන් මරන්නෝ ඡායාරූපයේ දකුණු වම් පැත්තට වෙන්න ඉන්නවා. සිනමා රූගත කිරීම නරඹන පිරිස ඉන්නවා. පසුතලයේ තියෙන පොල් රූපාව ඡායාරූපයට මනාව හසු වෙලා තියෙනවා. තොරතුරු රාශියක් මේ ඡායාරූපයේ ගැබ් වෙනවා කියන එක අමුතුවෙන් කියන දෙයක් නැහැ. ඕන ඇඳලා තියෙන ඇඳුම, ඒ ඇඳුමේ සරම සහ හම්පටි එදා මීට දශක 50කට විතර එහා අපේ රටේ මේ මීගමු වෙරළ ආශ්‍රිත ජන ජීවිතයේ තොරතුරු රාශියක් ගැබ් කරලා තියෙනවා කියලා මනාව පේනවා. ඒ නිසා දෘශ්‍යාත්මක මානව විද්‍යාවේදී ඉතාම වැදගත් තොරතුරු මූලාශ්‍රයක් විදිහට චිත්‍රපට අධ්‍යයනය. සංස්කෘතික උරුම අධ්‍යයනයේදී තොරතුරු මූලාශ්‍රයක් ලෙස නිර්ප්‍රබන්ධ චිත්‍රපටයේ වැදගත්කම කියන පරිශ්‍රණ මාතෘකාව අපි තෝරගත්තේ මෙන්න මේ කාරණා මුල් කරගෙන. සංස්කෘතික උරුම අධ්‍යයනයේට චිත්‍රපටයකින් සංස්කෘතික තොරතුරු වාර්තා කරගන්න ආකාරයේ තියෙන තාත්වික බව, යථාරූපී බව ඉතාම වැදගත් වෙනවා. අපේ අධ්‍යයනයේ කේන්ද්‍රීය වචන non fiction films, නිර්ප්‍රබන්ධ චිත්‍රපටය, visual anthropology, දෘශ්‍යාත්මක මානව විද්‍යාව සහ ශ්‍රී ලාංකේය දෘශ්‍යාත්මක මානව විද්‍යාව අධ්‍යයනයකින් අපේ රටේ මානවංශලික චිත්‍රපට හඳුනා ගැනීම. යටත් විජිත යුගය සහ පශ්චාත් යටත් විජිත යුගය වශයෙන් යුග දෙකකට අපි පරිශ්‍රණය වෙන් කළා. කොලොනියල් ෆිල්ම් වෙබ් අඩවිය හරහා යටත් විජිත යුගයේදී ලංකාවේ තොරතුරු, සංස්කෘතික තොරතුරු අන්තර්ගත වෙච්ච චිත්‍රපට හඳුනා ගන්න පුළුවන්. යටත් විජිත යුගයෙන් පස්සේ යුගයේදී රජයේ චිත්‍රපටය අංශයේ 1948 සැප්තැම්බර් මාසෙ පිහිටුවට පස්සේ විශාල චිත්‍රපට සංඛ්‍යාවකින් අපේ රටේ දේශපාලන පෙරළි, ආර්ථික, සමාජීය, ආගමික තොරතුරු රාශියක් අන්තර්ගත චිත්‍රපට රජයේ චිත්‍රපට අංශයේ තියෙනවා. නිදසුනක් ලෙස අනගාരിക ධර්මපාලතුමාගේ දර්ශන පවත්වන එතුමා පවත්වපු කතා ඒවා පවා රූගත වෙලා තියෙනවා. ඒ නිසා අපි හිතන ආකාරයටම රජයේ චිත්‍රපට අංශයේ දෘශ්‍යාත්මක මානව විද්‍යා අධ්‍යයනයකින් මානවංශලික චිත්‍රපටයක් එහි අධ්‍යයනය කරලා හඳුනා ගන්න පුළුවන් කියන කාරණාව මේ පරිශ්‍රණයේදී අපේ අවධානයට යොමු වෙනවා. මේ තියෙන්නේ මානවංශලික චිත්‍රපටයේ ආරම්භයේ විදිහට අපි ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ හඳුනාගන්නේ රජයේ චිත්‍රපට අංශයේ ආරම්භය. ඊට ප්‍රථම අපිට අඳුර ගන්න වෙන්නේ රජයේ චිත්‍රපට අංශයේ විසින් නිපදවපු චිත්‍රපටි වලට පෙර තියෙන්නේ විදේශීය සමාගම් නිපදවපු චිත්‍රපට. ඒවා තමයි කොලොනියල් ෆිල්ම් වෙබ් අඩවියේ තියෙන්නේ. මේ තියෙන ජනලීලා කියන රජයේ චිත්‍රපට අංශයේ නිපදවපු චිත්‍රපටික රූගත කිරීමක්. ඔබට පේනවා රූගත කිරීමේදී ඒ ජනතාව නළුවන් විදිහටම ඉන්නවා. ඒ තාත්වික රූපය ඒ සංස්කෘතියේ නියමවන්මයි ඒ ජනතාව විදිහට නළුවන් විදිහට ඒ චිත්‍රපටයට අසුවන්නේ. ඒ කොලොනියල් ෆිල්ම් වෙබ් අඩවිය අපිට වැදගත් වෙන්නේ යටත් විජිත යුගයේදී අපේ රටේ තොරතුරු සම්පාද චිත්‍රපට හඳුනා ගන්න. වාර්තා චිත්‍රපටි විශාල ප්‍රමාණයක් තියෙනවා. මේ තියෙනම චිත්‍රපටි මේ චිත්‍රපටයේ මිනිත්තු 3යි කළු සුදු නිහඬ චිත්‍රපටයක්. අහිකුන්ටකයන්ගේ දර්ශන, අලියතුන්නාවන මිනිසුන්ගේ දර්ශන තියෙනවා. තේවතු අධිරාජ්‍ය අරමුණු කරගත් චිත්‍රපටයක්, තේමා කරගත් චිත්‍රපටයක්. තවත් චිත්‍රපටයක් රැම්බල් සූට් සිලෝන් කියන චිත්‍රපටය ඉතාම වැදගත් චිත්‍රපටයක්. මේ තියෙන කොළඹ නගරයේ දර්ශනයක්. ඒ දර්ශනය දැක්කම ඔබට තේරෙනවා කොයිතරම් තාත්වික තොරතුරු ඒ කාලේට අනුවාර්තා වෙලා තියෙනවද කියලා. මේ තියෙනෙත් එබඳුම චිත්‍රපටයක්. සිරිපා දෙනගින දර්ශනයක් මේ 1909 දී. තත්තාලින තොරතුරු රාශියක් මේකෙන් තියෙනවා. Song of Ceylon කියන චිත්‍රපටය ඒකත් ඉතාම වැදගත් චිත්‍රපටයක්. තොරතුරු රාශියක් ගැබ්බෙනවා. No visual, no anthropology කියලා ෆැඩ්වයිල් ගොන්නි කිව්වේ ඒකයි. චිත්‍රපටයේ තොරතුරු මූලාශ්‍රයක් ලෙස වාර්තා චිත්‍රපටය ඉතාම වැදගත් බව මේ පරිශ්‍රණයේදී අපි තාවුරු කරලා තියෙනවා.
Thank you, sir, for that visually appealing presentation. I wasn't able to understand the language because I don't have that language skill, but still I'm pretty sure that for the rest of the audience, that was a very useful and insightful presentation. Now we will be hearing from Udita Alakul, National Institute of Library and Information Science, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka. The paper is on bibliometric study on folklore, books published in Sinhala during 2010 to 2019. Please proceed with the presentation.
My topic is bibliometric study on folklore books published in Sri Lanka during 2010 to 2019. First, we look at the definition for folklore. The American Folklore Society mentioned folklore is a traditional art, literature, knowledge, and practice that is disseminated largely through oral communication and behavioral example. And Oxford Dictionary also mentioned more or less similar definition. It is said that the traditional beliefs, customs, and stories of a community pass through the generation by word of mouth. And we can see the two definitions explained basically the human behavior and the oral tradition. They have stressed folklore as an oral tradition and related to human behavior. And in this study, the main objectives are analyze the author's contribution to folklore literature and analyze publishers' contribution and examine the books published under the sub-areas of folklore. And the methodology used was basically the bibliometric study, and the information on the books published in Sri Lanka. I have used Sri Lanka National Bibliography as a main information source. And during this decade, 499 books were published, including reprints. And for this study, I have taken Sinhalese books only and excluded the Tamil and English books. Out of 499, annually 48 books we can get as a average output. And there are more than 100 authors who have contributed to publish folklore books, but only 4 or 5 authors engage with the folklore literature continuously, especially the Gunasekara Gunasoma, Mahinda Kumar Dalupota, Norman Siripala, Siripala Madhuvagi, and Gamini Kandepola. They are the key authors who have contributed to publish folklore literature during this decade. And also there are so many translations. Key translators are Tennyson Pereira, Cecira Lapun, Parakrama Vijayawardena, and Tissa Evavisa. Those 499 books were published by 68 publishers. And I have listed the key publishers. And there are 55 author published publications. And the most important thing is sub-areas. The folklore, when we get the folklore as a main subject, then there are so many sub-areas. And I have identified 39 sub-areas, but the most significant, there are most significant sub-areas. Those 9 sub-areas are the most significant. Then I have listed these areas as folk tales, folk poetry, idioms, fables, fairy tales, general folklore books, festivals, customs, and folk culture. There are so many translations on folklore. During this decade, Sri Lankan authors have published and translated books on folklore from 30 countries and 34 languages. The number of translated books were 163, and most of them are Russian, Arabic, Indian, and Chinese folk tales. Another special feature on folklore books were some of these books were published specifically focused on certain geographical areas and places in Sri Lanka. There were 53 books attached to 42 such areas and places. According to this analysis, though there are over 100 authors, only 5 or 6 authors we can identify continuously engage with this work. And also we can see the major efforts were given to collect information rather than building knowledge, especially folk tales and folk poetry. They have given major attention to collect folk tales and folk poetry. And also we can see the imbalance between sub areas. Out of 499 books, 302 books included folk tales and folk poetry. We can clearly see significant unbalance, and also the lack of research publications can be seen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for that findings about the bibliometric study. Again, I will remind the audience that we will be taking questions at the end of the session. We have 3 more papers for this session. Now we will hear from R.D. Anandatissa, Gampaha Vikrama Rachi University of Indigenous Medicine, Yakkala, Sri Lanka. The paper is on a bibliographic study of the research articles published in the Journal of Ayurveda, Samiksha. Please accept my apologies for mispronunciation. Thank you. You may proceed.
I am Dr. R.D. Anandatissa, Senior Librarian, Gampaha Vikramarachchi, University of Engineers Medicine. This symposium, my research topic is a bibliographic study of the research articles published in the Journal of Ayurveda Samiksha, a systematic analysis of Volume 1, Part 1 up to 12. My research content, my abstract, especially I attention to the history of Ayurveda education system and the literature and the research articles, journals, and the books. Especially I selected the Ayurveda Samiksha journal. It can be divided 2 categories. One of the popular journals and others are academic journal. Ayurveda Samiksha, which is published by the Ministry of Engineers Medicine of Sri Lanka since 1985, can be considered as the scientific research journals. The study was based on secondary sources and explanatory in nature. Over 757 articles published by various authors from 1985 to 2003 in this journal were considered in this review. The major objective of this study was to identify the diversity of the article published on the Ayurveda Samiksha. Other objectives: the study survey of the growth of Ayurveda literature over 19 years in Sri Lanka. Another objectives are the investigate the direction of Ayurveda field, list of the subject, identification of languages, length, and citation of articles. Research methodology: Ayurveda Samiksha journal was selected as the source journal. The present study is based on 1 volume published during the period between 1985 and 2003. My research methodology, I use descriptive research methods were utilized to collect the data and MS Excel spreadsheet used to tabulate the data. My findings and suggestions. I collect the one volume, 12 Samiksha journals. This is the category of the language, Sinhala, English, total number of articles, 757. You can select what are the language content, 80% the Sinhala and 20% in English. This is the citation, 600 articles, especially they use the citation, the percentage 68%. This is the distribution pattern of the Ayurveda Samiksha, especially without volume one magazine and all the Ayurveda Samiksha journals, especially published the special chapters of the Ayurvedic field, especially Bhagna Chikitsa, Adi Bisak, and the Sandhiroga and research, especially the Pilika and various categories, they covered the one special chapters in this article. My suggestions, providing opportunities for promoting the professional qualifications, planning the convention for policies of the salaries according to the academic and research skills and should be given due prominence in the publication are suggested. The information reviewed by this research project would be useful for researchers, academics, Ayurveda practitioners, students, university community, as well as the administrators, higher authority, and policymakers for their development plans and engineers medicine, healthcare, and Ayurveda field of Sri Lanka. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the presentation. Now, after these couple of bibliographic and bibliometric studies, we are going to be hearing from a study about conservation. The next paper is presented by Vijay Srinath Kanchi, Knowledge Resource Center, Mulji Jaita, Autonomous College, Jalgaon, India, and Jagdish N. Kulkarni, Knowledge Resource Center, Swami Ramanand Tirth Martwada University, Nandan, India. Again, please accept my apologies for the mispronunciation because the names are not very familiar to me. This paper is an evaluative study of manuscript conservation in Maharashtra. Please proceed with the presentation.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Dr. Vijay Srinath Kanchi, Director, Knowledge Resource Center, Mulji Jaita Autonomous College, Jalgaon, Maharashtra, India. Today, I'm going to present before you the outcomes of my research that I have carried out to earn my second PhD degree on the topic Evaluative Examination of Manuscript Conservation Centers in Maharashtra. Here is my presentation. Of the 13 centers that are present in Maharashtra, only 3 centers are established in the last 25 years. 2 centers were established between 25 to 50 years. 1 manuscript conservation center was more than 125 years old, and another center was more than 150 years old. It is observed that though every partner center claims a particular figure as the total number of their collection, a close inspection in almost every case revealed disparity in numbers. It is a fact that most of the manuscript custodian centers do not have exact number of their manuscript collections. The primary collection in all the National Mission for Manuscript Partner Centers is of paper manuscripts. The number of paper manuscripts possessed by various partner centers vary widely, with Mulji Jaita College having the least number of manuscripts and Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute having the highest number. Other centers have manuscripts ranging from 3,000 to 12,000 numbers. Apart from paper manuscripts, almost all centers have rare books and other antique collections. On an average, about 20% of the manuscript bundles in the collection of various centers are found to be incomplete. Subject-wise, on an average, each partner center has about 17 subject heads under which their manuscript collection is classified. Most of the manuscripts primarily belong to the period between 1601 AD to 1900 AD. Sanskrit and Marathi are predominant languages, with Farsi manuscripts also found in many partner centers. Devanagari, Modi are the most common scripts found in the manuscripts. Only 2 out of the 13 centers claim to have written collection development policy. It is found that all the manuscript partner centers in Maharashtra predominantly acquire their manuscript collections through voluntary donations by individuals and sometimes by institutions. Of the 13 centers, 10 centers report their manuscript collections to be reasonably in good conditions. 2 centers consider their collections to be average in condition, and only 1 center reported that their collection was in a bad condition. All the centers identify aging and environmental factors as the main reasons for the deterioration of their manuscript collection. Almost all custodian centers are unanimous in admitting that locating the manuscript holding individuals and institutions and convincing the custodians to either transfer their heritage material to a more secured environment or allow documentation, conservation, and digitization of their manuscripts has always been a challenging task. Most custodians of manuscripts are generally averse to provide access to outsiders, as they generally suspect malafide intentions in such overtures. It is disheartening to note that very few researchers take interest in the manuscripts. The number of visitors in the last 5 years in 8 centers is less than 30 per year. Only IVK Rajwade Sanshodhan Mandal claims that it has an average visitors of 2,300 per annum. The data in respect of 2 centers, that is Bhandarkar Oriental Research Institute and Pragna Pathsala, were not provided. 6 centers even offer boarding and lodging facilities to their visitors. All partner centers suffer from inadequacy of funds. Inadequacy of funds is one of the chief constraints that is causing most of the manuscript conservation centers to perform below their optimum performance. Only 2 centers have trained personnel, and 2 other centers have 2 trained manpower, and 3 centers have only 1 trained personnel in manuscript conservation. So untrained staff has also been reported in almost all the cases. As regards to the conservation practices adopted, 7 centers use one or the other form of traditional methods of conservation, and 6 centers employ modern methods such as sprinkling of pesticides, use of fumigation chambers, and use of naphthalene balls, etc. 5 centers have fumigation chambers, which are sparingly used. Barring Bhandarkar, Kolhapur University, and Mulji Jeta College, none of the centers have neither the wherewithal nor the expertise in employing the modern methods of conservation of manuscripts using chemicals. 11 out of the 13 centers have digitized their manuscript collections either partially or completely. It may be pointed out that Bori has microfilmed its manuscript collection much before the advent of digital technologies. So the digitization process has also begun in most of the centers. 8 out of the 13 custodian centers have published both descriptive catalogs and book based on their manuscript collections. Almost all partner centers are unequivocal in admitting that lack of coordination from the NMM is the
Looks like there has been a technical issue.
Probably there is technical issue.
Okay. So unless we hear from the speaker, we will proceed with the next paper. And if the connection is back, we will let the earlier speaker complete the presentation. So we will now hear from, let me just pull up my program. We will hear from Sumir Gul, Department of Library and Information Sciences, University of Kashmir, India. The paper is on World Digital Library, Bridging the Cultural Divide. The paper is also presented, co-presented by Abid Hussain, Department of Information, Government of Jammu and Kashmir. You may proceed.
Well, good day, everybody. The topic I'm going to present is about the World Digital Library, Bridging Cultural Divide. The World Digital Library is an initiative to make cultural content or artifacts of different countries available on the internet free of charge. It promotes intercultural understanding and bridges the cultural divide by showcasing the cultural legacy of countries and protects the same. As we know, the cultural heritage is the legacy that we receive from the past, experienced in the present, and transmit to future generations. And the preservation of it becomes very much important, and it needs scholarly attention as well as the identification of initiatives, so the necessary steps would be taken to safeguard our identity. And it is also very interest of the nations to safeguard these cultural treasures for the future generations in order to make them aware about their glorious past and how to take care of it. And when we talk about the development of the World Digital Library, the idea was proposed by James Billington to the US National Commission for UNESCO in 2005, and the initiative was launched in 2009. And it was brought into the reality by a team at the Library of Congress with technical assistance from Bibliotheca Alexandria, Egypt. And the digital library covers most of the items, and some of the items dates back to 8000 BC, which includes primary sources, including maps, manuscripts, rare books, musical scores, and many more. And all the UNESCO member states are contributing to the development of the World Digital Library by contributing their own content of their own countries. And when we talk about in 2021, the World Digital Library transitioned its worldwide collection into a suitable home for perpetual access on the Library of Congress's main website. It means on the Library of Congress main website, when we visit that website, we can see the World Digital Library's content is out there available, and we can access there. As for the objectives of the study are concerned, the study has been taken in order to identify the regional contribution and the type of items available in the World Digital Library, number of sources, as well as the time period of those sources to which the sources belong, and the field of study covered by these items, and assess the institutional contribution. Coming to the methodology part, the data was collected from the website of the World Digital Library on 15th October 2021, and each of the tab on the website was examined in order to answer the research objectives. Now coming to the results and discussion part, as the graph clearly shows, among the regions, Middle East and North Africa contributes the highest number of items, followed by Central and South Asia and North America. As far as the countries are concerned, it is the Russian Federation that leads with 4,246 items, followed by USA, Iraq, and then rest of the countries, while as UK is at the number 10th with 488 items. As far as the type of items is concerned, as the graph clearly shows that the photographs and prints are leading with about 49.56% of the items are belonging to the prints and photographs, followed by newspapers, books, manuscripts, journals. Whereas if we talk about the sound recording and motion pictures, it contributes about 0.26% and 0.18% respectively. The time period of the items is concerned, as the table clearly shows that it is 1900 Common Era to 1949 Common Era, which covers most of the items. That it means that most of the items belong to this period, and then followed by 850 Common Era to 899 Common Era, wherein 5,960 items belong to this period. Now coming to the field of the study covered by these items, as the graph clearly shows that the history and geography leads, followed by computer science and information general work, and then the arts, fine and decorative arts, and then social sciences, while as philosophy and psychology as at the number 10th. As the institutional contribution is concerned, Library of Congress leads with about 8,537 items, then followed by Iraqi National Library and Archives, then National Library of Argentina, and then rest of the libraries. Now coming to the conclusion part of the World Digital Library, it can be concluded that the World Digital Library is one of the excellent initiatives with contributions all across the globe for safeguarding the cultural heritage. Such initiatives need to be promoted and also taken up in other countries. Thank you so much.
Please accept my apologies because I had a technical error there. We will now open the floor for question and answers. Dr. Jayasundara will oversee this discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Riaz. So we would like to open the floor for questions and answers. If the audience wants to ask any questions from the presenters over here, now this is the time for it.
Dr. Jayasundara, may I make a comment?
Yeah.
This is Ashley DeVos. Now, actually, what is interesting is that we heard about collections. We heard about people collecting material. But how long will the collections last? 10 years, 20 years, 50 years, and so on. But for example, how long do we expect our collections to be kept for? Now conservation is very important. I think we need hundreds of conservators if you are going to keep this thing going. I noticed the Indian paper by Ramanan did talk about conservators and the problems of conservation. But having teams of conservation is very, very expensive. Now, say, for example, if you take paper, now the paper that was used in the 1900s was not acid-free. So you have Trimon's Flora, you have bronzes by Kumaraswamy, all crumbling, you know. So it's a major issue. Now, say, for example, as conservation cannot be looked at as a very narrow, in a narrow form. It has to be sort of a wider general sort of investigation. Now, for example, the Asiatic Society of Kolkata, which was the first Asiatic Society to be established by the British, the main collection went to establish the Kolkata National Museum. But they still have collections, and they have 45 experts in conservation of the different types of elements that they have, paid for by the central government. Central government gives them 3 million rupees a month to pay those people, you know. So the point I'm trying to make is that if we are talking about collections, if we are talking about preserving our heritage, our cultural heritage for the future, then we need conservators, we need money and commitment from a government to pay these people to work, you know. Otherwise, what happens is that they'll be there for 1 year and then they'll leave. Then what happens? Or say, for example, the librarians are trying very hard to make collections, but when you go, what happens to the collection? Who is going to ensure that it's going to be kept? Who is going to be looking after it? You know? So for example, these are issues that I think the university should get together and look at very seriously and tell the government, you know, if they are interested in this. Now take, for example, film, 16mm film that was made in the 1940s could be seen even today, right? But look at the TV films they are making today. It won't last 5 years, and that's end, you know. So this is the problem with also the changing technologies and changing this thing. I was talking with the Eastman Lab in America. They have a huge problem about material that they have collected over the years, and it's an issue how to conserve it, because the new people coming into conservation are not really committed to what they're doing. So this is an issue, you know. So you need commitment, you need money. Who is going to pay for it? Now look at culture, for example. Culture is the worst paid ministry that gets the lowest amount of money. The archaeology department that has 14,000 monuments under its care gets 100 million a year. What can you do with 100 million? You can't do anything. So, but if you look at all the ministries are selling culture. Look at tourism, for example. Look at you know, all the other ministries. They're all selling culture. So shouldn't they be contributing something to culture from their budgets? You know, to ensure that the hard work that you all are doing can be conserved for the future, you know. Otherwise, I mean, okay, today we talk about it, today we collect. Tomorrow it may not be there. So what is the point of view in collecting if that's the case, you know? So I think if you're talking seriously about making collections, then we have to train a new group of conservators who can actually sit and do. Now even Ola books, about once every 2-3 months, you have to do a Dumbara rub on the pages, you know, so that the lettering stays and so on. And then they have to be kept flexible. The leaves have to be kept flexible, you know. So these are issues that is not been happening now. Temples have collections, but they have been just locked up in cupboards or in pettiers for the last 50 years. Nobody even looked at it. So these are issues. So I don't know how to do this, but I'm just sort of sounding not a warning also, but just a suggestion that we have to look at this thing a little more seriously, you know, and see how we can handle it, because otherwise it'll be just conferences, we talk about it and we go away saying thank you, very good, and so on. But what happens in the next stage, you know?
Next stage.
To me, it worries me, because I have been talking about this for about 50 years now. Nobody's interested, you know? So to me, it's a very serious issue, you know? Very, very serious. And I'm sure it's serious for you all as well, you know? You all are certainly worried about it, about the next stage.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Exactly, Dr. Bose. Actually, I mean, you know, that's a very good point. I also, you know, do have some concerns regarding the sustainability and the supports that we are, you know, getting from the government and other stakeholders. So what we can do actually, this is a good opportunity, I mean, to discuss about this matter at the Standing Committee of Library Information Science at the UGC level. So then, I mean, we will try to do, you know, something with the support of the government, at least, you know, I mean, preserve the collections that we do have at our libraries. It's a very, very good, I mean, you know, point that you have raised over here. And if there's an opportunity, so I would, you know, definitely mention your name, and we can have a, you know, the good discussion with the stakeholders, and especially with the, you know, I mean, the government, the officials of the government, even, you know, the Puravidya Dhakshagatumat from University of Kelaniya. So we can, you know, have a chat with him too. And especially, you know, I mean, to take, you know, very concrete action, especially in terms of, you know, the preserving our cultural heritage collection. Thank you, Dr. Ross.
Actually, just another point. I would be willing to sort of get involved in anything with this type of conservation. Just to give you one example, what's his name? Lester James Peters took him when he was in charge of the film archives. He took me to the archives, and there were tins of film that had exploded, you know, and the whole thing was crystallized. You know, there was crystal formations in the tins. I said, "Doctor, what is this?" He said, "Those are the films. You know, they have got damp, they've got wet, and they have, you know, the chemicals have crystallized, you know." And I mean, it looked very beautiful, but also very frightening, you know, because we were losing some material that was collected over 50 years, you know. We were losing it because you know, it was not stored properly and so on. So it's a new science, and maybe the university should start taking this as a serious issue, and maybe create a faculty or whatever it is to do this conservation work, you know, because it's you have to train the people, a new group of sensitive people to sit and look after this. Thank you.
Yeah, and the other thing, I mean, what I mean, raised over here, even, you know, that is, you know, very important, especially the people, those who know the know-how, how to preserve all these things.
Yeah.
So that's a, you know, the big issue at the moment, actually. Even the, you know, the apex bodies at the national level, they don't concentrate on this matter, you know, particularly. Thank you, Dr. Ross. Is there any other questions?
I wish to add some more to Mr. Rivo's comment. Now, due to this density of artifacts in Sri Lanka, we can't just rely on archaeologists or conservationists. Library schools also have to play a role in this regard. They have to concentrate more on preservation education. So in the library schools, we have to teach the librarians how to preserve the collection they have. That is also a must, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Because
may I suggest something,
thing
sir?
is this, that safe example, if people know that you can conserve these and look after them, there are lots of private collections. They'll give them to you. And so there, a lot of families have fantastic collection, but they won't give it because they don't know where they'll be looked after at the moment. So if you can show them that you can do it and you're capable of it, you have the people to do it, I'm sure there'll be a huge amount of private collections that will come to the university.
So the best example of this is Punjabi University Library, where 77 people have donated, or their families have donated the collection. I have referred in my paper also, 77 collections. And they together they amount to some 70,000 books and other documents.
Is that Professor Kalra?
Yes.
Yeah. What kind of mechanism do you have for sustaining these things?
The library provides space. The library provides measures for their preservation and availability of the material after it is preserved. We started earlier with microfilming way back in 80s and 90s, and now the collections are being digitized. Digital preservation is being sure and in addition to the original material being available in the Punjabi Reference Library.
So what kind of support do you have from the government or the
university?
The university.
The creation of a special Punjabi Reference Library is for that purpose. Within the main library of university, there is a special library called Punjabi Reference Library. All the materials from the special collections are put over there, and they are made available for use, and collections are there. And of course, you can't access them openly. You have closed access for those materials that are donated by the families of eminent writers and historians and lexicographers.
Okay, thank you.
We have full support from our university to preserve the materials and to make available them for use.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kala. Any other questions to the audience, to the presenters?
Sir Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I would like to throw this question in general, in line with your concern about decolonization of the cultural heritage. I'm wondering as to how far the manipulation from the discoverers, for example, Sigiriya was discovered, quote unquote, discovered by the French archaeologists, if I'm right. Likewise, the great Angkor Wat temple in Cambodia was also discovered, although the locals could not find those temples, which remained there for many centuries. So these things are still in our textbooks, and we still follow those things, even though those things belong to us. Likewise, I am wondering how far this westernization of textbooks and literature has been, having the impact on changing the mindsets of the locals. So this has to be something we have to find out in our cultural heritage collections.
True,
to what extent the literature, which has been written down by the colonizers, Westerners, instead of the locals. So this is my light. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions?
If I can just add a comment to that one. Basically, our education even today is a colonial education. We are not doing anything to do with the country. I mean, we are creating clones to go and work outside, not people to work in Sri Lanka. So actually, there is now time to rewrite this history, to bring everything we found up to date, and have a more comprehensive history of the country, because till we change our education system to something which is sustainable for the country, we will be doing exactly the same thing as we go along. Because now, for example, even conservation, the people who talk about conservation come from abroad, so they are talking about chemicals and using this and using that. They are not compatible with our material. This is the problem, because their chemicals are different. They don't have these ola leaves and all to conserve there. as a tradition. They have it in their museum. Now, say, for example, the Anand Kumar Swami in the Boston Museum. He took everything he found in Sri Lanka and went and put it there, you know. So, I mean, what are we talking? So these are the issues. So it's today we have to actually we look at our education system, you know, to completely change it to something which is more suitable for us, rather than creating clones, you know. And you can see that in architecture, so we are now copying. We are the best copies in the world. We are copying high-rise buildings which are totally out of scale for us. It's not human scale, and we think we are doing something great. It's not. We are being very stupid, I think. Thank you.
Thank you all the participants. Actually, I think we are running behind, you know, time. I mean, so this is the time for wrapping up. I think, you know, it's really interesting to know about, really interesting opportunity to know about, you know, the different cultural heritage collections, you know, what they are doing and what they are doing for is preserving and what they have found and all these things. And especially the first presentation done by Professor Karla, contextualizing the collections related to Punjab. That's a, you know, very interesting, you know, presentation. And also the second presentation related to the times of relay. And it was very interesting to know about the contemporary lifestyles, including Vedas and gypsies and all, and industrial project work, etc. However, what I have seen, actually, I believe that, you know, some research presented over here have not particularly highlighted the outcomes of the research and the implications adequately. It would be good if you could address these two issues mainly, and also the methodological part. Actually, that is very important to know about the rigor of your research study. And some of the research have not highlighted that part. Actually, I mean, so we can't determine, you know, I mean, the quality of research in terms of the, you know, the methodological rigor. And another exciting presentation on the importance of a non-fiction movie is as an information source to study cultural heritage was remarkable, really. And it produced, you know, how socioeconomic characteristics are symbolized during the colonial era and post-colonial era. And there are, you know, I mean, many good presentations, actually. I mean, but only the drawback what I have seen from some presentations, you know, they haven't highlight the outcome of the research studies and the methodology and what they have adopted. And thank you very much for all the presenters, actually, I mean, for very interesting and comprehensive presentations. Dr. Riaz, do you have anything to say?
You have actually very concisely summed up the presentations, and as has already been highlighted, this has been a very informative session for me personally as well. From the Maldives perspective, we are actually still in the very early stages of information management. We are only starting our first information management degree course this year. So we have still a long way to go. And all of these presentations, listening to all these presentations tells me that how much we can still do and that how much we have to do in our country as well. So this has been a very valuable opportunity for me personally. And I congratulate all the presenters for the important research that has been undertaken and presented here in this session as well as the previous session that I was attending. And I wish everyone all the best, especially stay safe in this pandemic situation, in the increasing case rates again. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Chair, Dr. Jayasundara, and thank you, Madam Chair, Dr. Riaz. And we'll wind up for now, and we will resume our sessions at 2 p.m. after having the lunch. Bon appetit. Thank you.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. Hope you had a good lunch. And we will start the third session of this symposium with Dr. Chandrani Kurupu, Acting Librarian, University of Colombo, and Mr. M.M. Rifauddin, Librarian, Southeastern University of Sri Lanka. Madam and sir, it's over to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the introductions, Mrs. Maratunga. I'm sure, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Actually, I'm Chandrani Kurupu, Deputy Librarian of the University of Colombo and work as Acting Librarian, University of Colombo at the moment. Then Rifauddin, over to you to give the introduction.
Yeah, hello, ma'am. So, welcome. May I welcome all of you to this NRS 2022 NILIS Research Symposium. My name is Rifauddin. I'm the University Librarian of the Southeastern University of Sri Lanka. Southeastern University is situated in Oliville, Nampara, in the eastern part of the Sri Lanka. The theme is, a very ideal theme. Because in general, we conduct the theme in a different way, but this one is a very important theme. The library as a cultural organization, and even the archives, museum, and libraries, all are, we call it the cultural organization. So we have a responsibility to collaborate all these cultural organizations, work towards, preserving our cultural heritage. I think this is one of the important role that the librarians, not only the librarian, archivists, as well as the museum, people work in the museum, to work towards the, realizing our mission, country's mission. With that, I will conclude my introduction. Mic is over to Dr. Chandrani Kurupu.
Okay, thank you, Rifauddin. I think without wasting time, because of we are behind the time schedule, shall we invite to the first speaker?
Yes, please.
Yes, Mrs. Padma Bandaranaike. Over to you, Mrs. Bandaranaike.
I'm going to present on role of the National Library of Sri Lanka in building, safeguarding and promoting cultural heritage. As you are aware, cultural heritage comes mainly in two forms, tangible and intangible cultural heritages. So intangible cultural heritages includes performing arts, social practices, and traditional craftsmanship. What the National Library does on developing the ICH collection, so National Library builds, preserves and promotes ICH collection and conducted several surveys on ICH. One is on ICH safeguarding efforts in Sri Lanka, and the other one is on intellectual property issues in the process of ICH information building and sharing. And also the Rukada Natya and Dumbara Rata Kalala was added into the UNESCO's ICH list with the support of the National Library. And the National Library works collaboratively with the Ministry of Cultural Affairs, ICH-related government institutions and other experts in the country, and also appointed a National Committee on ICH in 2009. Objective of the study was to study the usage pattern of the ICH collection of the National Library, to determine the awareness and perceptions of National Library users, and to identify ways of improving the ICH collection. Methodology was mainly through the online Google application form, and survey was done for the users registered in 2020 and 2021, and also semi-structured interviews were conducted with relevant officials. The findings we have got from the Google survey, majority of them were our members, some of the others are online users, and gender-wise majority of them were females. And membership type also, most of them were annual members or lifetime members. Also, the category of membership, majority of them were undergraduates of the local university. So what has been identified by ICH, majority of them have listed all the items we have given, and so it's a plus point, and they are aware of what is ICH. And to the question of whether they were aware of ICH collection available in the National Library, majority of them have said that they know at least somewhat they know about the ICH collection, and how useful the ICH collection in meeting their information needs. So they have replied, nearly majority, 50% have said that it was very useful. And also the purpose they have used it for at the National Library, majority of them have said that it's used for their research or in writing their thesis. And other collections, what they have used for that question, they have mentioned that National Archives, museum libraries, and public libraries in Kandy and Colombo, and some other libraries mentioned here are used. And to the question what they can suggest to improve the ICH collection, they have realized that digitization is the best solution. And also other suggestions, they have mentioned that organizing conferences and seminars and awareness programs for school children, and also collecting ICH materials available regionally as well as so in overseas countries. And findings of semi-structured interviews with officials, they have mentioned that usage of ICH collection is not satisfied and lack of interest among the young generation. And preservation measures are also applied, but constant supervision needs to be improved. Then challenges encountered were identified as financial restrictions, lack of skilled staff, and not having a network all around Sri Lanka to coordinate with libraries. And conclusions and recommendations, National Library should be the focal point of the ICH collection of Sri Lanka, and then it can compile a single common national inventory covering all domains of the island's ICH, and also make the service more effective and accessible via digital platforms, and also develop ICH collections further, and conduct awareness programs and workshops, and also support research on ICH collections. And development of ICH as a sustainable tourism resource is very important, and it should be for other stakeholders such as Tourism Ministry. So with that, I conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bandaranaike. That's a good research, especially as a focal point of the focal point library, because of the National Library of Sri Lanka work as a focal point library, especially these collections. Because of I feel that you will maintain the good collection in your library, and as a national level, you should have some other connections with the other libraries, and because of this collection is most important. Maintain of this collection is most important because of we have to bring this one for a future generation. Yeah, that is what you are planning. That's why your research we will very highlighted. But now you have finding what are the barriers, what should be your role as a national library and everything. Because of actually I really appreciate this study and the findings as well. Then the next step is, I think you should have to find you can write the good proposal, because of you mentioned in here. There is one finding, lack of financial finance. Because of then you can based on your research outputs, you can write the good proposal, and to find the funds for the development of this collection. It's possible to develop just like a digitized fund, like I think you suggest that one as well in your findings. because of you are planning to build up the just like a wide network to coordinate with other libraries with similar collections like that. I think next step you can then you can start it to find the funds for that one. You can write the good proposal based on your research results, and then you can improve the these collections for a future generation, because of this is most important for researchers, and not only for the researchers, actually we can show it our history. Because in here you mentioned there is a lack of interest shown by the younger generation. It's mean then the promotional material you have to prepare it. That is my view actually. I really happy this presentation, this research, because that's what we have to do as Sri Lankans. Thank you, Mrs. Bandaranaike. I think Mr. Rifardin can tell anything more because of she has a good collection in. I thought you have the good collection in your library. Yes. Yes.
I don't know whether do we have a time, ma'am? If you have a time, I can say something about this. Otherwise, you can go to next presenter.
Yes, actually, we have to call that. Anyway, yes.
For me, I think this is a very important area. And I think we must have some national plan. We should have a proper national plan. That the libraries, archives, and museums, we have get together and we have to form a national plan. Accordingly, I think we have to work. So we cannot postpone this one, right? Because each and every library having a very rare collection. Having a very rare collection, definitely the collection, then different other forms, right? So I think the time has come. Time has come, so we have to work towards realizing, as you said, preserving our cultural heritage to our next generation. Thank you so much, ma'am. We can go to next presenter.
Yes.
I think accordingly, Mrs. Manatunga has to introduce the other presenters according to the schedule.
Yes, yes.
She need to invite, yeah.
I think you will call because of the we have to.
Yeah, ma'am.
On time, no? Yeah, in that case.
Yeah. Can you, ma'am? Can you invite the next presenter? Yeah.
Yes, you will call, please. You can call. Ready?
Yes. Our next presenter is No Kikan, School of Library and Information Science, Central University of Gujarat, India.
My name is Vijanu Kikon, PhD scholar from the School of Library and Information Science, Central University of Gujarat, India. I will be presenting a paper on the title, Preservation of Cultural Heritage, the Role of Archives, Libraries and Museums of Kohima, Nagaland, State of India. Let me begin with introduction. Preservation of cultural heritage resources play a significant role in the development of the various culture of the world. It is a valid witness of our origin and how far we have come into being. The role of LMS in preserving cultural heritage resources is an essential contribution to our sustainable development. The objective of my study is that through the preservation of cultural heritage by the ALMS institution, it helps to recognize the importance of cultural practices of Naka history, help to nourish the sense of belonging of the place, and help to understand our past practices in culture and to contemplate in the future. The research problem is that with the introductions of Christianity, religion, and education by the Western missionary, the Naga people are carried away by the Western culture, forgetting the cultural practices slowly. ELMS institutions preserving the Naga cultural practices in the form of documents, record, and artifact. Therefore, there is a need to study the ALMS institutions to understand their significant role and services rendered in preserving Naga cultural heritage. Methodology is that a self-survey was conducted. Data were obtained through visiting and interviewing staff working in the district ALMS institutions. Only district ALMS government institutions were selected as it is in one district and has easy accessibility to collect the data. Population and sampling. The number of employees of these three institutions varies from one another. State Archive has 3 employees, State Library has 17 employees, and State Museum has 10 employees. Through self-survey of the available cultural heritage information and interviewing of every 2 selected employees of ALMS institutions were conducted. The State Archive, it came into being in 1st of November 1964 under the branch of Department of Art and Culture, Kohima, Nagaland. It has more than 20,000 records consisting of official documents, rare book, microfilms, map, photograph, private papers, and newspaper clippings, etc. The State Library, it came into being in 1981 under the Department of Art and Culture. It has around 58,000 collections starting from 1981 to 2021. It has collections on subject fictions, notice, magazines, children book collections, audio-video, newspaper, rare book, collections of Kohima Education sponsored by KET, Hellman Medical Library, UK competitive books, etc. And it also has 45,000 books collections specifically on Naga cultural heritage. The State Museum, it came into being in 1971 under the Department of Art and Culture. It has around 2,000 object collections starting from 1969 to 2018. It has collections on anthropological, gallery, archaeological, art, painting, indigenous games and sports, textile, food, carving, ornaments, and custom trades. The result of the finding is that it shows that there is a lack of effective strategy in coordinating the functions of our ALMS institutions. There are still challenges of funding, expertise, preservation, coordination, public support, and government interventions. The study shows that there is need of recruiting professionals, strategy for training the staff, the need for coordination to ensure preservations and promotions of the use of cultural heritage resources of Nagaland state. Conclusion is that the role of ALMS institutions, it varies in terms of material collections, preservation services by these institutions, but they are indirectly relevant to one another. ALMS institutions' main aim are to make easy collections, preservations, coordinations, dissemination, and effective use of the cultural heritage information. ALMS require a proper system to integrate these institutions in the organizational program for proper preservation of historical, cultural, and national cultural heritage in the knowledge society. Recommendation is that there is a need of training program for the ALMS working staff to deliver effective services of their patron. To integrate the services of the ALMS institutions, efficient, competent employees should be selected. The LIS professionals and researchers should combine the thought and develop practical design to enhance the strategy of implementing good service of ALMS institutions. Thank you for listening.
Yes, Shifadi, can you say about this, or we will?
I think we can go to next presenter. At the end, the time is allocated for a discussion.
Yes, sir. The next presentation is about the preservation of information resources in selected school libraries in Badulla district by WRN Indrachapa, Sinek Campus, Millennium Drive, Malabar, Sri Lanka.
Have a nice day all. I am Indrachapa. Today I am going to present about preservation of information resources in selected school libraries in Badulla district. Study background. The library is one of the social institutions whose major function is to acquire, process, organize, preserve, and conserve print and non-print information resources for users. The acquisition, organization, processing, storing, preservation, and transmission of information resources to students, staff, and community users are all primary function of a school library. The preservation of information resources in school libraries has been observed to be ignored by the school administration. The majority of information resources in school libraries are print documents that can deteriorate due to a variety of circumstances, preventing users from having long-term access to them when they are needed. As a result, it becomes a topic worth researching. The research problem was this study: are the information resources of the Badulla district school libraries preservation properly? Objectives are identifying information resources available in the school libraries, identifying barriers to the preservation of information resource in the school libraries, and identify the support given to preservation by school management. Methodology. Research methodology, survey research method. I use as a research method, survey research method. As a population, I got Badulla district all central school library. So 27 central school libraries. Among these 27 central school libraries, I used as a sample 1 AB central school, 18 1 AB central schools. 1 AB means schools having advanced level science stream classes. For data collection, I used primary sources and secondary sources. Results. The usage of the preservation policies was very low. Dusting and regular flow mopping were the available preservation measures put in place. Fan were the available preservation equipment and materials. Lack of fund and inadequate infrastructure on the aspect of preservation of information resources were the major confrontation in selected school libraries. Among this sample, only 7 libraries use simple method for preservation, but 11 libraries do not use any preservation methods. Conclusion. It can be concluded that the main reason for this is that the school management did not pay much attention to it and the staff did not understand it. Recommendation. The library staff should be made aware of the conservation of school library resources, and adequate funding should be provided by the government for conservation. Conservation policies for school libraries should also be formulated. This is references of my study. Thank you.
Yes, now we will move to the next presentation. It is about archiving experiential, digital archiving approach to preserve intangible cultural heritage by Dr. C. Vijay Sundara, Library, University of Colombo, Sri Lanka, and S. Sugimoto, University of Tsukuba, Japan.
Hello everyone, I am Chiranthi Vijayasundara. This research outlines a generalized model to preserve intangible cultural heritage in digital archives. The UNESCO defines cultural heritage as memory of its living culture. Cultural heritage can be mainly divided into tangible cultural heritage, basically the monuments, objects, and intangible cultural heritage such as dance, music, rituals. Intangible cultural heritage can be identified as a heterogeneous thing due to various reasons. This diversity has affects its digital curation process as well. The authors have identified several issues associated with cultural heritage curation and archiving in web-based environment. As a solution, the authors have developed a generalized model called Cultural Heritage in Digital Environment, CHDE model, a few years ago. The current study is a continuation of this basic model. The current model is known as the CEDA model, which known as the Concepts, Embodiment, and Digital Archives, which concerns on the real-world objects, archival digital objects, and their relationships in the digital archival process. The CEDA gives some conception on content-centric information organization as well. Intangible cultural heritage entity can have two facets. First one is knowledge world, second one is embodied world. These two facets can be represented via digital surrogates of the intangible cultural heritage and their descriptions. Digital archive should be capable of capturing all this information. In the CEDA model, the authors are trying to identify these two facets as conceptual or intangible objects and embodied or tangible objects. The following example shows the Gion Matsuri, which is a festival in Japan based on the above facets. The upper portion shows the conceptual or the intangible facets of intangible cultural heritage, while the lower portion shows the embodiment of the intangible cultural heritage. The research article of the festival and the recording of specific instance of the festival are the embodied object, which can be identified as the real world object in this model. During the digital archiving process, real-world objects are captured and maintained by the curators, librarians, or the archivists in memory institutions. These objects are stored as digital objects in an archive and are enriched by other knowledge resources such as vocabularies. The users request this information and digital archives deliver them as archived digital objects. Therefore, a single archived digital object consists of description of real-world objects and its digital surrogates. As a whole, CEDA comprehends archived digital object as a combination of digital surrogates and metadata descriptions of real-world objects. The CEDA model allows to archive intangible cultural heritage as a collection of recordings, its related objects and descriptions, providing more content-centric approach rather than conventional item-centric information organization. Also, it separately identifies the different aspects of intangible cultural heritage and its digital archiving process. If you need to know more about our research, please refer to the following resources. Thank you.
Now we will move to the last presentation of this session. It's on digitization of collection of cultural and heritage institutes of Pakistan by Mohammad Rafiq, Institute of Information Management, University of Punjab, Lahore, Pakistan.
Hello, everybody. My name is Dr. Muhammad Rafiq. I'm Associate Professor at University of the Punjab. And my topic of today's presentation is digitization of collections in culture and heritage institutions of Pakistan. As we see the influence of ICTs around in all walks of life, and particularly in culture and heritage institutions, we see that ICTs, the penetration of ICTs actually pushed these institutions to digitize their material, to digitize their artifacts, to digitize information and culture resources and make it available online. And that is happening around the world everywhere. Museums and other cultural and heritage institutions are very much involved to digitize their material and exhibit online and to cover, to actually facilitate the scientific, historical, and artistic community to access their resources without space and time limits. The aim of our study was to explore the digitization practices in culture and heritage institutions, particularly the museums of Pakistan. We see that digital era is on rise in all kinds of institutions, but when we see the local literature, there is not a single study that we were able to identify. So this was essential to. It was felt that it is essential to go for this aim and to conduct a study. And of course, this was a quantitative survey that we conducted, and we used a structured questionnaire to collect the data, and personal efforts were made to make a list of the museums, and personal contacts were used to gather this data. Study received 20 responses, and 10 from Punjab-based museums, 5 from Islamabad capital territories, 2 from Sindh provinces, and 2 from Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and 1 from Balochistan. So it seems like that we have covered good, almost all Pakistan, all areas of Pakistan. The major museums were covered in this study. What are our findings? Actually, we received that only out of these 20 institutions, 20 museums, only 12 museums were doing digitization of materials and artifacts, but only 8 have formal digitization policies, but others don't have. In terms of capabilities, when we asked about how they rank their capabilities to initiate, accomplish, and sustain digitization projects, the respondent museums rank their technological resources higher than the human resources, financial resources, as well as the development of digitization plan, policies, and procedures. We also asked about the criteria to select the material for digitization. Of course, fragility and demand for the visitors was most important. They considered it. Top 3 goals for their digitization projects were minimize damage to original materials, having better properties for research and educational use, enriching information access. And in terms of digitization work execution, we found that 9 out of 12 institutions assigned current staff to do digitizations. And of course, in terms of barriers, the top ranked barrier was the lack of funds. We conclude that digitization activities at museums at Pakistan are at infancy and at a budding phase, and they face many problems. And of course, this is the first of its kind of the study in Pakistan, and that offers theoretical and practical implications. We recommend that the government bodies and other ministries should provide the funds for digitization projects, for their trainings, for people's trainings, and so on. That's all from my side. Thank you very much for giving me a chance to present here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all presenters. Rifidin, we will call one by one. Hello, Rifidin, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. We will get the first presenter. Hello. we will ask the questions from the first presenter, and we can ask any more questions from the audience. Then give your feedback, Mr. Rifai.
The first presentation was Padma's presentation, huh?
Yes.
The role of National Library of Sri Lanka in building, safeguarding, promoting cultural heritage.
Yes.
How about the audience? Do you have any clarification or questions to us from Padma Bandaranaike?
No any comments, no any questions from the audience?
Yeah. Then we can move to the second presenter, isn't it?
Yes, okay. Before that, what do you think about the Mrs. Bandaranaike presentation? You can give some feedback that will be encouraged to her. Yeah, that is my view. Because if not, we will move to the next one.
Yes, participants, I think
yeah,
they are not
okay.
raising any questions, so we may go
Yes.
to, yeah.
Then the second one, we will call the second presenter.
Yeah, the second presenter is Pichano Kikon. Her title on Preservation of Cultural Heritage, the role of archives, libraries, and museum of Kohima, Nagaland, State of India. And it's over to you, the participants. Right? If you have any discussion or comments, you can make it here. Dr. Krupa, over to
Hello.
you.
Excuse me, Mr. Rafiuddin, if you kindly allow me, just I want to add a question just for discussion, just should continue. My question is to Miss Indira Chappa, preservation of information resources in selected school libraries, as well as same question is about to Miss Pichano Kikon, preservation of cultural heritage. Actually, this one, the second presentation particularly. What are the strategies I want to know as we see in terms of the preservation? There are different strategies like emulation, technology emulation, and so on, other strategies. What do you see? What sort of strategies are they are applying? And particularly when we compare these strategies with international communities' approaches. So where do you rank these efforts, and where do you see, particularly as I mentioned, in terms of international practices? What sort of strategies are they applying? Maybe I missed it. Maybe she already said it. Please.
Yes, sir. Thank you for the questions. Sir, the Nagaland state that archive libraries, museums are still very small. It's still growing. They have few collections, so they don't have any strategy at the moment. The problem is that the employees of these archive library museums are not trained employers. So I have given the recommendations that we need a trained employers, we need a professionals to train them so that, you know, they will improve their collections and they can improve to preserve more cultural heritage of Nagaland. So we are like still growing. We need, you know, more support from the government, from the people, from the researchers to grow these three institutions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any more questions? Any more clarifications? We are open for all present. You can ask any questions or any clarification from anyone else. From the 5 presenters over there. What do you think about Mr. Rifai? Overall, considering the 5 presentations, but based on their findings?
Yeah, that's right. Most of the presenters, they have presented their study, and overall we can say, these researchers are some say the researchers are, it's a first of kind, and many people are having a lot of problems, right? They have many constraints in preserving their cultural heritage, and they expect more support from their top management, as well as the government of their country. These are the common things, and we have noticed. And then that their research on Dr. Vijay Sundara, her research is, I think, archiving, experimental, experiential, digital archiving approach to preserve intangible cultural heritage. And I think I would like to give some time to say the outcome of the research, and what he can contribute to the nation with this the research outcome.
Hello.
Yeah, Dr. C. Vijay Sundara. Yeah.
Yes, sir. Actually, this research is a continuation of my previous research. Actually, we were continuously researching about cultural heritage digital information, especially on the digital archives, actually. So, so this is a kind of a continuation of that. And this model, as I said, we always see digital memory institutional archives, and they collect and deliver various types of information, but still they are still giving users item-centric information. For example, like library, they are giving some items. So, but nowadays the users' requirements are very diverse, and they need more and more information. So the item-centric conception has changed, and now they want something content-oriented. So that means a collection of information related to one resource. So the idea of the CEDA model is something which we can do for cultural heritage, actually. So we are trying to give some more content to the whatever the tangible or intangible cultural heritage provided by the digital archive. So it's a kind of a preliminary idea, actually. So we are still developing these conceptions.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you so much.
I feel that is work as that module is work as a secondary sources, and we can look into the primary sources.
Both, madam, because if you take one object or one cultural heritage event, it is associated with so many things which are available on the internet. So, but most of the time, memory institutions are providing only one type of resource. So through these models, we are trying to gather or aggregate all these resources and give the users more contextual information, actually. So it can be primary, secondary, or whatever the resource.
Yeah, because of the there is a, I feel that there's a like a limitation of the fields. No, in that case, because of the there is a two parts. But this first one is the your module. There is a two parts. No, one is embodiment.
Yes, and the conceptual.
Conceptual.
Yes.
In that case, I feel that is just like a work as a secondary resources, and then we have to look into that will be help for to find the primary resources like that.
It can be, madam. Yes.
Okay, that's a good idea, because of we can at least digitize the materials, no?
Yes, you need some kind of digitized materials first.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. mainly all the presenters highlighted it, they have some issues, funding issues, and the top level, no any attentions from the top levels like that. Only one presentation that is done by the Dr. Jason, that's the different model. Then the remaining are same, but the National Library project, that is actually they find the but the obstacles and they are planning. I think they are planning to improve the everything based on their findings. Okay. That is my feeling of that research. In addition, you can add, Mr. Shipadi.
Yes, I'm just thinking about our customers, our users. And right, we are now, we do research and we are in the libraries, we do many things to, to preserve our cultural heritage. And how about the customers' demand on the, digitization of our heritage documents? And I think I would like to ask this question to Padma Bandaranaike, because she is working in the Mother Library of Sri Lanka, National Library. She has already done research. Because in the Western world, I heard that they talk about the digital humanities. There is a marriage between ICT and humanities areas, and the ICT with social sciences. Right, that's how the social sciences and humanities subject disciplines are evolving. So the libraries and archives and museums are expected to cater the needs of that growing the needs of the customers. And Padma Bandaranaike, were you able to study the pattern of changes of users or in using the digital archiving or digital archiving of our cultural heritage document?
Thank you, Mr. Rifadin, for the question. And actually, digital archiving is not my area of specialization, but as the director of the National Library and its reader services is under my division, one of the divisions under me. So I focused on the users, how users use that collection. And then we have a digital actually collection of all rare materials, but it was funded by earlier by the National Science Foundation, and then now on our own funds we are working on it. So that's actually not enough for covering the areas as you mentioned, the social sciences and humanities like that. What we do as the National Library, our main acquisition policy is to collect all Sri Lankan materials. So what we do is we are focusing on the rare things that may not be able to find in next few years. So then they are already deteriorated or about to deteriorate. So our focus is to preserve them for the future generation. So we focus on digitizing such collections. So we have a fairly good number of digital content on our DSpace National Digital Library platform. But it is not actually, we are not up to the standards, and we are still improving. The funding is the main problem. So we have Peter Vijay Singh collection with lot of folklore manuscripts, and there are many more collections, ICH collections, but that includes audio visuals as well. But the thing is, funding is the most the biggest barrier in digitizing these things. And I also need to we have other problem is lack of staff also. Only 3 people work in our digital library, so that is not enough to cover the collection in the National Digital Library. So they are also not very skilled. We need to get them trained. Actually, we were not able to send them for overseas training. So we are looking for opportunities from other countries in our region for get them trained. Anyway, we are lucky to have our IFLA PAC Center at the National Library in our region. So we are the IFLA PAC Center for conserving and preserving collections. So Dr. Uday Cabral, he's the head of the division and he's doing his work for preserving the collections. So one solution is digitization. So you cannot apply other measures because nowadays, with the even with hundreds of people, even we cannot complete that digital, preservation measures. To preserve such a big collection we have in our National Library. I mean, not only the ICH collection, all other rare collections and all other collections we have here in the National Library. So digitization is the best solution and we need to find solutions. As Dr. Kurupu said, we need to write a proposal and get funding from other agencies, even overseas. So that's our aim. Anyway, I'm not, very big, I'm not an expert in the digitization of collections. So I may not be able to answer fully for your question. So
Yes,
okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Fradin, there is one question.
Yeah.
Can you see the chat box?
Yes. It's such a nice platform to explore and new ideas where we can save a cultural heritage collection. My question is, the library holds a very rich cultural heritage manuscript, which is digitized and converted into CDs and microfilms, but has not enabled global access. Could you tell me what is the best strategy to do digital preservation? Could you share your ideas regarding to digital preservation? Could you tell me about digital preservation standard? Yeah.
Yes, actually, we will ask from the Dr. J. Sundara for answers for the number 2.
Yes, madam. Regarding the digital preservation standards, there are many standards actually. First of all, when you are, it's not enough if you digitize the content, you should follow some kind of standard. Otherwise, you cannot connect those information globally. That is the main drawback in most of the memory institutions actually. We create a lot of information, we digitize the stuff, but we don't have proper standards. So if we are following these standards, then only we can harmonize this information with other repositories or other systems actually. So I think, for example, a very common standard is DCMI, Dublin Core Metadata Standard. So if you can give your metadata according to that standards, so it's a global standard and you can connect those information to some other systems actually. So it's most of the time we digitize and just keep those information in a repository or something. So people don't see or they don't know what we have, our assets. So if we can at least show them, if we can have some kind of content management system which can use to show them what are the things we have, so they can access it with restrictions probably, because cultural heritage stuff always concern about about the ownership and all copyright issues. So these things we have to concern when it comes to disseminate this information. So somehow I think it's very it's a very good practice if you follow standards. There are so many standards about this preservation models and so on.
Okay, thank you. Then they asked one question. No, what is the best way or strategy to do the digital preservation? What is the best way?
or its strategy?
Actually, best way, it depends on what is your requirement actually. Whether what type of information you are going to preserve. So I cannot say this is the best standard. Yes. So it depends on what are the things. It can be intangible thing or tangible object or manuscript. So it depends on what you are going to do actually.
But we can find the standard things from the there may be the standard.
Yeah, there are so many standards, as I said, for example, if this person wants to see, you can go and see the Europeana data collection. They have a Europeana data model, how they preserve their data and harmonize their data. That's a one global standard. Actually, it's basically for the European Union. That's the most the largest digital cultural heritage platform currently available. So please go and see European data collection. That is actually one example. But countries like us, we don't have such kind of high level standards and high level digital objects actually. So in that case, we can use those standards, but we have to adapt them to our environment. That's another thing, madam. Yeah, those things we have to think. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Vijay. I think, Mr. Biden, we have to conclude the session because of the next session has to be started. Thank you very much for all presenters. Wish you all the best for your future plans for a research and all. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Kurupu and Mr. Rifaudin and all the presenters. Thank you very much and for the very interesting discussion. So we are moving to the last session of today program. Mr. Ramanan, it's over to you.
Thank you, Ms. Manathunga. Let's move on to the fourth session on NILIS graduate research, titled as so. And I would like to call upon our chairs, Senior Professor W.A. Veerasuriya from the Department of Library Information Sciences, University of Kelaniya, and Dr. Shiranthi Vijaysunthara, Senior Librarian from University of Colombo. Sir and Madam, over to you.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this very important session. And myself, I am a senior professor in the Department of Library and Information Science, University of Kelaniya. And I am sorry that I cannot open this this video, but we can carry on.
Yes, it's okay, sir.
Yeah, yes, and this session is one of the important sessions in the NILIS conference, NILIS graduate research session. So there are 10 papers altogether, but I think time also a factor to be considered here because there is a panel discussion also ahead. So I call Dr. Shiranthi Vijaysunthara to start.
Thank you very much, Professor. Our first presenter today in the session 4 is L.H. Vajira Ranjika Silva from Western Province Education Department, Sri Lanka. His title is Improving Resource-Based Teaching Learning in Schools Using School Library Learning Resource Centers. Over to you, L.H. Vajira.
I'm Vajira Silva, and today I'll present to you the findings of my research study on role of principals in improving resource-based learning in schools. So the main responsibility of principals to develop children into global citizens with skills like critical thinking, communication skills, collaboration, and creativity. To address this, school library learning resource centers are very important. The background of the study is as follows. In 2018, Provincial Ministry of Education, with the collaboration of National Institute of Library Information Sciences, conducted 12 days training workshop for relevant principals and teachers. After the training, it was found that support from the top management was limited. Teachers were unable to rise the achievement level. Teachers couldn't make students into independent learners without support from LLRC. The main objective is to support school principals to improve resource-based teaching learning process. The research questions are: how does the principal support to the current teaching learning process? What are the steps to be taken on the above, and how to promote it? What has changed since the introduction of resource-based learning methods? Now you can see the sample of the research. Out of 11 zones in Western Province, I selected one school from each zone. It includes one subject teacher, one ICT teacher, the librarian, principal and zonal library coordinator. Mixed method used for the research. This shows how the research was done. Data obtained through questionnaire, interviews, observation, group discussion, and reflective journals. The data analysis was mainly done general information, principals' roles in implementing the teaching learning process. The findings were: the training has enriched the teaching learning process, improved principal knowledge on 21st century education, and importance of school libraries by 89%, and able to develop independent learning culture in schools. Therefore, it can be concluded that the training had positive impact and principals were armed with the knowledge to further develop school libraries in Western Province. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vajira Silva. It's a really interesting presentation. And Professor, shall we move on to the next title, or are we going to?
Yes, we will go to the next session. Next one.
Okay,
next title.
okay. Then our second presenter today is P.R. Devbandhu from State Ministry of Education Reforms. His title is on impact of online learning methods on the qualitative development of the learning teaching process. Over to you.
Hello friends, nice to meet you here. I am Devbandhu. My research topic is a study of the impact of online learning methods on the qualitative development of the teaching learning process. Background of this study, with the global epidemic of corona, you all know, children's access to traditional education from preschool to university has been tremendously limited. Education authorities, principals and teachers in Sri Lanka taking admirable efforts to give education to students through distance learning approaches. Objectives of this study are: number one, examining the use of online methodology for the general school education process. Number two, identify the major challenges and problems faced in the use of online methods for general education. It needs to be identified the methods which they are using and what kind of challenges and issues they are facing in the process. I have used the methodology stratified sampling method for sampling. use samples of teachers, principals, and students of the selected schools of Caledonia Educational Zone in Western Province. The data which collected from questionnaires have analyzed with Strata software. My population and sampling indicates here total population of students 12,661, and I have get 370 as the sample according to the Morgan table. Teachers total population is 576. The sample I have taken 226. Principals total population 18. I have taken all the principals as my sample. 91% of students are using online methods. I need to mention here, I got WhatsApp groups also as an online method. 99% of considered teachers are using online methods. Most of the pupils and teachers are using mobile phones for online education. It indicates here devices used by students. As a percentage, 52% of the students use mobile phones as online devices, and lap and mobiles using 42% students, only 1% students using tabs, and 4% students using laptops as their online learning devices. Conclusion, I can indicate here, teachers do not have adequate and formal training for online teaching, and this is a major obstacle to the effectiveness of online education. And I have found the significant number of students are hampered by the lack of technical tools and internet connectivity required to study online. I can summarize the recommendations as this. For number one, a proper program should be implemented to provide very formal and adequate training to teachers expeditiously. It is imperative to expedite the launch of financial facilitation projects to increase connectivity and devices availability of the teachers and the students. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Next one.
Yes. Our next presenter is HALP Hapuarachi from Maho Zonal Educational Office. The title is The Attitude of Principals Towards the Functioning of School Library Learning Resource Centers as a Partner of the Curriculum. Over to you.
ආයුබෝවන් මම HALP හපුආරච්චි දැනට මහව කලාප අධ්‍යාපන කාර්යාලයේ නියෝජ්‍ය අධ්‍යාපන අධ්‍යක්ෂ සංවර්ධන ලෙස කටයුතු කරනවා. වර්තමාන අධ්‍යයනයේ තේමාව විෂයමාලාවේ හවුල්කරුවෙකු ලෙස පාසල් පුස්තකාල ඉගෙනුම් සම්පත් මධ්‍යස්ථානයේ ක්‍රියාකාරීත්වය පිළිබඳව විදුහල්පතිවරුන්ගේ ආකල්ප අධ්‍යයනය. අධ්‍යයනයට පාදක වූ පසුබිම සැකවින් ඉදිරිපත් කළොත් මේ වන විට ලෝකයේ ප්‍රචලිත අධ්‍යාපන ක්‍රමයක් වන්නේ සම්පත් පාදක අධ්‍යාපනයයි. සම්පත් පාදක අධ්‍යාපනයේ කේන්ද්‍රස්ථානය වන්නේ පාසල් පුස්තකාල ඉගෙනුම් සම්පත් මධ්‍යස්ථානයයි. වර්ෂ 2015 දී පැවති ගෝලීය අධ්‍යාපන සමුළුවේදී එළඹුණ ඉන්චියොන් සම්මුතියේ දැක්වෙන පරිදි 2030 වර්ෂයේ වන විට අධ්‍යාපනයේ පාදම වන්නේද පාසල් පුස්තකාල ඉගෙනුම් සම්පත් මධ්‍යස්ථානයයි. මෙහිදී පාසලේ නායකයාගේ භූමිකාව ඉතාම තීරණාත්මක වේ. මේ භූමිකාව නිසි පරිදි ක්‍රියාත්මක කිරීමේදී විදුහල්පතිවරයා දරන ආකල්පය ඉතාම වැදගත් වේ. එබැවින් වර්තමාන අධ්‍යයනයේ අරමුණ විදුහල්පතිවරයා විෂයමාලා මැදිහත්කරුවෙකු වශයෙන් පුස්තකාල ඉගෙනුම් සම්පත් මධ්‍යස්ථානයක් ලෙස භාවිතය පිළිබඳව දරන ආකල්පය හඳුනා ගැනීම. සඳහා අනුගමනය කරන ලද්දේ මිශ්‍ර පර්යේෂණ ක්‍රමවේදය. එහිදී නියදිය ලෙස මහව අධ්‍යාපන කලාපයේ අධ්‍යාපන කොට්ටාස 4 නියෝජනය වන පරිදි 1 AB 1 C හා 2 වර්ගයේ පාසල් කොට්ටාසයකින් 10 බැගින් පාසල් 40ක් යොදාගත්තා. මෙහිදී අහඹු ස්තරායන නියති ක්‍රමය යොදාගත් අතර දත්ත රැස් කිරීම සඳහා ප්‍රශ්නාවලිය හා සම්මුඛ සාකච්ඡා යොදාගත්තා. ප්‍රමාණාත්මක දත්ත විශ්ලේෂණය කිරීම සඳහා විස්තරාත්මක සංඛ්‍යාන විද්‍යාත්මක ක්‍රම, සමාජ විද්‍යාව සඳහා වන සංඛ්‍යාන විද්‍යාත්මක පැකේජය භාවිතය සිදු කළා. ගුණාත්මක දත්ත විශ්ලේෂණය සඳහා තේමා විශ්ලේෂණ ක්‍රමය භාවිත කළා. පර්යේෂණ අනාවරණයන් මෙහිදී විදුහල්පතිවරුන් විසින් විෂයමාලාවේ හවුල්කරුවෙකු ලෙස පාසල් පුස්තකාලය ගෙනුම් සම්පත් මධ්‍යස්ථානයේ ක්‍රියාකාරීත්වය පිළිබඳව විදුහල්පතිවරුන්ගේ ආකල්ප අධ්‍යයනයේ ධනාත්මක බව හෙළි වුණා. විදුහල්පති ආකල්පය පාසලේ පිහිටීම, පාසල් වර්ගය, අධ්‍යාපන සුදුසුකම, වෘත්තීය සුදුසුකම, විදුහල්පතිගේ සේවා කාලය හෝ ගුරුවරයෙකු ලෙස සේවා කාලය මත වෙනස් නොවේ. පුස්තකාල ගුරුවරයා සිසුන් සමග කටයුතු කරන ආකාරය පිළිබඳව විදුහල්පති දරන ආකල්පය පාසල පිහිටි අධ්‍යාපන කොට්ටාසය හා වයස් කාණ්ඩය මත වෙනස් වේ. පාසල් පුස්තකාලය සිසුන් සහ ගුරුවරුන් විසින් භාවිතය පිළිබඳ විදුහල්පතිවරයාගේ ආකල්පය පාසල් වර්ගය හා වයස් කාණ්ඩය අනුව වෙනස් වේ. යෝජනා විදුහල්පතිවරුන් බලගැන්වීම, පාසල් පුස්තකාලය ගෙනුම් සම්පත් මධ්‍යස්ථානයෙන් ක්‍රියාත්මක විය යුතු වැඩසටහන උපදෙස් අඩංගු මාර්ගෝපදේශයක් පාසල් වෙත ලබා දීම, සොයි බලකරණයේ 8 ආකෘතිය අධ්‍යයන ප්‍රවේශය හඳුන්වා දීම ප්‍රචලිත කිරීම, පාසල් පුස්තකාලය ගෙනුම් සම්පත් මධ්‍යස්ථානය ලෝස්ටර් වර්ගීකරණයේ සිටින මට්ටම අනුව පාසල් අඛණ්ඩ ඇගීම් ක්‍රමයක් හඳුන්වා දී පාසල් ශ්‍රේණිගත කිරීමක් සිදු කිරීම, පාසල් පුස්තකාලය ගෙනුම් සම්පත් මධ්‍යස්ථාන වෙත ඊට අදාළ අධ්‍යාපනික හා වෘත්තීය සුසුකම් සහිත පුහුණු පුස්තකාලයාධිවරුන් පත් කිරීම යෝජනා කරනවා. මේ සඳහා භාවිත කරන ලද පර්යේෂණ සාහිත්‍ය මෙහි දැක්වෙනවා.
Thank you very much. The next presenter is Dr. Chandima Disanayaka. Her title is on evaluation of reading programs conducted by Western Province School Libraries for the 2019 National Reading Month in Sri Lanka. Proceed, please.
Hello everyone. I am Chandima Disanayaka from D. Masonette College, Kandana. Evaluations of reading programs conducted by Western Province School Libraries for the year 2019 National Reading Month in Sri Lanka. Introduction. National Library and Documentation Service Board declared October as the National Reading Month in Sri Lanka in the year 2004. Especially public and school libraries organize reading programs according to the guidelines annually issued by the National Library and Documentation Service Board. Accordingly, libraries compile reports on the events they conduct annually. The theme of the year 2019 was Let's Read with the Children. Objective. The objective of the study was to identify trends in selecting programs by school libraries for the National Reading Month. The methodology. The content analysis methodology was used for this study. Main categories given in the National Library Circular for Reading Month programs were used to code types of programs. Only the reports submitted in Sinhala by Western Province School were analyzed. Let's move on to the findings. There had been 77 programs conducted by these libraries. 44 of them were related to the theme. Majority of libraries had implemented programs on reading promotion and organizing creative circles. Many of those libraries had conducted at least 5 to 10 projects under the theme of 2000. When compared with the number of school libraries in the country, the response was extremely low. All programs had been conducted for school children. No program included teachers and parents into their respective projects. A significant diversity of programs also could not be seen. The conclusion. It is important to motivate and provide necessary guidance to school librarians to conduct programs related to reading and increasing the awareness of the educational officials who are responsible for monitoring and supervision. In this process, steps should be taken to make the school libraries aware what is relevant to the theme of reading. Utilizing audiovisuals for conducting programs is recommended. The National Library and Documentation Service Board also should issue the circular 1 year before the event. It is also required to mark them in such a way to create a social impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The fifth presenter today is of this session,
RMGWCTK Ratnayaka. He's from Public Library, Kurunagal Municipal Council. The title he's going to present is on collection management of Pirivena libraries in the northwestern province of Sri Lanka. Please proceed.
මම RMGWPTK රත්නායක. මාතෘකාව පිරිවෙන් අධ්‍යාපන ආයතනයන්හි පුස්තකාල එකතු කළමනාකරණය පිළිබඳ අධ්‍යයනයක්. කුරුණෑගල දිස්ත්‍රික්කයේ විද්‍යායතන පිරිවෙන් පුස්තකාල ඇසුරෙන්. පිරිවෙන් අධ්‍යාපන ක්‍රමයේ විහාරය ආශ්‍රිතව තමයි ඉස්සෙල්ලම පටන් අරන් තියෙන්නේ. පර්යේෂණයේ ආරමුණු. පුස්තකාල එකතු සංවර්ධන ක්‍රියාවලිය විශ්ලේෂණය, එකතුව සංවර්ධනය කිරීමේ ක්‍රමවේද, එකතුව රාකගත පිළිවෙල, එකතුව නඩත්තුව සඳහා ගෙන ඇති ක්‍රියාමාර්ග විමසා බැලීම. පර්යේෂණ ක්‍රමවේදය මේ සඳහා සමීක්ෂණ ක්‍රමවේදය මා විසින් භාවිතා කළ අතර නියදිය ලෙස කුරුණෑගල දිස්ත්‍රික්කයේ විද්‍යායතන පිරිවෙන් පුස්තකාල 6 තෝරා ගන්නා ලදී. එනම් බෞද්ධාලෝක විද්‍යායතන පිරිවෙන, විසුද්ධායන විද්‍යායතන පිරිවෙන, ධර්මචන්ද්‍ර විද්‍යායතන පිරිවෙන, ශාස්ත්‍රාරවින්ද විද්‍යායතන පිරිවෙන, ශ්‍රී ශ්‍රමංගල විද්‍යායතන පිරිවෙන, ශ්‍රී පාලිත විද්‍යායතන පිරිවෙන යන විද්‍යායතන පිරිවෙන. දත්ත රැස් කිරීම සඳහා ප්‍රශ්නාවලි, දුරකථන සාකච්ඡා ආදිය යොදා ගන්නා ලදී. දත්ත විශ්ලේෂණයේදී පිරිවෙන් පිහිටි කලාප, පුස්තකාල භාරකරුවන්ගේ අධ්‍යාපන මට්ටම, පුස්තකාල ගොඩනැගිල්ලේ ස්වභාවය, පුස්තකාල සමාජික විස්තර, පුස්තකාල එකතුවේ සංයුතිය හා ව්‍යාප්තිය, පොත් මිලදී ගැනීම, වර්ගීකරණය, පරිග්‍රහණ ලේඛන නඩත්තුව, පුස්තකාලයේ ක්‍රියාත්මක සේවාවන්, පොත් සංරක්ෂණය කරන ක්‍රියාමාර්ග ආදිය යොදාගත්තා. මේ සඳහා වගු සහ ප්‍රස්ථාන මගින් දත්ත විශ්ලේෂණය සිදු කරා. වගු සහ ප්‍රස්ථාර මගින් ඉදිරිපත් කරා. නිගමන හා යෝජනා. නිගමන ලෙස එකතු සංවර්ධන ක්‍රියාවලියට අනුව පොත් තේරීමේ මූලාශ්‍ර භාවිතා නොකිරීම, එකතුව සංවිධානය කිරීමේදී සම්මත වර්ගීකරණ ක්‍රමවේදයක් භාවිතා නොකිරීම, කාර්ය මණ්ඩලයට විධිමත් වෘත්තීය දැනුමක් පුහුණුවක් නොමැති බව, එකතුව නඩත්තුව සඳහා නිසි ක්‍රියාමාර්ග නොගැනීම නිගමන වශයෙන් යොදාගත්තා. යෝජනා ලෙස මෙම පිරිවෙන් අධ්‍යාපන පද්ධතිය විධිමත් කිරීම අත්‍යවශ්‍යයි. අනිවාර්යයෙන්ම අධ්‍යාපන අමාත්‍යාංශ පිරිවෙන් ශාඛාවේ අවධානය යොමු කිරීම වැදගත් වෙනවා. ජාතික පුස්තකාල හා ප්‍රලේඛන සේවා මණ්ඩලය මෙම පිරිවෙන් පද්ධතිය සඳහා මැදිහත් වී උපදේශකත්වය ලබා දීම අත්‍යවශ්‍ය වෙනවා. පුස්තකාලය අධිපති තනතුරු ඇති කර සුදුසුකම් සහිත පුස්තකාලය අධිපතිවරු මෙම ආයතන සඳහා බඳවා ගැනීමට කටයුතු කළ යුතුයි. ඒ අයට මෙම ආයතන විධිමත්ව පවත්වාගෙන යාමට නිසි පුහුණුවක් ලබා දිය යුතුය. ස්තුතියි.
Thank you very much. The next title is on a study on the contribution of public libraries for uplifting citizenship in Sri Lanka. The presenter is KADAD Gunaratna from National Aquatic Resource Research and Development Agency. Over to you.
Good morning all. My topic is the study on the contribution of public libraries for uplifting citizenship in Sri Lanka. Informed citizens are an essential factor of a democratic society. According to international recognized policies, public libraries have a responsibility to promote democratic society. You can see what the purposes of the public libraries are. According to philosopher Marshall, citizenship covered with civil, political and social rights, and government has a responsibility to confirmation of citizenship. The study aims to examine as a social institution and the close place to the public how public libraries address for citizenship of citizens through appropriate perspectives. 16th one of Sustainable Development Goals had named as peace, justice and strong institutions, and it describes that promote peaceful and inclusive societies for sustainable development, provide access to justice for all and build effective, accountable and inclusive institutions at all levels. All of these are finally connected with the democratic society. The public library has a significant responsibility in this regard amongst other influential social institutions. The researcher used both quantitative and qualitative research designs, namely mixed method. Public librarians of Sri Lanka were the total population of the research. The researchers selected the main public libraries of Colombo District 11 as a purposive judgmental sample under non-probability sampling, and the questionnaires were conducted with public librarians of that libraries. The researchers selected a one-to-one interview type under a face-to-face interview method. The nature of the interview was an in-depth interview. The researcher visited 10 respondents and discussed subject matters by dissecting parts for around half hour for each respondent. Respondents were 10 academics of social science and library and information science. Now I gain your attention for the key results of the study. Super and Grade 1 libraries had achieved some good status in uplifting citizenship. It was 45%. The majority of libraries had followed DIFLA guidelines and it was 75%. And extension services had delivered by only 5 libraries and it was 18% of total. Without confirming citizenship, the SDGs are not a practical reality furthermore in any context. Public libraries are required to undertake information literacy-based library programs in accordance with the national and international guidelines. Furthermore, in-depth studies are vital to identify other influential institutions to impact the citizenship. This is my sum of references. Thank you very much.
The next one.
Yeah, thank you. The next presenter is AVKMR Amaraveera. She is from Ocean University of Sri Lanka. Her title is on identification of information needs for the development of culture-based fisheries in Sri Lanka, considering sustainability. Over to you.
Hello everyone. My name is Manal Amaraveera. Work as an assistant librarian, Ocean University of Sri Lanka. My topic is identification of information needs for the development of culture-based fisheries in Sri Lanka, considering sustainability. Overall, fisheries is one of major income generating industry in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka has vast area of inland and coastal water bodies can be utilized for culture-based fisheries. There are different information and sources, but not properly structured. So, library and information sciences can be helpful with such issue. There are 2 objectives. Focus on the illustration. Methodology. Purposive sampling method used. Conducted questionnaires and interviews with expertise in related field of 3 institutes in the fisheries sector, Colombo district in Sri Lanka, which are Ocean University, NARA and NAGDA. Sample size is 39. Overall respondent rate 84.7%. Mixed method used for data analysis. Results come under frequency of respondents according to the objectives. Results show that the economically most essential information is the suitable size, water quality, potential species, and respondents are selected culture techniques, socio-economic conditions, investment cost, nutrition value, policy and law are the essential information for the development of culture-based fisheries. Results of the concerning level of education. Higher education is required in the areas of planning and operation, growth yield estimation, and disease treatments. Training is important for all variables, including farm organization, water quality maintenance, feed supplements, record keeping, and pond monitoring. Skills are required for managing all items. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next one.
Thank you. The 8th presentation of this session is by G.F. Yasantini from Swami Vipulananda Institute of Aesthetic Studies, Eastern University of Sri Lanka. Her title is on a bibliometric analysis of information sources used in research reports submitted by undergraduates of Swami Vipulananda Institute of Aesthetic Studies. Over to you.
Good morning to you all. My study is the bibliometric analysis of information sources used in research reports submitted by undergraduates of Swami Vipulananda Institute of Aesthetic Studies. Let us move on to the introduction. The use of information sources in academic writing is connected with the growing interest and the possibilities of material in the respective discipline. The library are the excellent place with scholarly literature to provide information for researchers. Though undergraduates are new to the field of research culture, they face difficulties to find, use, and cite the information sources in their research report. Therefore, a comprehensive evaluation is vital to know the usage of library materials, particularly for research purposes. It will give valuable strengthening for library collection. The objective of this study is to investigate the pattern of information sources, access, and use in undergraduate research report. Next, methodology. This study was examining 32 research reports, which is submitted by special degree students of drama and theatre in 2020. The total population was selected as a sample since the research reports are very few. Bibliographic data of reference materials are collected from the reference list of each research report. The collected data was entered and analyzed in Microsoft Excel. The findings: total number of references were yielded from research report is 828, of which 529 as books. Books were the highest referred material, while the newspapers were the least. The total of 294 authors were contributed for all references. From the contributed authors, S. Maunaguru is found to be the most influential and predominant author with a count of 81. Tamil was the preferred medium by most of the students, as the medium of instruction is Tamil. 75.3% of referred material were published in Sri Lanka. Only 10% of material were very recent publication, which is published within the period of 2016 and the above. Moreover, 42.3% of in-house material used by the students for their research reports. Finally, conclusion. The finding of this study will guide to improve the existing library collection and help to make a decision on a journal subscription for the field. This study is recommended to develop and conduct a library outreach program for undergraduates and mentoring them on academic writing before the final research project. The translation services will be introduced in the library to enhance the use of other language materials. These are the references I have used for these studies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next presenter is P.C.N. Karunaratne from Sabaragama University of Sri Lanka. The title is Effects of COVID-19 Pandemic on Finding Support Materials by Postgraduate Students Attending Online Classes. Please proceed.
Effects of COVID-19 pandemic on finding support materials by postgraduate students attending online classes. The impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has gripped a lot of countries across the globe, and many of these face lockdowns to prevent spreading the virus. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, all educational institutions have switched from face-to-face into distance learning through online-based class. Objective of this study is to identify the types of materials available to postgraduate students during the COVID-19 pandemic, explore the types of material used or preferred by the students during the COVID-19 pandemic, examine the frequency of use of different types of academic support materials and services by the students, examine the information searching techniques that are used by these postgraduate students, and the final one is describe the difficulties in accessing and using academic support materials by the students. The population is selected from the postgraduate course currently operation in NILIS, and the total number of students of this group was 33, and out of 33 students, 26 responses was received. It represents 78% 9 from the population. For data collection method, an online questionnaire was used that was designed in English and Sinhala language using Google Form and shared with the postgraduate students via WhatsApp group maintained by NILIS for study purpose for each course. Descriptive statistic and thematic analysis for used as analytical techniques. The finding of this study is 73% use academic support materials and no one stated that they don't use academic support materials. Finding reveals that the providing of printed materials is significantly lower during the COVID-19 pandemic than before. Providing of electronic resources before the pandemic was 27%, while 65% during the pandemic period. Finding shows a significant increase of accessing methods search in web, Google Scholar and Scholarly database during the pandemic respectively 81%, 69% and 58%. 65% of respondents stated that they have difficulty to access academic support materials during COVID-19 pandemic. This study investigates effects of COVID-19 pandemic on finding support materials by postgraduate students. These findings confirm that they provide use of electronic and digital remotely accessed services were increased during the pandemic period than before. The recommendation of this study is to improve the accessibility of trustworthy online information resources, educate the students regarding use of electronic resources, give access to the library physical collection via online, improve the infrastructure facilities to access online resources. Here is the references and thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next presenter is from NILIS University, Colombo. She is Arundhati Anuradha Watagedara. The title is on effect of social media on reading habits of students during the COVID-19 pandemic. Over to you.
My research is effect of social media on reading habits of students during the COVID-19 pandemic. In the present, social media has become an essential component of human life. When the COVID-19 pandemic spread, social media played a vital role in fulfilling information needs. In the pandemic time, when people were physically isolated, individuals used social media for connecting with others and get information. Students also tend to use social media for various functions. The main objective of this study is to examine the effect of social media on reading habits of students during the COVID-19 pandemic. The specific objectives are identify whether the COVID-19 pandemic has an effect on use of social media by students, describe the level of satisfaction of users by reading in comparison to the pandemic period, explore the ease of accessibility and availability of reading resources by the students, examine whether the reading behavior of the students has been changed during the COVID-19 pandemic. Population and sample. Total diploma and higher diploma students of NILIS, University of Colombo, who were studying during the month of September to October 2021 was selected as population. Total number of students in these courses were 78. Data collection method. Primary data was collected through online questionnaire which was designed in Sinhala and English medium. The links were sent to WhatsApp groups maintained by NILIS for each course for study purposes. The questionnaire was sent to all 78 students of the study population. Analytical techniques. Descriptive statistics have been used to analyze the quantitative data. Also, structured interviews are used to collect the qualitative data and analyze according to the thematic analysis. Findings of the research. The effect of social media has been measured by the variables of time, duration spent, satisfaction of usage, and ease of access and availability. The results were revealed that 92% of the students have accepted that the use of social media was higher than when compared with the pre-pandemic period. They were highly satisfied on fulfilling information during the pandemic period. The usage and ease of access and availability also higher during the pandemic period. The reading habits of the students during the pandemic period have been measured by the variables of change of reading behavior. The results reveal that more than 61% of the students have stated that the way of their reading has been changed during the pandemic period due to the non-availability of printed materials. They got used to use reading through social media. And those are some references. And thank you.
Thank you very much for all the presenters for their very exciting presentations. And I will hand over the session to Professor Veera Surya for question and answer session.
Yes, thank you very much for all presenters. And actually, this is, I should appreciate the NILIS and the conference organizers, first of all, because they have what you call selected the topic or conference theme, cultural heritage, bringing the past, present, and future to libraries. However, selecting a session or giving an opportunity for the graduates in the NILIS also very much appreciable at the last. And I will actually make a comment because we have to stop by 4 o'clock. So question and answer session also will be offered to you. Before that, I like to make some few comments over the papers. And I come across that 2 papers were very significant and timely selected topic. For example, if you go to the 5th topic, on the contribution of public libraries for uplifting citizenship. The citizenship we are talking, but it is a timely, needed and very relevant theme, the citizenship. If you see the global and local situation and the country concern, even present day context, the citizenship, we are going for the right citizenship in awarenessing and going for public libraries, especially for developing this, what you call the citizenship through public libraries. I mean that all presenters appreciate, especially the presenters and the supervisors. And the next one, the sixth one, the identification of information needs for the development of culture-based fisheries. The culture-based fisheries, these things are going with the SDG goals also. If you think about the cultural-based fisheries, it is also matching with the timely concern. So while appreciating these two topics presented by the 2 researchers, with guided by the supervisors, actually the papers conclusively I can mention that some papers mention positive results. Then some papers mostly mention some issues in the area. So if you take the first one, actually it is a positive paper, positive result bringing paper. That means the researcher suggests that implementing the similar programs to other schools in Western province, not only Western province, all the country concerned, it also can be recommended. So issues concern individual papers are what you call making some issues in the subject concerned in the topic. So I appreciate all presenters and the supervisors in this session, and also I call upon all presenters to publish their research finding in what you call reputed, firstly the national journals, and in secondarily the international journals, because you are the coming researchers, your talents and your abilities are highly appreciated. As a senior professor in the Department of Library and Information Science, I appreciate your what you call the step forward thinking you have taken. Okay, thank you very much again for whole participant, and I what you call open the question and answer session now. Only 7 minutes to 8 minutes ahead. Okay, that I think there are 10 presentation, but I think one by one I can name also. But if you have any what you call any because first one is improving resource-based teaching learning, the school library learning center. If you have some question or something, or otherwise overall you can what do you call question and comment.
Yes, audience can ask questions or comment. Any comments? We have around 10 presentations. They are not typically cultural heritage stuff, but some other topics. So it's your turn now.
Even you can encourage them that because they have jumped into the new what do you call
Yes, sir. Yes, yes. It's a completely different domain.
Yes.
Yeah.
The thinking about the traditional topic, this uplifting citizenship is one of the overarching and timely topic that even politician and everybody should think about.
Yes, sir. Any questions from the audience? Or you can give some comments to uplift their research. If there's no comments, Professor, do you have any questions to ask from the presenters?
Actually, I have written number of questions. I think
maybe a few. Yeah.
Yes, no need of. I think actually that the first paper. I think it is. It will be a troublesome that there are some topics that I think if you take the first one. Improving only one I will question improving resource-based teaching learning in schools using school library learning resource center. Actually, the Pasanta Vajra Ranjita Silva and PG Pemrasa. Actually, what are the strategies for improving this resource-based learning?
So now in the now present situation, most of the schools, they are not using library, just lending, and usually teachers won't allow the students to come to the library. Even at the schools, teachers also not using the library. So I thought with the library staff also not much interesting in doing and involving the studies. So therefore I thought it's better to have like importance of school library learning resource centers, and I want to change the culture of the school library in the system. That's what I have done it.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Your comment.
Yes, and the next one, the third one, the attitude of principal towards functioning of school library learning resource centers. Actually, you have found good results. I would like to ask that what are the major obstacles and issues faced in this context?
Yes, sir.
This is actually no. This is the third one. Third, yes, not to you.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, Hapuarachi. Is Hapuarachi here? HALP Hapuarachi.
මේ ට්‍රාන්ස්ලේට් කරලා කියන්න පුළුවන්ද?
Sir, it's a Sinhala.
දැන් මම කතා කළේ අත් වශයෙන් ඔබ හුඟක් ඔබ කරලා තියෙන attitude towards of principal towards functioning of school library learning resource center as a part of curriculum. මම ඔබගෙන් අහන්න කැමතියි අත් වශයෙන් ඔබ හොඳ finding ඉදිරිපත් කරලා තිබෙනවා. මට අවශ්‍යයි ඔබගේ මේ මොනවාරි මේ obstacles මේ contest එකේදී මොනවාරි issues මොනවාරි ඔබගේ major issues එකක් දෙකක් හෝ තුනක් විතර වගේ මේ අධ්‍යයනයේදී ඔබ පාදක කරගත්ත මම හිතන්නේ ඒවා තමයි හුඟක්ම අවශ්‍ය වෙන්නේ මෙවැනි අධ්‍යයනවලදී. ප්‍රධාන ඒ කියන්නේ obstacles ඒ කියන්නේ අපි කියොත් එහෙම මේ issue කියලා කියන්නේ යම් කිසි බාධක හරි ගැටලු වෙන දේවල්.
ඔව්. මෙහෙමයි. දැන් පාසල් පද්ධතියේ දීර්ඝ කාලයක් කටයුතු කරද්දී ගොඩක් වෙලාවට පාසල් වල දැක්ක දෙයක් තමයි පාසල් පුස්තකාල තිබුණට අපේ බොහෝ විදුහල් පාසල් වල පුස්තකාලය නිසි පරිදි පරිහරණය වෙන්නේ නැහැ කියන එක දැක්කා. ඉතින් අන්න ඒ නිසා තමයි මේ වගේ තේමාවක් පිළිබඳව හොයා බලන්න හිතුනේ, විශේෂයෙන් පාසලේ නායකයා විදියට විදුහල්පතිවරයාගේ මේ සඳහා ගුරු බෞද්ධින් නැඹුරු කරවීමට තියෙන උනන්දුව, එතුමාගේ පිළිබඳව තියෙන ආකල්පය තමයි මේ සඳහා පාදක වෙන්න ඕන කියලා මට හිතුණා. ඉතින් ඒ නිසා තමයි විශේෂයෙන් මේ රිසර්ච් එක කළේ. එතනදී මම දැක්කක් බොහෝ විදුහල්පතිතුමන්ලට පාසල්වල පුස්තකාලයක් තිබුණාට ඒගොල්ලෝ බොහෝ දෙනෙක් දැක්කේ පාසල් පුස්තකාලය අර පොත්පත් හුවමාරු කරන, පුවත්පත් බලන, සමහරට ගුරු බවතුන්ට විවේකීව ඉන්න පුළුවන් ස්ථානයක් විදියට තමයි එතුමන්ලා දැක්කේ. ඊටාම කලාතුරකින් කෙනෙක් තමයි මම දැක්ක විදියට පුස්තකාලය යම් පමණකට හෝ දරුවන්ගේ භාවිතයට යොමු කරන්න පුළුවන් විදියට ගැළපෙන ටයිම් ටේබල් එකක් හදලා දීලා ඒ ටයිම් ටේබල් එකට යන්න උත්සාහ කළේ විදුහල්පතිවරුන් කීප දෙනයි. ඉතින් අන්න ඒ නිසා මට හිතුණා මෙන්න මේ කාරණය පිළිබඳව හොයලා බලන්න ඕන කියලා. එතනදී අපේ සමහර ටීචර්ස්ලා හිටියා පුස්තකාල පාඨමාලා හදාරලා පාසලට පත්වීම් ලබාගෙන ගිය. එහෙත් විදුහල්පතිවරුන් මේ සඳහා එච්චරම් උනන්දුවක් නැති බවක් දකින්න ලැබුණා. ඉතින් ඒ නිසා තමයි මෙතනදී මේ පර්යේෂණය කරන්න තීරණය කළේ. ඉතින් ඇත්තෙන්ම එතනදී ගොඩක් වෙලාවට බොහෝ විදුහල්පතිවරුන් තුළ මේ සඳහා පුස්තකාලය ඉගෙනුම් ක්‍රියාවලියට භාවිත කිරීම පිළිබඳව ධනාත්මක ආකල්පයක් තියෙන බව තේරුම් ගන්න අවස්ථාව ලැබුණා පර්යේෂණයේ ප්‍රතිඵලයක් විදියට.
Thank you. Now only I think 2 minutes ahead. Only I am winding up now. The important, I mean that very eye-catching topic is the study of contribution of public life to uplifting citizenship in Sri Lanka. I would like to invite all participants and especially this Gunaratna. Actually, your topic is very much important in this context. I think further, if you can, develop your sample, and if you do data triangulation, also very important, because we have we are talking about 2 groups, but I think the group, the user group also should be touched. I think this kind of research. So data triangulation is a must here. I think you can do in your further study, and I think you can develop with your supervisor the more results you can find with this topic, and more strategies you can build up. So Sri Lankan country concern. Okay. Thank you. Because I have no question to ask. Okay. Thank you very much, the presenters and the participant. But you did not comment or what you call or appreciate. But it is. Thank you very much.
So are you going to wind up, sir?
I think the time is.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Veerasurya. And thank you very much, all the presenters. We'll find out the session now.
Thank you, Chair, Senior Professor W. Veerasurya and Dr. Chiranthi Vijayasundara for sharing the session, the last session. Now we will gather for our panel discussion, which will be shared by Senior Professor Premakumara D. Silva. Shall we wait until he joins?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have finally completed listening to all those interesting presentations. Now, we will open the arena for panel discussion, which will be chaired by Professor Premakumari De Silva, Acting Director, National Urge Faculty of Arts, University of Colombo. So the theme will be cultural heritage, bridging the past, present, and future through libraries, museums, and archives. Sir, it's over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for inviting me to chair these sessions, very important sessions. I think we
Say it's muted. Not okay. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Sir.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for joining with us today. We have given the mandate to basically have a panel discussions on cultural heritage, bridging the past, present, and future through libraries, museums, and archives. So we have a distinguished panel to discuss this very important topic, which is also basically the theme of today's conference. So we have panel consists of Senior Professor M.K. Veerasinghe, Head Department of the Library Science, University of California, and Dr. Malini Dias, President, Royal Asiatic Society of Sri Lanka, and Mr. W. Sunil, Director General, National Library of Sri Lanka, and also Dr. Udaya Cabral, Conservator, National Library of Sri Lanka, and Mr. Senarath Wickramasinghe, Director, Sri Lanka National Museum, and also representing the Association for Information Science and Technology, we have Naresh Agrawal, Associate Professor, School of Library and Information Science, and also Dr. Bhakti Kala, Assistant Professor, School of Library and Information Science, Central University of Gujarat, India. So let me invite first Professor M.K. Veerasurya actually to share his thoughts about this particular topic that we are, given to discuss. So may I invite Professor Veerasurya to comment on this topic, please? Are you there?
Yes, I am Veerasinghe, yeah.
Yes, Dr. Veerasinghe.
Yes, Professor.
Veerasinghe.
Yes, yes. Yes. Good afternoon to everybody. Dear Professor, first of all, I would like to thank NILIS Institute for organizing this kind of conference under COVID pandemic situation. My thanks go to them because they have selected one of the most important topic related to present environment. As you know, Sri Lanka is one of the few countries of the world which has a number of World Heritage Sites named by UNESCO. Its history goes back more than 2,500 years. Actually, Sri Lanka is a multicultural country. Our theme is bridging the past, present, and future through libraries, museums, and archives. As you know, one of the most important functions of these institutions is conservation and preservation of national heritage. I listened to the number of papers presented by presenters. They have highlighted various interesting findings related to our national heritage. It is unfortunate that at present, some professionals think library as a center of computer. Actually, it is a totally wrong idea. Library is a center of indigenous knowledge. It is one of our major functions. When we go to our history, we know famous Library of Alexandria. The famous Library of Alexandria was a library, museum, as well as archives. Therefore, it is very clear objective of these three institutions is conservation and preservation of our national heritage. According to some researchers, I listen in their findings, they have mentioned one of the barriers for conservation and preservation of our knowledge is financial difficulties. Actually, it is wrong. What is the answer for this? Collaboration. We should collaborate. As we know, what is the largest library in Sri Lanka? If you ask from anyone in Sri Lanka, definitely they will tell you Jaffna Public Library or any other public library. But our largest library is the Museum Library, established in 1877. But no one knows about this. The collection of the National Museum is deteriorating, decaying day by day. No one speaks about this. It is our heritage institution. We have all over the Sri Lanka more than 14 villages, more than 1,200,000 public libraries, more than 1,000 religious libraries. All of these institutions preserve our cultural heritage based on palm leaf manuscript. As you know, there are a number of projects in Sri Lanka at present, collecting and digitization of palm leaf manuscript. Some institutions have already started and some are trying to start it. But there is no collaboration. There is no end. Their main aim is acquisition of palm leaf material. As Ranganathan said, our father of our profession, Professor Ranganathan said, books are for use, information for use. We try to disseminate the knowledge in the family among our researchers. First of all, we should preserve our cultural heritage. Therefore, I would like to suggest in this occasion, we should create a national preservation and conservation lab for this purpose. It can't do by private national library alone. It could do by museum. We should collaborate together and we should create this national preservation laboratory on collaborative basis. Next thing, you know, some developed as well as developing countries have already started number of digitization projects. One example is Memory of the Netherlands, started by National Library of Netherlands. Memory of America, started by the Library of Congress. Therefore, I would like to suggest you, we should suggest to the government, to administrator, to create a project, the Memory of Sri Lanka. Under this project, we can conserve and preserve our national heritage. Okay, thank you.
Senior Professor Premakumara, sir, innavada?
Yes, I'm here. Hello. I'm here, yes. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you can continue the session, sir.
Yes, please go ahead, Professor Veer Singh.
Yes, actually, I have explained about my views.
All right. Okay, right. All right, that's fine.
Yeah.
Then can I, yes, thank you, Professor Veer Singh, your interesting remark on the basically the importance of preservation of palm leaf manuscripts in our country, because that has been basically, documenting our traditional knowledge in various front, like, religious knowledge, and, the Ayurvedic knowledge and ritual knowledge, and all kind of knowledge being actually preserved in palm leaf manuscripts. So you have basically emphasized that we need to basically preserve that. It's not just a responsibility of institutions, but also basically is responsibility of the public as well. So with that note, actually, can I invite Dr. Malini Dias, President Royal Asiatic Society of Sri Lanka, to make her presentation or her comments, please.
Thank you for inviting me. Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah, go ahead.
Right. Invite me for this annual event. And I'm Dr. Malini Dias, former Deputy Commissioner of Archaeology. My specialized field is epigraphy, that is study of inscriptions. So I would like to tell you that we have an enormous amount of inscriptions beginning from 600 BCE, and the writing is mainly the Brahmi script, and the Sinhala language as a Prakrit has been used in these inscriptions at the beginning. So from 600 BCE, there had been some potsherds we have discovered from the citadel at Anuradhapura, and I have read the two of the potsherds writing. The potsherd is the writing, and it says that both give names of two women. One is Anuradhi, and the other one is Sujata. So with this, we have come across many large number of potsherds also from the citadel in Magama, that is in Tisamaharama, and then we have the cave inscriptions where you find under the drip ledges of caves the writing, especially in Brahmi letters, and they are mainly the donations given to the monks during, say, maybe 3rd century, from 3rd century BC onwards, and they are what I have found in them is that they have been given have been donated as rainy retreats for the monks, Buddhist monks. So now we have read about, say, maybe about 4,000 cave inscriptions, and we have published them in the inscriptions of Sri Lanka by the archaeological department, and also I have authored another journal called Epigraphical Notes. So there you find about 500 inscriptions read by me and some other epigraphists. So we have found a lot of information in these inscriptions, and we always compare the evidence given in the inscriptions with our chronicles, and so the authenticity of the chronicles also can be found in from these inscriptions. I would say that we have say the inscriptions from 6th century BCE up to about 1900. And especially the archaeological department in Sri Lanka is main authority for reading and preserving these inscriptions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dias, for bringing this new dimension into our discussions, particularly the inscriptions as you pointed out correctly, particularly your focus is on cave inscriptions. So there are over 4,000 inscriptions, particularly provide information, very rich information for us to interpret those inscriptions, particularly donations to Buddhist monk and other information, very valuable information. Me as also researcher, I remember when I was working on the, you see the Sripad or Adams Peak, basically I was able to sort of look into some of the documented, you see the inscriptions where certain donations actually given by the king to upkeep the Sripada temple, such as Ambagamu Sellipiya and also Gilimala and so on. So the as an anthropologist, as a sociologist, so these are very, very useful, not just actually useful for archaeologists, but also for other social scientists to really dig into our history and bring out new dimension to, read our history. Dr. Dias, that I just wanted to, maybe you can respond to later on that. I would like to bit of a know about, you can respond to that later on, the gender dimension of inscriptive information. So having, asking that particular concern about this gender dimension of inscriptive information, I would like to actually invite Mr. W. Sunil, Director General, National Library of Sri Lanka, to share his thought with us. Over to you, Mr. Sunil.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for inviting me here today. So I would like to give my views what we are doing to preserve the cultural heritage in Sri Lanka. So as you know, the National Library of Sri Lanka is one of the main libraries in the country to collect, preserve and disseminate information through the country as well as overseas. The main purpose of the National Library to collect all publications published in the country and publications published in the overseas regarding Sri Lanka, as well as publications published in overseas by Sri Lankans. According to the theme of the today's symposium, the National Library collection can be divided two categories. One is tangible cultural heritage, second one is intangible cultural heritage. According to the tangible cultural heritage, the National Library is building up the national collection and preserving it suitable manner. In addition, the National Library has collected a lot of rare collections from the veteran authors in the country. As an example, Martin Wickramasinghe collection,
Hello.
Hello, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, please
yeah.
Go ahead. Yes, this
yeah.
minute. Yeah.
According to the tangible cultural heritage, the National Library is building up the national collection and preserving the suitable manner. In addition, the National Library has collected a lot of rare collections from the veteran authors in the country. As an example, Martin Wickramasinghe collection, Professor A.V. Suravira collection, then Dr. Jayathilaka K. Jayathilaka collection, etc. The National Library is preserving a valuable folklore collection written by Mr. Peter Vijay. The collection has comprised 68 volumes with folklore, folk literature, folk songs. Preserving farm lives manuscripts is one of the main role of the National Library, and we made suitable arrangements to preserve them and conducting a project to extract dummala oil to preserve palm leaves. In addition, the National Library has taken suitable arrangements to preserve audiovisual materials regarding the cultural heritage. The National Library has taken many steps to preserve intangible cultural heritage in the country.
One of the main projects is preserving folk songs, folk music, folk tales, etc. There are 40,000 folk songs as details and can be searched from the National Digital Library. The National Library is the focal point of the National Committee on ICH Sri Lanka. We are working with close collaboration with Ministry of Cultural Affairs in Sri Lanka and working together with this subject. In 2018, we have prepared the document regarding the street puppet as an ICH element. The UNESCO has accepted and included the UNESCO ICH representative list. Another one was documented regarding Dumbara Rata Kalala in 2021. It also accepted by the UNESCO and included the UNESCO ICH list. The National Library of Sri Lanka is conducting so many programs regarding the ICH and preserving that kind of material in Sri Lanka. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sunil, for your informative, talk presentation regarding basically what is basically stored in the National Library of Sri Lanka. Particularly, you are keeping national collections on tangible and intangible cultural heritage of our country, and also rare collections, basically collected by one of the prominent, dominant, and scholars in Sri Lanka, and also basically folklore collections, palm leaf collections, and audio-visual materials. I think these are very, very valuable material. Those who are interested in that particular area, and also make use of those material for the elaboration and understanding of Sri Lankan cultural heritage. So with that note, basically let me invite the next speaker, Dr. Udaya Cabral, Conservator, National Library of Sri Lanka. Dr. Cabral, over to you. Dr. Cabral? Are you there? Hello. Is Dr. Cabral is there? Otherwise, I can actually invite next speaker, Mr. Chinarath Vikramasinghe, Director, Sri Lanka National Museum, particularly Director in Cultural segment of National Museum. Over to you, Mr. Vikramasinghe.
Good evening. Thank you inviting me to discuss this very important seminar. Today, I am planning to discuss about museum and how important museum to protect cultural heritage. We know various types of museum maintained by several countries, but subject-wise, such as historical, ethnology, anthropology, archaeology museums are related to the cultural sector. Regarding the cultural heritage within the past, present, and future, museums are very important institute. When we pay our attention to the museum definition declared by ICOM, International Council of Museum. We could understand museum have a responsible museums have a responsible institute protection, preservation, promotion of cultural heritage. ICOM definition says that a museum is a non-profit making permanent institute in the serve of society of its development and open to the public, which acquires, conserve, communicate, and exhibit for the purpose of study, education, and enjoyment. Material evidence of man and his environment. But this we can deeply we can discuss this definition except environment, natural science, but cultural material evidence is very important. According to the ICOM definition, museum play an important role for acquisition, documentation, presentation, promotion, communicate, research of our heritage. As example, our National Museum Colombo introduced as an identity card of Sri Lankan cultural heritage. It presents cross-section of Sri Lankan tangible and intangible heritage. For example, when we pay attention to Candy Museum, it represents Kandyan culture in the Kandyan period. In our Ratnapura Museum, it presents our Sabaragama culture. We can accordingly we can assume that not only National Museum is a national level, we have another regional museum. They present regional tangible and intangible heritage. Department of National Museum maintain over 100,000 of museum objects such as coins and currency, textile, paintings, dancing equipment, kitchen equipment, sculptures, bronze, like that. Those are related to the tangible and intangible heritage. As well as museum library is very important. It is known as one of the oldest library in South Asia. It include nearly 100,000 of books, very rare books. So we can say museum is a vital role, promotion, preservation, protection of cultural heritage. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Diplomacy. Yeah, there's a noise coming actually. Can you basically mute your mic, please? Thank you very much, Mr. Vikramasinghe, for enlightening us about the role of the national museums in Sri Lanka and what are the collections how those museums actually, the National Museum protecting, preserving and disseminating our cultural heritage, not only national level, but also, as you pointed out, regional as well. So that's a very interesting move because there are in our country, we have different cultural regions where you have different cultural practices, belief, pussy rituals, all kind of human, cultural constructions. And so those are basically preserved in regional museums. Then he also pointed out that the museum library, one of the key place where you can access to rare collections of Sri Lankan cultural heritage. Actually, I have also used this museum library. It has so many valuable information where we as a researchers we can make use of. Unfortunately, I don't see much of actually researchers using museum library. If you really wanted to bring good scholarly work, I think you cannot ignore museum library in Colombo. I think with that note, I just wanted to basically move into our next speaker. We have representative from the Association for Information Science and Technology. We have Dr. Naresh Akwal, Associate Professor, School of Library and Information Science. Dr. Naresh, I would like to actually sort of invite you to share your experience in basically India or in South Asia or even globally. Over to you, Dr. Naresh. Hello. Naresh, you are not there, then of course, then I can basically invite Dr. Bhakti Kala, Assistant Professor, School of Library and Information Science, Central University of Gujarat, India, to share the Indian experience with us. Over to you, Dr. Kala. Hello. Is he there? Juan, is he there?
Yes, yes, she was there. I think muted. Bhakti, Dr. Bhakti, you are muted.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm there.
Right.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. Yeah, thank you. Yes, please go ahead. Bhakti, you are muted.
Oh,
All
okay.
right.
So
Right, now we
I'm
can hear.
unmuted.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
now we can hear you. Yes, please, go ahead.
So you want me to start because I think I'm the last one in the panel. Isn't that right?
Yes, you can say something about, yes, Indian
Okay.
experience. Yeah, please.
Sure. So good evening to all the members of the panel and the audience. I am Dr. Bhakti Gala, Assistant Professor at the School of Library and Information Science, Central University of Gujarat, India. I would like to begin by expressing my gratitude to Dr. Rowan Gamage for extending this invitation. It has been a humbling experience listening to the inaugural speakers, presentations in the different technical sessions, and experts who have spoken before me today. India, as one of the oldest civilizations in the world, is home to a vast cultural heritage collection, both tangible and intangible. The tangible collections of manuscripts alone are over 5 million, available in various languages and scripts, a few of which were addressed by speakers from India in the presentations today. As expressed by Professor Raj Somadeva during the inaugural session, I do agree that in the South Asian countries, archives, museums, and libraries are operating in isolation and not in collaboration with each other. I believe that the theme of this research symposium is very apt in bringing these three memory institutions together. Although there are instances of libraries and museums coming together in religious collections housed in temples, mosques, and churches in India, India is also home to many indigenous tribes with their oral traditions of folklore and cultural festivals, which are being actively preserved by the IGNCA, a national level body in India. Several other initiatives have been there, and I would just point out a few of these notable ones, especially the National Mission for Manuscripts, which was initiated in 2003, which has a database of almost 4.5 million manuscripts with its search interface, which is now available through the Bharatiya Kriti Sampada. The repository of digitized archives from the National Archives of India, called as the Abhilekh Patal, is another notable initiative from India. Abhilekh Patal contains the reference media of more than 2.7 million files held by the National Archives of India, of which 75,000 are now available for online access. Another commendable initiative is the Bhandarkar Research Oriental Institute, known as BORI, with its 140,000 books and 28,000 manuscripts collected, covering practically every aspect of Orientology. Buri also houses the Rig Veda, which is among the first literary documents in the history of humankind, which was submitted by India to the UNESCO Memory of the World program, along with the Shaiva manuscripts, a part of the UNESCO Memory of the World housed in the southern state of Pondicherry. From the northern regions, we have the Khuda Baksh Oriental Library with its rare scientific instruments, manuscripts, and other artifacts within its collection. The digitized collections of the Asiatic societies and of Kolkata and Mumbai are just a few initiatives from this vast reservoir. Currently, state governments are funding the digitization of rare books and materials which are lying in thousands of public libraries all over the country. These digitization initiatives have also been extended to the smaller but older collections in non-governmental libraries that are more than a century old. What we are also now observing that as a majority of these digitization projects were outsourced, on their completion, issues of discovery, access, and long-term digital preservation have come to the forefront. Questions now being asked and addressed are on deciding on the access issues. Do we provide full text or to make these digitized copies available at a charge? In the absence of a long-term preservation plan due to fund shortages, expensive and recurring hardware costs, recruitment of skilled staff after the completion of these projects, lack of knowledge of standardization in metadata rendering, issues of Unicode with index scripts. These are just some of the challenges that I have come across as part of my research, which are being faced by these collections, which have now actually gone digital, but they have not yet made their collections completely available online. I felt that today's platform did bring about discussions and they did touch upon some of these issues. And I would like to thank the organizers once again for giving me this opportunity. Thank you and stay safe, everyone. That is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kala, for sharing with us the Indian experience of, preserving Indian cultural heritage. India is one of the oldest civilization, and also you spoke about digitalization of rare collections by the Indian government initiatives, and also difficulties and the challenges that you are facing in that process. I am sure Sri Lanka also facing such issues. I think we can also share in our discussion. So with that, I think we have basically provided certain thoughts on this, the title given for panel. And if any panel members want to add anything to that discussions before I open up this to the audience, please add anything you want to really miss in your first presentation. Anybody wants to add anything? Okay, I have basically, I think I also, Dr. Gala also pointed out that particular issue, what today's keynote speaker, Professor Somadeva, was really, highly highlighted the museums and libraries, and you see archives are working isolation and not collaborating, and that's a very big claim, and also how we can actually overcome that, how we can basically be much more public oriented, national archives, national libraries, and national museums, right? That is, I think without public, I don't think that those basically institution, one of the key important institutions in the knowledge collections and knowledge dissemination in a culture, in the culture that we have been basically producing such knowledge over the thousands of years. So these have basically preserved and make available for public. If not, I think those basically knowledge particularly will not be useful if not just for allowing those to basically researchers, and also given opportunity for public to basically engage in that, and also basically preserving that. So as I pointed out in my introductory remark in the morning, because some of the artifacts basically vandalized and also basically destroyed by basically the treasure hunters, and these are valuable artifacts which has been basically sell for money for the international growing antique market, and we had to really make aware the public about all these things. Without public support, I don't think that we can just preserve our long-lasting cultural heritage in not only Sri Lanka but also all over the world. With that note, anybody wants to actually respond to that, and any comment and any participant comments, any questions to be raised, please feel free to do that. It is open for discussion.
Actually, Professor.
Yeah.
I appreciate the NILIS organizing this kind of timely conference. But as Professor Veer Singh also, what you call, raised, I think the more collaborative venture should be there for this cultural preservation and storage, and the policy level also. In the high government level, there are some ministries, department, institutes are what we call working individually in ivory tower mentality. But I think they should have a dialogue and form a established body, which is, for example, you know that National Knowledge Commission in India, that when Dr. Singh was in the government, now the National Commission has been dissolved, but overarching what do you call effects are there, and even present day also there are a number of what do you call impacts. So I think some kind of collaborative effort and institutional framework should be there in this context. It is not a question but a comment.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Veerasuri. I think basically, yes, collaboration should also basically happen among National Library, archives, as well as museum. I don't know whether we have such collaboration. You see, because now we are in our own capacity, we are basically try to do our own, own arenas to preserve. But as you correctly pointed out, Professor Veerasuriya, whether we are collaborating, whether these major institutions in Sri Lanka, which are very, very important center of knowledge preservation, I think whether they are working partnership, I don't know, but anybody can basically elaborate on that. Dr. Gala, you are raising your hand, please.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking that because we have the shared cultural heritage, and I do agree with the speakers that we need to have more collaboration, not only within the country, but also among the countries as far as these kinds of preservation efforts are there. But I have also observed that even like, when we look at a national level kind of a directive which can be given for these institutions, because from my experiences, wherever these kind of digitization projects are going on, they are actually they are working in a very solitary kind of isolated manner, and there isn't much of collaboration. Even if the museum and the library are located within the same complex, they do not have a combined list of cultural heritage items together. They will be always maintained separately, unlike in the US, where we will find that the Institute of Library and Museum Services essentially does it is a national level apex body which has brought the libraries and museums together. But what we find here is that even within the same premises, they seem to be working very differently and not along with each other. So that is again an area where I feel that a lot of a thought process needs to go into it, and we really need to work together, because ultimately all these three memory institutions are working towards cultural heritage preservation. So that was out. And I also feel that we need to also have more collaboration among the countries. And today's this conference, therefore, I felt is a really good one-day symposium where it's bringing people like us together to at least open up the doors for these kinds of discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Gala, for your valuable suggestion. And I think at least, as you said correctly, we need to collaborate, start with our own region. Actually, we have SAARC region, we have, you see, the South Asian region, because we can have a kind of regional collaboration for learning from each other, and what you do actually, and we can also share our experience, and we can also share your experience with us, and we should work collaboratively. That is the only way we can move forward.
I'm sorry, I was actually also planning to say that, because Rowan had asked me to represent as the collaborative partner today for the ASSIST. And we are very happy that this opportunity has come to us for the second time in a row to collaborate with NILIS, at least in hosting this research symposium. And I think this is one small step towards the kind of collaboration we are looking forward to working with. And I'm glad to be representing ASSIST as the past chair, and a lot of our members have participated today. We are very happy about that, and we really look forward to having more members from Sri Lanka and other parts of the South Asia region also joining us, and maybe this would give us an opportunity to take this kind of actual work projects together. And that's about it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for your suggestions and offering. Dr. Malidas, you want to say something? Any other comments? Suggestions? Ruan, shall we wind up then?
Yes, sir. We can wind up the session. Yes.
So I think let me, as the chair of this session, I'm really glad that we have a very knowledgeable, responsible panel members representing this important panel discussions, which is the penultimate sessions of the today's conference webinar organized by NILIS. Let me thank all the presenters, those who have made a very good, valuable contributions to these discussions, and those who have actually commented on that, those who have raised questions and so on. I think we should not limit this discussion for this panel, as basically Dr. Gala pointed out. We must actually push forward this linkages, collaboration, and assisting each other and learning from each other from this. This would be the kind of a very strong outcome of this particular conference, I would say. Whatever way we can do as the chairman of the NILIS, I'm really happy to support, and also anything should come from the University Grant Commission. I'm also happy to actually support to start such collaboration, such linkages with not only South Asian region, but also beyond that. And with that note, let me conclude by thanking once again the conference organizer, particularly Dr. Ruan Gamage and Dr. Pradeepa for organizing this very, very important, timely conference and the discussions. Thank you once again for inviting me to share this panel. And with that note, thank you very much for everyone participating and listening to us. We will meet again in a different forum. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor, for chairing the panel discussion. I hope it went well, and we arrived at many fruitful insights and discussions. Now let us announce our best paper, the Presenter Award, for the paper titled The Temple Wall Paintings of Sri Lanka, a Permanent Visual Record of a Vibrant Society, by Vidya Jyoti Ashley D. Vos, who gets the Best Presenter Award from South Asia chapter of Association for Information Science and Technology. He gets $100, which is sponsored by South Asia chapter. He's getting a $100 US gift voucher from Amazon, sponsored by Association for Scientific Information and Technology. Thanks to the sponsors. At the same time, we have two Certificate of Excellence won by Dr. G.R. Padmasuri and Dr. Shiranthi Vijayasundara. Congratulations to all of you. Thank you once again. Thanks to the criteria. Students Award. Yeah. Thanks to the panelists who have evaluated these papers and selected the best presentations. Thank you. By the way, there's a student award. Yeah. Sorry, apologies for the hassle. There's a student award goes to Yashantini for her paper. Godfrey Yashantini is getting the best student paper award from this symposium. So let's wind up. And once again, we thank everyone, all our chairs, technical session chairs and panel discussion chair. And I thank everyone, especially the University of Colombo School of Computing staff who have helped us all day, along with all the technicalities. Thanks to everyone. Stay healthy and safe. Thank you. Have a wonderful rest of the day.
Wish you the same. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, that's fine.